Calling the meeting together of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities, meeting number 70, pursuant to the order of reference of Monday, June 19, 2017, Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act and other acts respecting transportation and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. This is day 4. To the Minister that parliamentarians have been here along with the staff on the Hill to deal with C-49. So we're very pleased to see that Minister Garneau and your staff have joined us, and I'm going to turn the floor over to you for your opening remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm delighted to be here. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. Madame la Présidente et honorables membres, je suis heureux de rencontrer.
Madam Chair and honourable members, I am pleased to meet with the committee today to talk about Bill C-49, the Transportation Modernization Act.
With the committee today to talk about Bill C-49, the Transportation Modernization Act. I really would like to thank the committee for studying the bill before the House is scheduled to resume. That is very much appreciated, and I know that you've had 3 very busy days. A strong transportation system is fundamental to Canada's overall economic performance and competitiveness. This bill, once passed, would make amendments to the Canada Transportation Act and other related legislation that would position our country to capitalize on global opportunities and make improvements to better meet the needs and service expectations of Canadians. The measures included in Bill C-49 reflect what Canadians told us they expect during the extensive consultations we undertook last year. We held over 200 meetings and roundtables across the country with transportation and trade stakeholders, Indigenous groups, provinces and territories, and individual Canadians to hear their views on the future of transportation in Canada. Our goal is aimed at creating and facilitating the conditions to achieve long-term success, and this is precisely what this bill proposes to do. C-49 is an important first step, and I emphasize first step, towards delivering on early and concrete measures in support of Transportation 2030, which is the strategic plan for the future of transportation in Canada. This bill focuses on our immediate priorities in the air, rail, and marine sectors. It aims to implement a series of measures to promote an integrated transportation system that is safe and secure, green, innovative, and that will contribute to our economic growth, a cleaner environment, and not to mention the well-being of Canadians when they travel. Madam Chair, the concerns of Canadians have been highlighted in recent months with much publicized cases of the unacceptable treatment of air travelers both in this country and elsewhere. Bill C-49 proposes to mandate the Canadian Transportation Agency to develop, in consultation with Transport Canada, new regulations to enhance Canada's air passenger rights. These new rules would ensure air passenger rights are clear, consistent, and fair for both travelers and air carriers. Some examples of issues the new regulations would address include denied boarding in cases of overbooking, delays, or cancellations, lost or damaged baggage, tarmac delays over a certain period of time, seating children next to a parent or guardian at no extra cost, and ensuring carriers develop clear standards for transporting musical instruments. Clear information will be provided to travelers in plain language about carriers' obligations, how to seek compensation, and file complaints. Under this proposed legislation, Canadians and anyone traveling to, from, and within Canada would benefit from a uniform, predictable, and reasonable approach. My objective is to ensure that passengers would have a clear understanding of their rights as air travelers, while ensuring that this new approach would not negatively impact on access to air services or the cost of travel. I've been clear that regulations would include provisions whose intent would be that any denied boarding due to overbooking is done voluntarily, and that under no circumstances someone be involuntarily removed from an aircraft after they have boarded. As Canadians, we expect that air carriers that serve our country treat their passengers with the respect that they deserve and that they live up to their commitments. Permettez-moi de réitérer cette liste en français.
I'd like to repeat this list in English. Here are some of the things that will be dealt with in the new regulations. Denied boarding in case of overbooking, delays, and cancellations. Lost or damaged baggage. Tarmac delays over a certain period of time. Seating children next to a parent or guardian at no extra cost, and ensuring carriers develop clear standards for transporting musical instruments. I clearly indicated that there will be provisions to guarantee that any case of denied boarding for overbooking would be done voluntarily, and that no one would be involuntarily removed. As Canadians, we expect that air carriers that serve our country treat their passengers with the respect that they deserve and that they live up to their commitments. This bill also proposes that regulations be made to require data from all air service providers in order to be able to monitor the air traveler experience, including compliance with the proposed air passenger rights. Madam Chair, the legislation also proposes to liberalize international ownership and to liberalize international ownership restrictions from 25 to 49% of voting interests for Canadian air carriers, with accompanying safeguards while retaining the 25% limit for specialty air services. These safeguards limit a single international investor to hold no more than 25% of the voting interests of a Canadian air carrier, and that no combination of foreign air carriers could own more than 25% of a Canadian carrier. The direct impact of higher levels of international investment would be that Canadian air carriers or companies wishing to create new air services would have access to a wider pool of risk capital. Consequently, that pool of capital from both international and domestic sources would allow the Canadian air sector to become more competitive and would lead to more choices and lower prices for Canadian passengers. Another improvement in the bill is that it proposes a new, streamlined and predictable process for the authorization of joint ventures between air carriers, taking into account competition and wider public interest considerations. In Canada, air carrier joint ventures are currently examined from the perspective of possible harm to competition by the Competition Bureau under the Competition Act. Unlike many other countries, notably the United States, Canada's current approach does not allow for the consideration of the wider public interest benefits with respect to specific routes. Furthermore, the Bureau's review is not subject to specific timelines. This raises concerns that the current approach to assessing joint ventures may make Canadian carriers less attractive to global counterparts as joint venture partners, and may be limiting the ability of Canadian carriers to engage in this industry trend. The bill proposes measures that would allow the Minister of Transport to consider and approve air carrier joint ventures where it is in the public interest, taking into account competition considerations. The Minister would work in close consultation with the Commissioner of Competition to ensure that he or she be properly informed regarding any concerns with regard to competition. Air carriers that would choose to have their proposed joint ventures assessed through the new process would be given clear timelines for an expected decision. Globally, airports are making unprecedented investments in passenger screening to facilitate travel and gain global economic advantages. Canada's largest airports have also expressed an interest in investing in this area, and smaller airports have shown interest in obtaining access to screening services to promote local economic development. The bill would create a more flexible framework for the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority to provide screening services on a cost recovery basis, supporting efforts to maintain an aviation system that is both secure and cost-effective.
Significant enhancements to increase the safety of the rail sector, to build a safer, more secure rail transportation system that Canadians trust. And as you all know, rail safety, as I've said it many, many times, is my #1 priority. The proposed modifications to the Railway Safety Act would mandate the installation of voice and video recorders to strengthen rail safety by providing objective data about crew actions leading up to and during a rail accident or incident. Beyond that, the requirement would also increase opportunities to analyze identified safety concerns to prevent accidents from occurring. This would not only require companies to install the recorders, it would also limit how the recorded data could be used within strict criteria. For instance, the Transportation Safety Board would have access to the recorded data for post-accident investigations. Transport Canada and railway companies would also have access to the data for proactive safety management and for following up on incidents and accidents not investigated by the Transportation Safety Board, but under specific conditions. The specific limits on the use of the data are designed to maximize the safety value of this technology while limiting its potential to infringe on employees' privacy rights. Madam Chair, Canada's freight rail system is critical to our economy. Bill C-49 would strengthen that system by enhancing its transparency, balance, and long-term efficiency. Let me highlight key examples. Under this bill, shippers could seek reciprocal financial penalties for breaches of their service agreements by the railways. They would have fair access to more timely processes for settling service and rate disputes, and more shippers would be eligible for the streamlined final arbitration process in particular. Further, new measures would ensure the agency offers shippers informal dispute resolution options as well as guidance. The bill would also introduce a new measure, long-haul interswitching, to give captive shippers across regions and sectors access to an alternative railway. Rates would be set based on comparable traffic, with the agency having discretion in determining comparability. The bill would modernize key grain measures like the maximum revenue entitlement to promote railway investments, and that's a key feature, and ensure that interswitching rates are updated regularly and compensate railways adequately. Further, Bill C-49 would enhance sector transparency by requiring large railways to report some performance, service, and rate data about their Canadian operations. Transport Canada would have the authority to publicly report rate trends. With these and other measures of this bill, we are taking important steps to ensure Canadians have the freight rail system they need now and in the years ahead. Madam Chair, these aren't the only ways that we propose to improve trade to global markets. Bill C-49 would also amend the Coasting Trade Act and the Canada Marine Act to enhance marine transportation and to allow access for marine-related infrastructure funding. Specifically, amendments to the Coasting Trade Act would allow all vessel owners to reposition their owned or leased empty containers between locations in Canada using vessels of any registry. This would support greater logistical flexibility for industry. In addition, modifications to the Canada Marine Act would permit Canada Port Authorities to access the Canada Infrastructure Bank loans and loan guarantees to support investments in key enabling infrastructure. In conclusion, I believe that this proposed legislation advances important actions that will help to bring Canada's transportation system into the 21st century, and ultimately, we do need a system to meet the demands of today's economy so that we can keep Canada's travelers and cargo moving efficiently and safely. Passage of this bill as soon as possible this fall would represent a critical milestone in achieving tangible improvements to our national transportation system that will benefit Canadians for decades to come. Thank you for your attention, and I now look forward to answering your questions. Merci.
Thank you very much, Minister Garneau. Appreciate you being here and you giving us such an overview. We'll move to our questions now with Ms. Raitt.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. I appreciate it. Congratulations to you and to the department for bringing forth this legislation. I think it's a good start, as you said at the beginning. And I have a couple of questions that have to do more or less with some of the stuff that may not have been pursued as far as I think we could have pursued it. And I'd just like to get your commentary on that. There are two in specific for this round of questions. The first has to do with the Bill of Rights, and the second one has to do with short-line rail. On the Bill of Rights, the CTA gave testimony that they will be looking to industry, consumer rights associations, Canadians, and the traveling public for consultation in developing their regs. I guess I'm concerned, Minister, that it doesn't say in here that they'll be consulting with CBSA or CATSA or NAV Canada or the other authorities that could conceivably add to a kind of a delay that may cause the airline to be subject to many complaints. Can I get brief comments on that? And then I have a question about the ability for CTA to bundle complaints together.
I'm sorry, the last part?
The last one has to do with Air Transat inquiry, of course, caught a lot of people's attention. And the only reason why the CTA could do this inquiry was because for international flights, they're allowed to self-initiate. They don't possess that for domestic flights. And I'm wondering what the thought process was not extending that kind of ability to the CTA in order to self-initiate inquiries that are dealing with domestic flights.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for your questions, or your two questions. There is no question that when the CTA begins its consultation process with the aim of coming up with a Charter of Rights for passengers, and as I've said many times before, if you buy a ticket for a particular flight, you are entitled to be able to take that flight unless it is beyond the control of that airline. And that will be very explicitly stated in the Bill of Rights. There are certain circumstances when we all recognize that sometimes weather can cause delays. We all recognize that there could be situations, for example, where air traffic control is having difficulties in terms of controlling all of the traffic, and this may result in delays. We all realize that there could be a security alert at an airport that immobilizes the normal operations of an airport. These will all be clearly stated so that we are focusing on situations where a right of a passenger has been infringed when it is within the control of the airline. So that will be very clearly pointed out. And there are many instances where that occurs, and I've highlighted some of those. So I can assure you that when the Consultations do take place, and they will take place broadly with all of the groups that are involved. We will very clearly identify what it means to be within the control and not within the control. On the question of the CTA, the situation that we looked at with respect to, if you like, own motion for the CTA, we decided that the current parameters that regulate how the CTA operates are good parameters, and that we will reserve the right to decide, and this is the Minister of Transport can make that decision, whether we want them to engage in additional inquiries, and that mechanism is perfectly satisfactory at this point, and that we will not change the role of the CTA in terms of its present mandate in order to ensure that we preserve its quasi-judicious role in terms of consumer protection. We feel that the way it's organized at the moment is perfectly acceptable.
Okay. Thank you. As well, one of the small niggling issues that was always a problem with the CTA, given specifically that because of your awareness campaign from your government, there are a lot more complaints to the CTA. And the CTA, I don't know if people understand this, have to deal with each of these on a one complaint at a time basis. It is incredibly time consuming. Every investigator has to pick up the phone and call about that specific complaint. But a lot of the times these complaints are actually very similar. You didn't allow the CTA to bundle them together in one complaint process in order to gather up all the different complaints originating from one incident. I'm wondering why if you could tell me why.
Well, you very clearly explained the way the situation exists at the moment. Yes, at the moment there is a mechanism for a passenger to make a complaint, but they have to know about that mechanism, and many passengers did not know about it or felt it was too onerous when they did know about it. And I thank the head of the CTA for highlighting this last fall. And yes, it led to more complaints because people became aware of the fact that there was a mechanism in place, a mechanism that sometimes took a long time and discouraged people from actually taking action. That's the whole purpose of the Charter of Rights, that there will be a clear set of regulations in place to identify the situations where a passenger's rights have been violated, and they will apply to all passengers. And there will be, I am certainly hoping, far less cases where passengers have to have recourse to the CTA, because the processes will be in place, they'll be clearly explained, they'll be in the English and French language, and they will be able to immediately deal with the airlines in a case like that, and that as a result of that, there will be less requirements for the CTA to get involved. And where the CTA does have to get involved, yes, there will be the recognition that those can apply to more than the person that is actually specifically lodging or having to deal with a complaint through the CTA.
Thank you very much, Mr. Now on to Mr. Fraser.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre, pour être là avec nous ce matin. I have 3 questions in only 6 minutes, so I'll dig right in. I do hear about the Air Passenger Bill of Rights at home. We've all experienced the irritants that you outlined during your remarks. How can the Air Passenger Bill of Rights ensure that the passengers who do experience these ordinary frustrations, and they are frustrating, how can we ensure that they have recourse to some kind of a positive outcome when their rights are infringed?
Well, that's the whole purpose. The whole purpose is to make them aware of their rights in clear language, and when they are aware of those rights, they will be able to immediately invoke their rights when they have been infringed, whether it's overbooking, whether it's other situations that are covered by the passenger rights. The whole purpose at the moment is to make sure that it's clear, it's in simple language, there are clearly identified compensations in the case where their rights have been infringed, and I think this is something that has been long awaited, and we're going to make it happen. And our hope is that it'll be in place in 2018, and that all passengers will be able to use them if their rights are infringed.
Another issue that I'm particularly interested in is the international ownership changes to 49%. I come from a part of the world, and my colleague Ms. Wright comes from the same part of the world, where a lot of people would love to travel and take a vacation, but can't afford it, quite frankly. Do you think this measure is going to bring the cost of air travel in Canada down, and do you think it's going to extend services to parts of Canada that do not have effective service today?
So for that, my hope is that the change in the rules of ownership from 25 to 49%, and to a lesser extent joint ventures, will actually end up in allowing the airlines to serve more communities at lower cost. So it's not just a question of trying to create the environment where new airlines are created, but that those airlines will actually, for competitive reasons, offer flight routes that are not presently served, and because there's a market for them to do it. So it's not just a question of bringing down the cost, it's also the hope that they are going to serve destinations at the moment that perhaps the bigger airlines are not currently serving.
And with the exemptions given to 2 airlines previously under more or less the same rules that are being implemented through Bill C-49, are you seeing action in that direction already?
Well, certainly we provided an exemption right away to Jetlines and Interjet to set themselves up, and they have been very active trying to seek out particular markets that they could serve, and in some cases from airports that are not presently served. I would encourage you to speak to them individually. Some of them will be launching in the months or years to come. And when this bill becomes a law, I'm hoping that in the future there will be others that will find that they can get the capital necessary to start their own operations. That's the whole purpose here.
And finally, we have about 2 minutes to go. I'm curious as to your thoughts, more generally speaking. This bill has a number of measures that impact efficiency in our national transportation system. We're dealing in an era of international trade. I find back home in Nova Scotia, it's a difficult conversation to have, to say these trade deals, these investments in a national transportation corridor are going to make government and the economy work for you, because that's what people care about. Could you perhaps elaborate on how some of the measures in C-49 are going to create jobs for the fishermen getting their product to market in my riding, for the manufacturers, for the farmers, and not just in my community, but communities like mine? How is this going to make a difference in the lives of the people that we represent?
You know, one of the things that I've found as a Minister of Transport that is important to communicate, because it's not well known, is how effectively your transportation system works. And that applies to all of the country, and it applies to all modes of transportation. It has an incredibly important effect on the economy of the country. How well we move, how efficiently we move from all parts of the country that have products that need to be moved has an incredibly important effect on the economy. I always talk about transport as being an economic portfolio, and some of my predecessors felt exactly the same way. So it is sometimes a challenge to explain that if you improve the transportation system, which we believe is certainly in part addressed in this bill, then you're actually going to improve the economy, and that ultimately will benefit all Canadians.
So as an example, when I look at some of the measures in marine transportation, both investments in ports and the ability to more effectively get empty containers to those ports, one of the big things that we're looking for is with the recent trade agreement with Europe, tariffs are coming off seafood. I have 2 coasts in my riding. Is this going to help fishermen get their product to market and get a bigger return and boost the economy in rural Nova Scotia?
Well, you give a good example. I mean, repositioning containers is an incredibly important part of the whole business of transporting products from a marine point of view. We all understand that we've seen the big container ships. They bring things loaded up with products. but they then have to go to another place to load up with others, but the containers aren't there. So the repositioning of those containers will definitely make the marine industry on the East Coast and our agreement with CETA and ultimately fishermen in Nova Scotia, I think it will benefit them as well.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Minister Garneau. We will now go on to Mr. Abane.
Présidente, Monsieur le Ministre, bonjour.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Minister. I have an omnibus question, just like your omnibus bill. And I'll have a short question. I'd like a short answer. With respect to the Bill of Rights, we've been discussing this for a year and a half. I've been talking about the rights that should be in this bill, in this charter. How is it that we get C-49 with philosophical intentions, but no real Bill of Rights that we can talk about? Thank you, sir. This is not an omnibus bill. 80% of what is in the bill has to do with transportation in Canada. 89%. This is not an omnibus bill. Secondly, as I very clearly explained, we decided to take the following approach with respect to a passenger Bill of Rights. We decided that a regulatory process would be far more effective. So instead of putting the contents of this Charter of Rights in the bill, we have mandated the Canadian Transport Agency to come up with a Bill of Rights, which would be subject to my approval at the end of the process, and then this would be made public. Please let me finish. This would be done by regulation. So if we decided in 3 years to adjust this Charter of Rights, we could do so far more simply by amending a regulation rather than being forced to go back to the House and change a bill. This is extremely important to understand. We never intended to put the contents of a Bill of Rights in C-49. We wanted to mandate the OTC, or rather the CTA, to do so, and this would make changes far easier in the future. Well, I understand that. When I say omnibus, I think we could have split it among the various forms of transport. Now, we'll get this in by 2018 if everything goes well. Now, the present European Bill of Rights is very effective. There was also a New Democrat bill. But there's nothing here that would give us really strict guidelines, because this is a consultation that would take place after royal assent. Well, the speed with which we pass this bill is really in your hands. I think it meets important needs in Canada, but it's really in your hands. You are a sovereign committee from the point of view of decisions regarding amendments, and I respect that. And our government clearly explained when we came to power that we would respect committee sovereignty. This said, I would say this. We've tried in this bill, and it's very important to stress this, we've tried to strike a balance among very complex things. We need a balance between passengers' rights and airlines. We need a balance between producers and the railways. And we need to find a balance between rail safety and privacy rights. Now, I believe that we have succeeded in striking this balance after vast consultations. So it's quite possible to identify a point in any of these areas and say, well, we might have done this differently. But I would ask you, as a committee member, to bear in mind that these are complex issues and we have tried to find a balance. Another subject. When the Commissioner of Competition a few years ago when he blocks a joint venture, I feel reassured. When I see in C49 that the Commissioner's authority is constrained to consultative powers, does this mean that you as Minister could go over the head of the Commissioner? Well, I can assure you that you will be protected vis-a-vis competition. As in other countries, such as the United States, we have the door open to the concept of joint ventures. It is of great interest to us, not only for global trade, but also for airlines and for the consumer, because it would reduce costs and prices. It would make the booking process more simple. So yes, we want to deal with competition, that's clear. But there are two other things we want to do. We want to take into consideration public interest for consumers and for airlines, which will be competing with other countries. And secondly, what we have right now is that if the Competition Commissioner decides he wants to look into a business, he can do it anytime he wishes without prior notice. And this in a climate.
We have a lot of questions by a lot of the other members. Mr. Badaway.
Chair and Minister, thank you for being here this morning. I do, and I'm quite pleased and quite excited actually that the priority that we've established through your leadership is that of balance, balancing safety along with value return within the business community, and really listening to those thoughts that have come from all sectors. One of the four pillars contained within the government's transportation strategic plan places a strong emphasis on trade corridors. A catalyst to better positioning Canada to capitalize on global opportunities, better positioning our nation and to highly perform globally. We get that, but I want to dig a bit deeper, especially in respect to the question that Mr. Fraser asked. We want to ensure a disciplined asset management plan, both operating capital. We want to in turn develop a stronger trade-related asset, rail, marine, road, air, that will coordinate and contribute to support Canada's international competitiveness and then therefore trade and prosperity. So we see C49 as a component of that, there's no question. In your own words, how do you see C49 building itself into the overall strategic plan, Transportation 2030, and then ultimately being a mechanism, becoming more of a mechanism to better be able to implement that overall strategy?
Thank you, Mr. Badaway, for your question. And as I mentioned, and I think I emphasized in my opening remarks, C49 is a first step because, as you know, Transportation 2030, which I outlined about a year ago, is much broader than simply the measures that are contained in C49. The C49 measures are an important first step that address a number of particularly important matters. The Charter of Rights for passengers is long awaited and has not been done in the past. Modernization of freight rail, I can't emphasize how important that is. Improving safety on our railway systems. There are still too many derailments that are occurring. We need to improve that. But as you know, there were 5 themes in Transportation 2030. One of them was the air passenger experience, but we also talked about green transportation. We talked about innovative transportation. We talked about safety, and it's all the forms of transportation, many of which are not addressed in Bill C-49. So there is still much more work to do, and that is part of our ongoing work with respect to achieving the aims of Transportation 2030. So there will be more projects that will be coming forward. A simple example is that we have heard from air passengers that it takes too long to go through security at airports. That is still very much something that is certainly on my mind, and it is part of the traveler experience. We've heard of the need that we need to make transportation greener in this country, and this is a commitment of our country. There will be more on those as we go along as part of our mandate.
I wanted to touch on something that I think Ms. Raitt was trying to touch on, but she ran out of time, and that is the impact of C-49 on short-line railways. We heard a lot about, and from my past experience in my former life, recognize that it can be somewhat challenging both in operating and the capital side of short-line railways to really augment or to be a part of the overall transportation system, especially working in tandem with the main lines. How will C-49 and or any regulations that might come out of this process or recommendations that might come out of this process contribute to the overall health of our short-line railways?
So short-line railways in this country, and there are about 20 that come under federal control, and there are about 30 that come under provincial control, and they carry products in this country. I think the total of rail transportation by short lines is at 12%. We did consult the short lines in the development of C-49, and their input is reflected. They are not subject to long-haul interswitching orders or the new data requirements as they were considered too burdensome for them. Many of the concerns raised by short-line associations relate to infrastructure investment and are beyond the scope of Bill C-49. What I'm saying is that the short-line railways don't have the funding, the capital, the deep pockets that the Class 1 railways have. And they are mostly concerned about that, and that is not addressed in C-49. Short lines are eligible, on the other hand, to apply for funding under the National Trade Corridors Initiative that was announced in July 2017. However, it's true to say that projects involving regional short lines tend to be to rehabilitate them rather than to debottleneck. So it's a little bit of a challenge from them. But we are looking at short lines. We realize that they're an important element of the railway system. They're just not covered specifically in Bill C-49.
Much on to Mr. Hardy.
Chair, good morning, Mr. Minister. First, I think that you and staff hopefully have been able to absorb what we've heard from the various witnesses, because invariably they're saying this is a major step. You know, we're accomplishing things here that some people have been waiting a long, long time to see. And each one has said, well, there's some things that we'd like to improve. So, you know, I think a sweet spot has somehow been touched here. In the fullness of time, you will hear a little bit more about the long-haul interswitching, you know, the nearest transfer point versus the most competitive one. We'll hear about the exclusion of soy from the maximum revenue entitlement, the ownership of records for the LVVR systems, and the timeliness of data and how long, you know, it's going to take to get everybody up to speed to be able to provide that data to, you know, bring in the transparency. So you'll hear all of that later on. With respect to the Air Passenger Bill of Rights, I mean, I've spent my time, you know, on airplanes back and forth to my riding in Fleetwood Port Kells in BC. And, you know, if I'm sitting on a tarmac or I'm sitting on top of a rocket, I don't care if it takes a little longer. I want it to be safe. And so, you know, obviously there's a balance there that we have to consider. But notwithstanding the fact that a lot of the focus has been on the airlines, have also been delayed because ground crews aren't available at an airport. You know, that's not a safety issue, it's an operational glitch. And I'm just wondering if we look at the all-of experience scenario for passengers, whether or not the focus on the airline solely is fair and balanced, given that some of the other players can also contribute, you know, operationally, not necessarily safety or weather or act of God, but just simply not working very well to the delays and problems that air passengers face. Is there a sense that we can include that in the mix?
My aim, certainly with the Charter of Rights for passengers, is to address the situations where it is within the airline's control. You brought up an example. I had brought up a few more before in answering Ms. Wright's question about weather, air traffic control problems, security alerts, those kinds of things. If there are go-slows, for example, with respect to baggage handling, getting the stuff on the plane so the plane can leave on time. Those are all factors that will be brought out in the discussions that will occur between the CTA as it consults in determining the Charter of Rights. But it is, again, if I can use the word balanced, it is an objective of this to come up with something that clearly addresses passenger rights, but it is also fair to the airlines. We're not here to pick on the airlines. We're here to make sure that passenger rights are respected. You buy a ticket for a flight. If it was a decision that was within the control of the airline that prevented you from taking that flight, there needs to be compensation.
Got it. In the various testimony that we've heard, and it's amazing how quickly this week has gone, 10 hours a day of witnesses, and it's flown by because we've heard a lot of really interesting stuff. And, we understand that, being able to ship something is critical to the economy. So our shippers are really, a huge catalyst for the wealth and the well-being of Canada. At the same time, the transportation system is the enabler. It makes a lot of these things happen. And everybody seems to acknowledge that each side, between the shippers and the transport system, they need to be healthy. They acknowledge that. But you see the tension that everybody seems to be operating under enlightened self-interest, and it falls continuously to government to be the referee, to try and achieve that balance. Is there any thought in the grand scheme of things, as we look forward to 2030 and all the rest of it, to somehow trying to create a new sense of collaboration between the parties rather than just everybody pulling for their own side?
It's a very interesting point, and I should point out that some shippers and railway in their interactions work under contractual arrangements that they're both very happy with. We're trying to make the system as efficient as possible, and some people will say historically we haven't gotten this right for, 150 years. There's a huge amount of history involved here, and this is the attempt by this government, after a great deal of consultation, to get it right. Now, you may hear from the shippers, and they may say, we're happy with this, but it would be even better if we did this. And you'll hear from the railways likewise. This is a bill that I think achieves a balance, which I think is going to be to the advantage of both shippers and the railways overall. And I can't emphasize how much thought we gave to it before actually coming out with the specific recommendations. Yes, it would be great if we didn't have to invoke measures such as final offer arbitration, if service level agreements were not needed, if reciprocal penalties were not needed. These are measures that are in place, which hopefully will not be used, but they're there to ensure that we have a fair system for both sides.
Thank you very much, Minister Garneau. Sorry, Mr. Hardy, your time is up. On to Mr. Chong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister, for appearing in front of committee. Minister, I think we would all agree that the privatization of Air Canada in the 1980s and the subsequent privatization of Canadian National in the 1990s, along with the deregulation of parts of the transport system and allowing commercial forces to play a greater role in that system, has been successful, better for consumers and customers and better for companies. So what I don't understand is why the government didn't move in Bill C-49 in that direction for the movement of grain. We've had an ongoing crisis in the grain handling industry. This is not new. We had one in 2013, 2014 under the previous Conservative government. There was one in 2001 under a previous Liberal government. And the crisis is only going to get worse. In fact, projections are that the amount of grains and oilseeds produced in Canada is going to continue to increase as a result of advances in crop science and in techniques. And both the June 2001 report, which was commissioned by a Liberal government, and the February 2016 report commissioned by a Conservative government, both recommended that we move towards a commercial grain handling system and that we lift over a period of time the maximum revenue entitlements. So maybe you could tell this committee why the government didn't move on those recommendations in this bill, particularly in light of the fact that 2 reports now have recommended that the government move on it, particularly in light of the fact that we've had a number of crises in the grain handling industry over the last 2 decades, and particularly in light of the fact that it's only going to get worse going forward as production continues to increase.
I certainly hope that production does increase in the years to come. And the simple answer to your question is because it's a very complex matter, but I would remind you that we have amongst the lowest rates in the world with respect to the movement of grain. That's a tribute to the efficiency with which our railways are moving. Now, I can cite to you many sources that will say we shouldn't have touched the MRE at all in this bill. And we have because we were conscious of the fact that we needed to provide investment incentives for the railways. The railways need to upgrade and replace their rolling stock on a continuous basis in order to be able to continue to deliver goods to ports across this country. So we did make changes to the MRE. Some shippers said to us they would like to leave the MRE exactly the way it is, and as you point out, others would like to do away with it completely. It is a complex matter, and we have tried to achieve the proper balance. And as a final comment, I would agree with you that privatizing Air Canada and CN, as we did, was a very good idea and was a very positive step, and we're almost 100% there. There are still a few vestiges left of government control, but we've generally gone in a very positive direction with those decisions.
Well, thank you, Minister, for that answer. But with respect, I think the best investment incentive that you could provide to the industry to ensure the capacity is there, particularly during peak times, to move grain to Tidewater is to move to a system where commercial forces can play a much greater role. I think that that's the one big flaw in this bill that has not been addressed. I think we will be revisiting, in a crisis situation, the fact that Western Canadian grain farmers cannot get their grain to Tidewater when they need to. And I think that that's the major flaw in this bill. I applaud you for the other initiatives that you've taken in this bill, but this is clearly an issue. It's not an issue that's new. It's been an issue that's been around for the better part of 2 decades. We have 2 reports now, one commissioned by a Conservative government, one commissioned by a Liberal government, that have both concluded that the government should lift the maximum revenue entitlements, move the system slowly and gradually to a commercial basis to address this fundamental problem. In the 2001 report, it says, and I quote, that the failure to move quickly enough to a system where commercial forces are allowed to work resulted in a crisis in the grain industry and moving grain. And the same conclusions were made in the report that David Emerson was involved with in February of last year. And so we know what the root problem is, and C-49 does not address it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, thank you for your question. I should remind everybody here, for those who don't know, that not all grain movement is subject to the MRE. And I do thank the government, the previous government, and particularly the Minister of Transport who is here, the previous Minister of Transport, for commissioning the Emerson report. We think it provided an enormous amount of very useful input for the government's consideration. Once again, on the issue of the MRE was put in place specifically for grain. If you look at how grain has moved in the past 3 years, since the very disastrous situation that exists in 2013 and 2014, I think you'll find that it has moved efficiently. And I was very proud of the way CN and CP moved grain last year, which was not a record year, but very close to a record year. We think that the provisions that have been put in place, taken as a whole, will continue to allow grain to move efficiently to our ports for export. So we're satisfied that we've achieved the right balance, including with the MRE.
That's it. Your time is up. I'd just like, before I go on to Mr. Secan, just for the information of the committee, thank you to Ms. Raitt. We've just been notified that Arnold Chan, our Member of Parliament from Scarborough, has died. So, anyway, so he was a member that we all very much respected and appreciated, and it was a great sadness that I have to give you that announcement. So. Take a deep breath, and I'm sure all of us will send our sympathies out to his wife and family. So, all right. As parliamentarians, we're back to work. But Mr. Secan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister, for being here and taking our questions. You've repeatedly mentioned how rail safety is your #1 concern and priority. Now, I'd like to express a concern of mine to you before starting my line of questioning. In 1979, Mississauga saw one of North America's worst rail disasters. In fact, it was, I believe, the largest peacetime evacuation up until 2005 in New Orleans. Now, Mississauga is a very different place, and we have freight going through there every single day. In fact, it actually carries on into my colleague's riding, Lisa Raid's. And I'm concerned that if there's a disaster now, the number of people that are in Mississauga, it'd be quite a devastating disaster. I'd like to know what Transport Canada has done to address fatigue in regards to rail.
Thank you, Mr. Secan. The issue of fatigue is one that applies to not only railways but also to airlines and the marine industry. And we are currently studying the issue of fatigue as it applies to railway engineers and conductors. We are seized with this issue because we think that it is a contributing factor that we need to take into account to improve safety in general. So we are currently in the midst of evaluating that. We recently came out with crew duty days and fatigue regulations in Canada Gazette 1 for pilots. We will be doing the same thing for the rail industry. Having said that, we are taking other measures, and we are reviewing the Railway Safety Act. We have brought in a number of measures since Lac Mégantic, which of course was an absolutely catastrophic accident that needed a lot of remedies to address it. But fatigue is being studied at the moment with respect to the railway industry.
And so we've heard a lot of testimony in regards to LVVRs. How do you think that'll help move, as I refer to it, the safety yardstick a bit further?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear can you?
How do you think the use of LVVRs on rail will help increase safety?
Thank you. I believe very firmly that having the presence of a video and voice recorder on board locomotives will definitely contribute to improved safety. As you know, the Transportation Safety Board has been arguing with Transport Canada and the Government of Canada for a number of years on the absolute necessity to put such recorders in, so that at the very least they have available information, critical information, when they decide that they are going to investigate an incident or an accident. It's also important, Transport Canada, Transport Safety Board doesn't always investigate every accident or incident, so it is important for us at Transport Canada to have information as well when we decide to do it. But we're also arguing proactively for the use under very controlled, random conditions of data from these video recorders to improve safety in general. If we have concerns about practices that could jeopardize safety, we want to stay on top of that. I can't tell you at which point, to what point I consider railway safety to be important. When we're talking about, in some cases, trains that can approach 2 miles in length with thousands of tons moving on our railway lines, the potential for something dangerous or catastrophic happening is there. And so we need to take every single measure possible to do it. But we will do it whilst ensuring that privacy rights are respected.
And just following up on that last point, do you think privacy concerns were adequately considered?
Yes, in the bill we point out how we need to address those, but as you know, the bill will trigger a process to make the regulations concerning LVVRs and will specify the specific privacy considerations that need to be taken into account. For example, only certain people will have access to the data. For example, there will be a recorded log of all access to the data. So measures of that nature will ensure that privacy is respected.
Thank you.
Mr. Godin.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Ministre, d'être.
Thank you, Minister, for appearing this morning. We all want to draft legislation to improve Canadians' daily lives. I believe that that is your goal in C49. Now, I'm going to borrow my NDP colleague's expression and say that from what I understand of this bill, there is a certain philosophy, but I want us to go further. Now, I'm going to get concrete here. You're bringing in a bill that would have the CTA, or rather, which would have the competition, the CTA deal with the Passenger Bill of Rights. Now, sincerely, I believe that the bill is very broad in scope. But my impression, Minister, is that we're saving time. I want Canadians, when they still see the tabled bill and then the passed legislation, I want Canadians to be able to say, here we have improved the quality of life, but I don't see this in your bill. Well, I'm not going to belabor the point that when you're talking about punting issues forward, I'm not going to talk about that. But why we took the approach we did is that it's far better to be flexible and have the flexibility in the future to change the Charter of Rights if necessary, if it's implemented through regulations rather than having to amend a bill, which is far more burdensome, as you know. So it provides that flexibility. And I would add something else. The Canadian Transport Agency deals with passenger complaints. They know the area, and it is the organization which is best placed to bring in this Charter of Passenger Rights. Minister, if you're saying that the CTA is best positioned to deal with this, Now, you as a minister, as an individual, the Honourable Minister of Transport, Marc Garneau, that's your intention. But in the bill, you give authority to the minister. You give the minister the discretion. You give the minister the power to go back to the House of Commons to have something validated. How am I to understand this? Well, you can understand it as a Minister of Transport who takes this responsibility seriously. But, Minister, legislation is above individuals. It is a framework, and it gives reference points to create rules and regulations to make sure that there is no privilege, that things are impartial, and that it always reflects existing legislation. So how can you reassure me here? Now, I do have trust in the present minister, in yourself, but we know that ministers change. Well, you know that Transport Canada is probably, I can't say this with total certainty, but is probably the department which has the greatest responsibility for bringing in regulations. This is a very technical department, and regulations regarding transportation is complex, but it's something we are used to doing at the department. The way in which C-49 is written, where it expresses what we want to do, but it gives the Canada Transport Agency the responsibility for ensuring this. And it will be responsible for the Charter of Passenger Rights, and I believe that the majority of Canadians will say, yes, here's a charter that does reflect the philosophy in C-49. Now, our department will have the last word on what is proposed. Madam Chair, do I have any more time? Minister, again, and very quickly, the bill that we're presently studying, at least according to my reading of it, doesn't have enough teeth. It's more for show. Now, here are three things that I took from the bill with respect to the Charter of Rights. There are no rules. We have a bill. We can act, but we're going to give the responsibility to the Canada Transport Agency. Joint ventures. We're sort of creating a framework and saying now it's 49%, but it's the minister that will have the authority in this area. So what's the legislation for? Third, railways. We're asking that people be able to determine what's going on with railways online. Now, with all due respect, Minister, I think that this bill avoids these issues and is simply for show. I believe this bill will accomplish many things that needed to be accomplished for some time. You think that everything should be in the legislation, or that the minister and the minister should never have discretion? There are many ministers in the government who have a certain discretion, and there's a reason for that. And the reason behind this is established for some time. I think we accept the fact, Canadians accept the fact, that we need legislation and regulations, but that in certain cases you need a minister's discretion. And this is the case with some of the measures in this bill. Mr. Minister, you say that the government's discretion, the present government's discretion makes me a little nervous. Now, what is there?
No opportunity for a response.
remercie de vous être prêté.
Well, Minister, I want to thank you for appearing here, and please be assured that this approach is constructive in the interest of Canadians, but we have to get beyond politics and partisanship. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Garneau, recently you came and made an announcement about airports. Now, Air Canada has the flights to Montreal. There is no competition, and it's very expensive. This can cost up to over $2,000 to get from Rouyn-Noranda to Ottawa. So there's no healthy competition. Now, in your bill, in C-49, you say that the power for joint ventures between airlines will be there, even if the Competition Bureau thinks that competition will be weakened and that consumers will be hurt. But you seem to be ignoring passengers' concerns, and you have a bill that will sacrifice the jobs of a couple of thousand employers in Quebec in order to give this responsibility to the Competition Bureau. We know that Air Canada has been in contact with your government to discuss the legislation regulating joint ventures, international joint ventures. But in the case of Air Canada, is it pushing your government to go beyond the Commissioner and beyond passengers' rights? Because we feel that Air Canada lobbyists seem to think they can count on your support. Why should we take away the Competition Commissioner's power? Thank you for your question. And when you mentioned competition, in the Rouyn-Noranda, Ottawa or Montreal leg, I would think that foreign ownership, an increase in foreign ownership might help competition and might help to provide better service to these underserved areas. Secondly, with respect to joint ventures, it seems you think that it's just Air Canada, and also you seem to be under the impression that they were defying the Competition Bureau, and that's not at all the case. I clearly explained that we would constantly bear in mind a public interest and what's good for consumers, and that is the main reason we're doing this. But if, at the same time as public interest, I must also, as Minister of Transport, work closely with the Commissioner of the Bureau of Competition. Now, this is clearly explained in the bill. Canadian Airlines, well, we want Canadian Airlines to be prosperous and competitive with the airlines of other countries. Now, all we're doing is to do what other countries do because it's good for Canada. Competition will not be neglected.
A 3-minute round there. On to Ms. Reid.
Minister, as I said, I wanted to talk a little bit about short line rail, and I'm glad that my colleague, Mr. Badaway, had brought it up as well. But what I wanted to do is I wanted to quote something to you from David Emerson's testimony on Monday, which I think is important since he did author, or he chaired the commission that took a look at everything. What he said was, in response to a question from Mr. Brassard, is that it's a very serious problem, meaning short-line rail funding, and if we don't deal with it, it's either going to force everybody onto the roads in trucks, or we're going to have to fix the problem, probably when it's very late in the day and maybe ineffective. And Mr. Murad Al-Khatib, who also sat on the committee, he weighed in on it as well, too. And what he said is that the establishment of with respect to short line rail, it's the very essential element of interconnectivity. The rail lines with consolidation go to the main lines, and the decentralization of short lines is essential for rural economic development in this country. So the question was whether or not there'll be something forthcoming on short line rail. I note that you had said in your beginning that this C-49 is a first step, and I'm wondering if you can give us some comfort whether or not we're going to see a package of reforms that focus on the undercapitalization of short line rail or a national rail plan from you in the coming years.
Thank you for the question, and I won't repeat what I said. I was specifically asked about short line rail, and I gave my explanation with respect to that. And yes, indeed, we're looking at the situation, and there the challenge is with respect to infrastructure. They are not as they don't have the deep pockets that the Class 1 railways have, and yet they do are an important part of the railway system. 12% by my calculations, and some of them are federally regulated. I have an enormous amount of respect for David Emerson. I can tell you that I used to work for David Emerson in life before politics. Yeah. I have a huge amount of respect, and he spent a great deal of time with 4 other members coming up with a first-rate document, which is the review of the Canada Transportation Act. Again, thank you for making that happen. That document, having said that, carries with it 60 recommendations that cover the vast field of the Canada Transportation Act, and it is there as a document to advise us and for our consideration. It is not policy in itself. We as a government have to make the decisions with respect to what we implement as policy. But I can tell you it has been a very, very important input. And yes, I'm aware of what David said with respect to short lines, and we are looking at that issue at the moment, and we'll see what comes out of that.
Another topic that Mr. Emerson talked about was governance at airports and ports, and I found that to be an interesting part of his report as well. And he actually, in response to a question that Mr. Fraser had put to another witness, weighed in on whether or not ports and airports should have access to this infrastructure bank. And what he said I thought was important. He said, there is an inadequate governance when it comes to port or airport authorities entering into business in competition with their own tenants. And so, frankly, I wouldn't give them any more access to money until you clean that up. Do you have any plans of cleaning up the governance at airports and ports, and do we have a problem?
I would not characterize it as cleaning up. I would say to you that as part of our Transportation 2030 policy strategy, we are looking at all aspects related to transportation, and I do not rule out the concept of examining certain parts of the governance of our airports and ports. Having said that, I would say that by and large our ports and airports work very well in this country. There's always the possibility to make improvements, and we're open to considering other ways of improving that.
One last one. And on the topic of the cameras in the cabs, quick story. My very first day on the job that you now hold, that I was honored to hold for a while, I was told I had to have an emergency meeting with a major rail line in the country, which I did. The very first topic that they brought up to me, Minister, was the notion of having these cameras in the cab. It was something that took a lot of my time and energy over the last 2 years. But I was always troubled by one particular issue, and I don't have clarity from your C-49, and it has to do with the utilization of this information for purposes other than safety management. Your speech is clear. Your speech says very clearly that this is about safety management, proactive safety management. That's what the tapes are going to be for. But rail companies and transport officials this week in testimony indicated that the tapes could also be used for discipline, which is where I have concerns. So can you help me understand whether or not we are going to be allowing CN&CP and any other rail company who puts the cameras in the cabs to utilize them for non-safety related disciplinary purposes?
The purpose of the LVVR legislation is not to conduct discipline with respect to employees. It is related to safety. And I think I'm very clear on that. And it is a tool that is important to increase safety. The TSB would like to have it. In some cases where the TSB doesn't investigate incidents or accidents, Transport Canada would like to have access to that data. And in certain very prescribed situations dealing with safety management where we're concerned about the possibility of unsafe practices, under controlled conditions with random selection and privacy rights taken into account, there will be access to this data under very controlled conditions.
Very much, Minister Garneau. Our next speaker will be Mr. Graham, and I have to acknowledge, Mr. Graham, you had a very close relationship with our colleague Arnold Chan in the House leadership. If you want to take a moment of your time to acknowledge that, I believe the committee would welcome that.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to take a moment to acknowledge the immense contribution to this place of my close friend and our colleague Arnold Chan. I know that he would want us to focus on our work, to move forward with what we need to do. When I visited him just a few days ago, his concern was not about himself, but rather how everyone else was doing. He knew where he was going and wanted to make sure that the rest of us were going to be able to carry on. He wanted to know what was happening here, to discuss our work and procedure in House Affairs, where we sat together, to pick up on the most recent gossip from around the Hill. He loved this place, he lived this place, and of course, being Arnold, he apologized profusely between laboured breaths that he would probably not be able to join us at caucus the following day or in the House this fall. On behalf of all of us here, I want to send my best to Jean and their 3 sons. We are with you at this difficult time, and to Arnold, we will remember to follow our hearts and to use our heads. And as we do, you, Arnold, will always be with us.
Appropriate if the committee would indulge that we have a moment of silence for that. Thank you very much, Mr. Graham. Thank you all very much. All right. Thank you. Okay.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre Garneau, pour ce pas significatif.
Thank you, Minister, for this positive step in the area of transportation. We know that C49 is a positive step, but I'd like some clarifications. Now, we had a report in Mont-Tremblant. The traffic is seasonal in this area. We are not getting foreign flights because it's over $1,000, $4,000. Can you tell us what are the recovery costs for CATSA, for small airports that are essential to the survival of places like mine? Thank you for your question, Mr. Graham. And I know that file when I was in the opposition. There was the Tremblant International Airport, and we talked about there would be a Canada Service, Border Service Agency services for chartered flights that were arriving, mostly American passengers. What I could say is that Bill C-49 addresses an increase of refundable costs for airports that want this service, because it will help to expand the airport. And there are small airports in Quebec and elsewhere and who want this service, but they're not designated airports. So it's available. It has been available for some time, in fact, but What is new is that the big airports, and the example is Toronto, will be paying for additional CATSA services in order to expedite the security process. So this bill would increase CATSA services in airports who want it. This is not a bill which deals with removing what already exists. Thank you. Now, with respect to rail, we heard witnesses say that they were worried about C-49 might see the end of certain services. Now, we like to see what's in C-49 as a way of improving competition. We can already extend certain rights to other companies. Are these operation rights something we will see in the future? Bill C-49 does not address the question of these links. A company can remove a certain link within a period of 60 days. This is not addressed in C-49. Unless there was an active service so that the level of service might be affected. But in many cases, the links that railway companies decide to remove haven't been used for some years, and it costs money for them to maintain them. So no, it's not addressed in C-49. But I would say that if there is an existing link, and if it's being used at the present time, it means it's in the interest of Class 1 railways to maintain it, because it would give greater, would help with commercial transport. Are you talking about running rights? The question of running rights is that it bears, to a certain extent, on the matter of expropriation. If a short-distance railway stops serving other railways, it means that this is the use of a resource that doesn't belong to them, these short-line railways. Now, VIA travels with only 3% of the rail VIA uses belongs to them, but they do have an agreement with other rail companies, and this is something that can be negotiated, but it's not something that is you can take for granted. And another question.
The LHI exemptions. I noticed that restricted dimensional loads, and you might refer to your staff for these ones, are only exempt on flat cars. Intermodal is only exempt on flat cars, but intermodal usually runs on deep well cars, and heavy dimensionals are often in Schnabel cars or other specialized equipment. So why is the restriction only for flat cars? And in the same vein, why are toxic insulation hazard substances exempt but not other special dangerous or highly dangerous hazmats?
I'm going to turn to my officials for the first part of your question. I have to compliment you on your detailed knowledge of this bill. On the issue of dangerous goods, the decision was taken with respect to transporting materials that could involve toxic gases, and the LHI exclusion is based on the fact that one wants to minimize the handling. Now, your point is that there are other dangerous goods. The decision was taken that at this point we would restrict it to toxic inhalation materials. It's something that certainly could be looked at, but at the moment that was our primary concern. We recognize that there are other dangerous materials as well. On some of the lines that are very congested and where there's lots of traffic, and there are dangerous inhalation products. We want to minimize the chances of accidental releases, which do unfortunately happen in the present circumstances. But on the issue of your other question, perhaps I could refer it.
Sorry, our time has expired.
Short comment on that, because I don't want to take away from the other's question.
The answer is actually quite simple. The legislation only refers to dimensional loads. It doesn't specify what kind of car they would be carried on. So dimensional loads could apply in others. It's really to show where the challenge is. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Ms. Moore is up, but she's had to exit for a moment, so we're going to go to Mr. Fraser, and then we will go back to Ms. Moore.
Perfect. Thank you. I didn't think I'd be so lucky to get a second round of questions, so I always appreciate the opportunity. Following up on the issue of the application of the infrastructure bank to ports, when we had Mr. Emerson here, he did express some concerns about the governance structure before money is made available to ports. In a conversation following the meeting, he acknowledged the involvement of the private sector would likely lead to some improved accountability. I'm curious on the issue of engaging the private sector through the infrastructure bank in the Port Authority. Is this going to either improve governments or allow us to, and my main concern here, is to make the most of every federal dollar to expand our port infrastructure to get our goods to market?
Yes, as you know, the infrastructure bank has an important component that's related to transportation, and we felt that at the moment that's not something that's accessible to our Canadian port authorities, and our Canadian port authorities as the incoming and outgoing terminals of trade for this country are extremely important. So we just wanted to give them an additional tool so that in some cases where there was a good business case, they could leverage the capability that would be available when the Canada Infrastructure Bank is in place. We felt this was good for ports that are continuing to grow in terms of their business. Some of the ports in this country are continuing to expand, and so we want to help that process.
On the issue of short-line railroads, we heard a number of witnesses, though it didn't specifically necessarily relate to provisions included in Bill C-49, talk about the economic importance of short-line railroads to their communities, representing an area that's defined by small towns and rural communities in a province that's really only served by short-line infrastructure. I'm curious as to whether the rail corridor funding available through your portfolio would potentially help short-line railroads accomplish what they need to ensure they're serving these smaller communities.
If you're referring to the National Trade Corridors Fund, yes, they're eligible to apply for funding under it. And as you know, on the 5th of September, we closed the first call for expressions of interest from across the country. I know that there were hundreds. I'm looking forward to seeing them. I think the challenge, to be totally frank with you, with the short-haul railways is not so much that they, because the basis on which the Trade Corridors Fund is based is to remove bottlenecks. I think their primary challenge is maintenance of their infrastructure, which is not quite the same thing. So that is a challenge from that point of view, and as I say, Transport Canada is looking at that as a separate matter at this particular point in time.
There's a number of different items that, as you mentioned, you said the shippers will say, we like this, maybe we could have that. The rails might say something similar. One of the issues that I heard thematically amongst most of the shippers and some producers as well is the need for enhanced data. If we're going to be able to make real-time decisions in real time, we need full information to do that. If we were to say tinker with the measures impacting data, is this going to potentially upset what you described as a fairly fine balance in the legislation as between shippers, railways, and producers in getting goods efficiently to market and allowing everyone to make money?
It's a very good point that you bring up, and it's an important one to take into consideration. And in addition, the very crucial importance of a greater amount of shared data. It has been a complaint from shippers in the past that in the establishment of rates for transportation, that they felt they needed more insight into some of the data from the railways. We recognize that, and since we're coming up with a process whereby, for example, in LHI, the determination by the Canadian Transportation Agency of comparable rates so that we are providing competitive rates to the railways requires us to have a certain amount of information which is not available at the moment, so that we can set those. And that involves actually having waybill information, and this is crucial to the whole thing. Now, in terms of making that public, though, we do recognize that there are sensitivities with respect to the operations of the railways, and the data will be made public, but in aggregate form, so that we are respecting the need to, from a competitive point of view, not to put everything on the table.
One of the other issues that Mr. Emerson raised while he was here was the notion that transportation is not a one-time project in Canada. We must seek continued improvement. We've heard from a few witnesses that implementing a mandatory periodic review into the legislation would be a helpful thing. Is this something that you think would be helpful, or do you think the power to initiate a review from the ministry is as effective?
Yeah, I don't think we need to put it in the legislation. It's the responsibility of all governments to continuously review a situation to see if they can make it better, if there are flaws that were not anticipated. So I think the mechanisms are there. They don't need to be in the legislation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Moore, are you ready to go, or would you like me to hold it down a little bit longer for you?
Oui, si c'est possible, j'aimerais poser des questions.
Yes, I'd like to ask a question. Minister, in your bill, you claim that there will be a charter of right for passengers to protect them against the abuses of airlines. Will there be clear, precise things saying what the airline will owe the passenger if there is a problem? Well, the amounts will be established by the Canadian Transport Agency, but I can tell you that these are amounts of money which will clearly show that if a passenger's right has been infringed or violated, and it was the fault of the airline, this amount of money will be sufficient to the point that airlines will not want to do this on a regular basis. And do you have any idea of how you're going to go about making passengers aware of this when there are flights canceled, etc., or something happens, because passengers might not necessarily be aware of their rights? What is your strategy to make sure that all passengers know about this and that they're not caught up in bureaucratic formalities? Well, it's important that passengers be aware of their rights, and I think when this comes out, passengers will learn about this in the media and will be well informed. It will, when you buy a ticket, you will be provided with information, especially if you do it online. There will be, it will be described clearly in French or in English what your rights are and what it means to infringe rights. But you have no communication strategy, any particular strategy? Well, I'm sure that when we finalize all this and implement the Charter, we will have a communication strategy in order to make sure Canadians are well informed. And the information will be available when a person buys their ticket. Will If the NDP presents amendments to improve the bill, will your government be open if we want to clarify compensation measures for passengers and what happens in cases of overbooking in order to limit the way passengers can see their rights infringed? Would you accept this sort of amendment to improve your bill? Will you be working in a spirit of cooperation? Well, that's why we're doing this through regulation, so that we can make changes when necessary. We'll be able to change the regulation instead of having to go back to the House and change the bill. Regulations will describe the Charter of Rights, and if there needs to be a change to the Charter of Rights, we'll have far more flexibility to make those changes. With respect to overbooking, do you have a precise plan, or is this something that will be done by regulation as well? Because it seems to be an increasing problem, especially in Canada, where destinations are covered by 2 or 3 flights a day. Now, this can lead to a delay of 12 hours. So what about these cases of overbooking? What is your plan with respect to overbooking? Will you do this by regulation, or what are you going to do? Yes, there will be a regulation. It will be clear. It will describe the compensation for cases of overbooking when it's the fault of the airline. We've been saying that since the beginning. But at the present time, it only provides for financial compensation, no measures of protection where people have bought a ticket, and the fact that they have to travel later leads to major consequences. There are no measures of protection for people who are forced off a plane. For example, missing a funeral or some other major event. Well, that's exactly why we're bringing in a Charter of Rights, which will clearly describe the compensation for situations such as that. And I should perhaps add that it is required of the airline that they make another reservation for the passenger, so the passenger will have a new flight, but also compensation, and that will be significant compensation.
Mr. Badaway.
Madam Chair. And I have to say, it's been an enjoyable process, as I said earlier, because not only do we deal with C-49 and, of course, how that's going to enhance the overall transportation strategy, Transportation 2030, but what we also sort of accrued over the last few days was, I'll use the word residual discussion, dialogue, and then therefore objectives. When we spoke about asset management and how, in fact, overall within the Transportation 2030 recommendations, and of course the movement of that and how it's going to breathe, how it then lends itself to integrating our distribution and logistics system, how the integration of transportation between the 4 methods of transportation, whether it be road, rail, water, or air, come together closer. When we look at the Emerson report and now bringing it into a manner of being pragmatic and really taking on some of those recommendations that Mr. Emerson had recommended. And of course, with that is the smaller. I won't say smaller in terms of size, but I'll say because they won't recognize the Emerson report, how we have to now bring them into the bigger picture, like short line railways. And it will be my intent today to actually ask for a report to then proceed with recommendations, working together, all of us together as we have been for the last few days, to look at short lines as becoming a larger part of the overall integration of those transportation methods. But I have to zero in on one question to you, Minister, because, and I fully respect the efforts that all governments in the past have attempted with respect to the Passenger Bill of Rights. And I have to ask the question, one, how it evolved, and two, most importantly, and I know the NDP put a motion or a PMB forward in the last session, but how does the Passenger Bill of Rights from the previous approaches and the previous dialogue that we had with the industry proposed now, how does it differ? How does it differ from the PMBs and the discussion of the past members of Parliament, past parliaments? How is this approach now different and going to be more pragmatic, workable, and of course advantageous to the priority, to the customer, to the passenger?
Well, thank you for your question. I mean, I've been a member of Parliament for, well, coming up to 9 years now, and yes, it's not the first time the issue of a passenger Bill of Rights has come up. It has come up, you mentioned the NDP, it came up before that with Liberals, with Jerry Byrne, in fact, who was a very big proponent of it. I guess the big difference is that we were in opposition, and it was not picked up by the government. However, we are now in a position to put it in place. That's the big difference, and we feel that it is something that is long overdue, and we have an interest in doing it because I've heard the message very clearly from Canadians that we need to have a passenger Bill of Rights. So that's the big difference, and that's why we are putting legislation forward that will make that happen.
Now, moving ahead, moving forward, and going to the preamble that I was speaking about earlier, like the Passenger Bill of Rights and the dialogue that's happened between, I'll say, all three parties over the course of time. This government, of course, being pragmatic and moving forward with the bill. Now moving forward with other aspects that we've discussed. As I mentioned earlier, short line, integration, transportation methods, looking at capital operating sides of the strategy. Is it the intent now of you, the ministry, to now take a lot of those, again, residual discussions, dialogue that we've had with the industry, with our partners, with our colleagues, to now take the next steps in a short period, in a short amount of time, to now start implementing those other parts of the overall Transportation 2030 strategy?
The short answer is yes, we're always looking at how we can improve transportation. And it is, as you know very well, because you've been particularly focused on it, as I know it's a strong interest of yours. It's a very complex file or set of files. And when we do come forward with a project like C-49, which does have actually concrete measures in it, there's a tendency of saying, well, what about the stuff you didn't put in there? We're working on it. We're working on a whole bunch of things, ultimately to make transportation safer, greener, more innovative, and economically as efficient as possible. So all of these things touch on that. And we continue to work at Transport Canada, and I want to give a shout out to my ministry. We have over 5,000 people who are really very competent people and who are working very hard to try to make our transportation system the best in the world. And we are the best in the world on some of it.
Finally, if I may, Mr. Minister, no problem. Thank you, Madam Chairman. We're entering into NAFTA. We have CETA in place. How do you see now transportation becoming more of an enabler with our international trade?
So I have already met a number of times with Secretary Chow, who is the Secretary of Transportation in the United States, and the issues that touch on transportation that are critical. The fact that we're the two strongest trading partners in the country, and there are 30,000 trucks across the border every day. There are 4,600 train cars that cross the border every day. We trade enormously. We need to make it as efficient as possible. We need to harmonize regulations on both sides of the border so that we don't have any impediments to moving fluidly between our two countries. We need to make the process of security control as rapid and as efficient as possible. So those are things that are top priorities for both our countries, for that $635 billion of U.S. dollars of trade that we do every year. And we'll continue to do that. And I would say that within the NAFTA negotiations, there's a pretty good consensus on transportation.
Thank you very much. On to Ms. Raitt.
I guess you guys control the mic. Sorry. Thank you. It's back to me again, Minister. It's more like a conversation than it is anything else, I think. And the officials around you are probably thinking this feels like a briefing that they used to give me all the time in terms of questions. So I do have, briefly, I wanted to say that I understand, and I know I'm talking to somebody who understands this, that there is a delicate balancing act when it comes to the portfolio. In the air sector, you've got to balance airlines and airports and consumers, and you have the Bill of Rights with that one. In marine, cargo carriers, ports, shippers, all those guys are important. In rail, you have a different balancing act, which is a very difficult one, I will tell you, and you know that. And it's having farmers and forestry and mining on one side and containers and all that, and on the other side having rail companies, and then throw in a little dash of unions. So it's a very difficult area. Anytime you move off of status quo, which C-49 does do, you're going to have people who are winners and people who are losers. And our attempt here is to try to figure out what the best balance is. So I'm going to go back to something that you had said, I think, to Mr. Sekand or Mr. Fraser, and it had to do with whether or not we need in C-49 the ability, again, for the CTA to do self-implementation. But this time, I'm going to give the example of forestry, which is very different. FPAC has come to this committee, and they have asked to have the ability for the agency to intervene so that they'll be able to study something. And I think it comes from a real place because, as my colleague Mr. Chong pointed out, we have seen this movie before in terms of having emergencies in the transportation of grain and transportation of commodities. And, you know, sometimes the politics that invariably are in a minister's office can cloud the quickness by which you can make a direction for a study to happen. And it happens in all parties. It's not a partisan issue here. This happens in all parties. And I'm trying to understand, Minister, why you don't think it's not a good idea for the CTA to have that experience, to be those people who are the knowledge people in the business, seeing a certain situation happening again where they can actually take action and get in there quicker in order to resolve these disputes because they have the ability to look at themselves. That's an area that I'm really concerned about the balance. I don't see the purpose in having the minister hold the only power to start off an investigation by means of a notice of direction, which I've used and you've used in the past, but we're not always going to, I'm not going to be the transport minister, and one day you won't be the transport minister. So we have to make the system work for everybody forever, and you have to bear in mind sometimes ministers just won't take action. So why not have the CTA have that power?
Well, you and I will not necessarily be ministers of transport in the future, but the good news is that we have a department, a ministry, where there is continuity. And I would say to you that the way things are organized at the moment, yes, we fully respect the independence, and it is as it should be for the CTA. It is a quasi-judicial body that needs to have that independence. Having said that, we do talk to each other. We do keep each other informed. And so I am very comfortable with the fact that the mechanisms exist at Transport Canada. And I'm even more happy that with the data provisions that are included in this bill, that we will have even greater awareness of the situation with respect to issues of rail transport in this country. So I think that it is unnecessary to make changes at the moment. I think the CTA will have enormous responsibilities with respect to making sure that the measures that we've put in place with respect to freight rail transportation are dealt with efficiently and in a timely fashion. And they will make us aware if there are problems that they perceive that have not been addressed. And we've also, of course, given them additional important responsibilities with respect to the Passenger Bill of Rights. So they have lots of responsibilities on their plate. Our channels are open, and I believe that we have in place a good system that doesn't need to be changed.
Thank you. Minister, on the passenger Bill of Rights, bearing in mind that the CTA is going to be developing the regulations and you've kind of fleshed out what they should be looking at, can you give us a timeline for implementation? When will the passenger Bill of Rights go live for Canadians?
So how quickly are you going to pass this bill?
Well, let's pretend it passed today. What's the date that you can tell Canadian
Okay, well,
passengers?
immediately. Sorry, I couldn't help
last time I
that.
checked, Minister, you guys got a little thing called a majority.
And of course, I fully respect the autonomy of the Transport Committee, Transport Infrastructure and Communities Committee. Our intention would be for the CTA to get to work very, very quickly in its consultation process and to present to us sometime early next year their recommendations with respect to it. They, of course, respecting the will of Parliament and the authority of Parliament, cannot get on with this work officially unless this bill gets royal assent. But if it does, they will proceed forthwith. I've spoken with Scott Striner, the head of the CTA, and then we will look at it, and then we hope to have the CTA, we hope to have the Charter of Rights in place sometime in 2018.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garneau. We have 3 minutes for Mr. Hardy.
Well, thank you. Mr. Garneau, you and I had a brief offline discussion about the interest in my home riding on air travel, and I was going to ask you some questions after the fact, but maybe we can do it right now, just make it really simple. My folks, in Fleetwood Port Kells do a lot of air travel just by virtue of the makeup of the community and where folks are coming from, either visiting or business-wise. And so they really do want to have input to you on the Air Passengers Bill of Rights. So I guess the question to you is, as we go forward into the regulation, which will actually have the details as to how the Bill of Rights will work, what are you going to be thinking about as those details come together? And then secondly, what input would you value from my constituents or anybody else in terms of informing the way those details come together?
Well, I would welcome all input. I can tell you that 10 days ago, and I won't say what airport I was in, I was approached by somebody working for an airline and offered $400 to take a later flight. So, and it's not the first time it's happened to me. So I am aware of the issue of overbooking. I've heard from tons of people. I've even done Facebook chats and heard about these things. But I welcome all inputs. I, like everybody else, watched what happened with United Airlines. I, like everybody else, watched what happened with the Air Transat situation at Ottawa Airport. I'm hearing from a lot of Canadians. I've heard about Canadians who've said that they resent having to pay extra so that their kids can sit beside them. And yes, I've heard from people who are in the music industry whose instruments are extremely expensive and they're their livelihood, who have felt that their instruments were not properly handled. So I've heard from a huge number of people. I welcome all input on this because the Charter of Rights will be in place, but it is something that will be open as required under compelling situations to make changes if it has areas that it has not addressed or that are inadequate in any way.
Thank you.
Basically, your time is up, Mr. Hardy. So to Minister Garneau, thank you so much for spending 2 hours with us as a committee. I think you will have heard the committee has functioned extremely well, and I believe we all have the very best interest, what's best thing for Canada. So we are all working very well together to ensure that C-49 is the very best that it can be. So thank you to you and your staff for being here.
Madam, may I say one last thing?
Yes.
I, too, have to say that in the last hour, while I was answering questions, what was going through my mind was the loss of our dear colleague, Arnold. And I think, David, you were extremely eloquent. And I would ask us all to reflect on Arnold's last opportunity to stand up in the House of Commons last June. And if ever there was a display of nonpartisanry and generosity from somebody who was living incredibly difficult circumstances. I think he was a shining example, and I just wanted to say that today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arnold. We will suspend for the other panel to come to the table. Our meeting to our next panel. We have with us representatives from the Department of Industry, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, and the Competition Bureau. So welcome to you all. We very much appreciate you being here. With the Department of Industry rep, Mark Chen, would you like to introduce yourself and start with your opening remarks? Okay. All right, terrific.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Melissa Fisher. I'm the Associate Deputy Commissioner in the Mergers Directorate at the Competition Bureau. I'm joined today by my colleague, Anthony Desrochers. He's the Deputy Commissioner of the Monopolistic Practices Directorate at the Bureau. Et également présent Mark Chen, Directeur Général de la...
Also present, Mark Chen, Director General of the Marketplace Framework Policy Branch at Innovation Science and Economic Development Canada, who holds the lead for competition policy while the Bureau carries the independent enforcement function.
Questions about the changes to the Bureau's role in relation to the review of arrangements between air carriers as set out in Bill C-49. I'll begin by providing some context about the Bureau and its mandate. I will then speak to the Bureau's experience in reviewing mergers or agreements and arrangements between air service providers. And finally, I will address the provisions of Bill C-49 that impact the Bureau's role in examining these types of agreements or arrangements. Le Bureau est un organisme d'application de la loi.
The Bureau is an independent law enforcement agency that ensures that Canadian consumers and businesses prosper in a competitive and innovative marketplace that delivers lower prices and more product choice. Headed by the Commissioner of Competition, the Bureau is responsible for the administration and enforcement of the Competition Act and 3 of Canada's labelling statutes.
The authority to investigate anti-competitive behaviour. The Act contains both civil and criminal provisions and covers conduct such as false and misleading representations, abuse of a dominant market position, mergers, and price fixing. Civil matters are resolved before the Competition Tribunal, a specialized adjudicative body that is comprised of federal court judges and laypersons with expertise in business, commerce, or economics, whereas criminal matters are resolved before the courts. The Act also provides the Commissioner with the ability to make representations before regulatory boards, commissions, or other tribunals to promote competition in various sectors. The basic operating assumption of the Bureau is that competition is good for both businesses and consumers. Today I'm here to talk about the Bureau's role in reviewing arrangements between air carriers and how that role will change if Bill C-49 is passed. The Bureau has a significant amount of experience reviewing arrangements, including mergers and joint ventures in the air transport sector. From the development of the first broad airline alliances in the late 1990s, to the acquisition of Canadian Airlines by Air Canada in 2000, and the entry and sometimes exit of a number of carriers since then. The Bureau has examined a variety of arrangements between air carriers that could harm businesses and consumers that rely on air services through increased prices and reduced choice. Notably, in 2011, the Bureau challenged before the Tribunal a proposed joint venture between Air Canada and United Continental that involved cooperation on certain key aspects of competition, including pricing, capacity setting, frequent flyer programs, as well as revenue and cost sharing. After conducting an in-depth review, the Bureau determined that the proposed joint venture would have resulted in the airlines jointly monopolizing 10 key Canada-US transborder routes and substantially reducing competition on 9 additional routes. In turn, this would have likely led to increased prices and reduced consumer choice. Ultimately, the Bureau reached a negotiated resolution with the parties. The consent agreement entered into prohibits Air Canada and United Continental from implementing their joint venture agreement on 14 transborder routes. The Air Canada-United Continental matter is an example of how the Bureau might review an air services arrangement under the Competition Act. The Bureau typically examines this type of arrangement in the context of either the merger or competitor collaboration provisions of the Act, depending on how the arrangement is structured. These arrangements can have positive effects, increasing efficiency and competitiveness, in turn allowing Canadians to benefit from lower prices and better product choice. However, they can also raise competition concerns. And if the Commissioner determines that an arrangement is likely to result in a substantial lessening or prevention of competition, which is the statutory threshold, he may, subject to an exception for notifiable transactions under the Act, challenge it before the Competition Tribunal, or alternatively seek a consensual resolution with the parties in the form of a consent agreement. With respect to the factors considered in reviewing mergers or agreements among competitors, the Bureau undertakes an exhaustive, fact-intensive, and evidence-based review, including quantitative analysis. In analyzing an airline joint venture, the Bureau will focus on routes where there is overlap or potential overlap in the service by the parties. In particular, the Bureau typically considers whether the joint venture partners provide competing air passenger services on specific origin-destination city pairs, such as Toronto to Chicago or Winnipeg to North Bay. The Bureau also assesses whether consumers view, for example, non-stop or one-stop service or business and leisure travel as substitutes for one another. The Bureau also considers whether there are competitors serving the parties' overlapping routes, any barriers to entry, and whether existing or potential competitors may constrain the ability of the parties to the arrangement to raise prices. A joint venture that reduces the number of competitors or potential competitors on an already concentrated route will raise concerns. For any particular overlapping route, the Bureau will want to ensure that consumers have access to competitive prices and services, and that a proposed arrangement would not result in any route being captive to one or more airlines with enhanced market power. To assess the competitive impacts of a proposed joint venture, the Bureau can require significant amounts of data and other market information from the parties to the joint venture and other market participants. This information is necessary for an informed and credible review based on sound economic principles. The Bureau may seek such information on a voluntary basis from the parties to the arrangement, from third parties with knowledge of the industry, or from consumers. At times, it may also seek the issuance of a court order requiring that certain information be produced. Bill C-49 establishes a new process for the review and authorization of arrangements involving two or more transportation undertakings providing air services. This process will cover all types of arrangements among air carriers other than arrangements that would be considered notifiable transactions under the Competition Act. Notifiable transactions are transactions that meet specific financial thresholds regarding the size of the parties and the size of the transaction, and that cannot be completed until the Commissioner has had an opportunity to review. Notifiable transactions have been subject to a potential public interest review by the Minister of Transport since 2000. Bill C-49 proposes a new process for arrangements involving air services that will enable air carriers to voluntarily seek authorization of a proposed arrangement from the Minister of Transport. The Commissioner will receive a copy of any notice of an arrangement that is provided to the Minister, along with any information required by the guidelines. If the Minister determines that the proposed arrangement raises significant considerations with respect to the public interest, then the Commissioner is required within 120 days of receiving the initial notice to report to the Minister and the parties on any concerns regarding a potential prevention or lessening of competition that could occur as a result of the proposed arrangement. A summary of the Commissioner's report may be made public. I would note in this respect the Bureau's ongoing commitment to transparency within the limits of our confidentiality obligations, and that this commitment would continue under this process as well. The Bureau will carry out its usual competitive analysis, but to the extent that the arrangement raises competition concerns, it will not have the option of settling those concerns with the parties directly through the negotiation of remedies or by applying for a remedial order from the tribunal. The final decision in these matters will rest with the Minister of Transport, and the Minister will consult with the Commissioner on any remedial measures relating to competition. In cases where the parties do not seek an authorization from the Minister, or where the Minister does not trigger a public interest review, the Bureau will assess the arrangements under the Competition Act in the usual manner and without any change from its current process. The Bureau will make its staff available to consult with the Minister of Transport to develop guidelines as required by the bill, and is committed to working with Transport, including taking steps to ensure that the guidelines require parties to produce the information that the Bureau needs to undertake an informed competition analysis. While the Bureau and the Minister will work together to share information, the Bureau's review of arrangements will remain separate and independent from the public interest review conducted by the Minister.
You want to do another few remarks?
No, just thank you for the opportunity to appear today.
Great. Thank you very much. Who would like to go next? Okay, Mr. Greer.
Hi. Chair, committee members, first, let me offer condolences on behalf of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce regarding the passing of your parliamentary and caucus colleague, Arnold Chan.
Thank you.
And I think we all here appreciate the challenge of continuing your work on a difficult day like today. So thank you for having us here. And thank you for inviting the Chamber to take part in your study on Bill C-49. The package of legislative amendments before you affects Chamber members of all sizes across our network of 200,000 members. I'd like to start by commending Mr. Emerson and the review panel for their work on the Canadian Transportation Act Review Report. The report is a comprehensive, landmark piece of work that makes important recommendations to help modernize Canada's trade and transportation networks, and C-49 touches on some key issues raised by the review. The lens by which I'll offer my comments and that the Chamber sort of considers the individual components of C-49 is how we see them affecting Canadian competitiveness overall. And I'll start briefly on the rail side before jumping over with a few remarks on air travel as well. Canada's historical trend of privatization in rail is a tremendous success story that has resulted in significant private sector investment, leading to some of the lowest freight rates and highest levels of service in the world. To that end, the Chamber offers caution about the urge to expand regulation into Canada's supply chains. In a global economy where connectivity has become a key determinant of economic performance, the objective of any transportation system reform should be on the continuous improvement to the efficiency of our supply chains. This was a major theme of Mr. Emerson's review. The network nature of these supply chains, including our rail system, is such that providing a regulated advantage to one customer, one sector, or one part of the network will inevitably take something away from other parts of the network. This is one of the reasons why the last two Canadian Transportation Act review panels, in 2001 and again in 2016, recommended against increased interswitching limits and maintaining a system based principally on commercial relationships and market forces. Specifically, the Chamber has concerns about the proposed new long-haul interswitching provisions. I think we should be wary of unintended consequences, including disincentives to investment and reduced productivity. In particular, the economics around remote branch lines serving resource industries is already difficult. LHI could threaten to reduce the income railways make on these lines, which makes their future even a little more perilous. Another consequence of long-haul interswitching is allowing U.S. railways to take advantage of Canadian lines without reciprocity. As currently drafted, C-49 includes some geographical exemptions for U.S. access, and at a minimum, those exemptions should be maintained. Without the exemptions, Canada would stand to lose a large amount of rail and port business to the U.S., particularly through Vancouver and Montreal. Broadly, supply chain competitiveness is better served by having a commercial marketplace that has sufficient provisions in place to protect customers in the event of a dispute. C-49 does include some reasonable amendments to existing dispute resolution mechanisms. On the issue of level of service decisions from the CTA, I'd again offer the comment that the Chamber would suggest that the CTA should take into account the impact of decisions on all aspects of a supply chain and not just a single customer in making their decisions. Moving on, we are supportive of provisions in the bill that will change the framework of the maximum revenue entitlement to remove some of the disincentives that have discouraged the acquisition of new hopper cars. We are also supportive of the measures for supply chain data transparency and some of the additional steps that the government has already taken in this regard. We also support C-49's provisions on locomotive video and voice recorders, including the proactive use of this data by railway companies. The Minister has repeatedly said that his #1 priority is safety, and this will help accomplish that. Lastly, on rail, the Chamber is supportive of increasing the individual share ownership limit for CN from 15% to 25%. This is an issue for fairness compared to other carriers and other modes, and is important for accessing the necessary capital for long-term investment for the railway. Moving on quickly to the air transportation sections of the bill. The Chamber is supportive of a new framework for consumer rights. The current complaint-based system is a little bit of a mess. It leads to inconsistent application of rules between carriers, and a simplification and standardization of those rules are overdue, both for those traveling on the airlines and the airlines themselves. Like all business, our carriers can operate more effectively and efficiently when they have greater certainty of the environment in which they're operating. As regulations under the framework are developed, we'd recommend that they clearly reflect the fact that airlines are one part of the air transportation system. For instance, often security screening delays remain one of the top complaints from air travelers. The bill also requires more information and data regarding air carriers' service. I would offer that increased data requirements should not be limited to our carriers, but specifically include government entities within the network that affect system performance, including CBSA and CATSA. We are also supportive of the joint venture provisions in the bill and transferring or setting up the new approval process for the Minister of Transport. Moving this authority or creating this new process will allow joint venture decisions to be made within a broader public and economic interest in mind. We do recommend that some of the joint venture provisions in the bill be amended. Specifically, the allowance of a ministerial review of a joint venture after 2 years following its approval should be lengthened. The 2-year clock begins following the ministerial approval of the JV, not from when the joint venture actually commences its operation. Once it's actually off the ground, so to speak, we believe that the 2-year time frame will probably not provide sufficient enough time to test a joint venture in the market. The Chamber is also supportive of the CATSA cost recovery section of this bill, with the major caveat that this is very much a Band-Aid solution while the government continues to correct or tries to correct the CATSA funding model. We must look to end the chronic underfunding of CATSA to ensure that air travelers can receive the efficient screening services that they are already paying for on their tickets. We are also in favor of the foreign ownership provisions for airlines in this bill. The Minister has stated that the objective of this change is to help promote more competition and bring down airfares. I would just add that if Canada wants to get serious about lowering airfare, that it is time to review the government-imposed costs on ticket prices. This of course, includes airport rents, security charges, NAV Canada fees, and other taxes, all of which impact the competitiveness of Canadian air travel. I'll wrap up by commending the Minister, his team, and the Department for the work they've put into Transportation 2030 and C49, and to this committee for all the work that you're doing this week. As the Minister said this morning, C49 is only the first step in a long-term transportation plan, and the Canadian Chamber looks forward to continuing to work with the government on improving Canada's trade and transportation competitiveness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Shen is here as a person who's here to answer questions. A representative is the Director General, Marketplace Framework Policy Branch, Strategic Policy Sector. So if any of you have any questions, you can direct them directly to Mr. Shen. On to questions. Ms. Raitt.
Thank you. So I don't know who's going to take the question, so you have to help me with that, officials, but I'll ask for commentary depending upon how you answer. So here's my problem. The process that's put in place for the Minister to make a determination whether there are significant public interest considerations is so broad and so open-ended, I don't know why any companies would ever try to do a joint venture in this country. And I'll bring you through the process. Here's what bugs me. So the very first part of it, it's 120 days. And this bears repeating because I don't think people understand exactly how difficult this is going to be. So the Minister or somebody finds out that there is this proposed arrangement. The Minister has 45 days after that in order to make some kind of decision as to whether or not to move forward. And then the real time starts. The Commissioner of Competition has 120 days. And then after that, the Minister has another 150 days. Then the Minister has 30 days. The Minister has 150 days to send a report to the parties. The parties have 30 days to send the response back. The Minister has 45 days to give a preliminary decision. The parties have 30 days to respond to the preliminary decision. The Minister then, within 30 days of those responses, has to give a final decision. But wait, there's more. Because he then has the ability, 2 years after the deal has been approved, to go back and say, I don't like that deal on the basis of public interest and consideration. And then the final caveat to all that is found in the proposal where it says, oh, by the way, all of this timing, the Minister can extend it by himself. So on my count, we're looking at 13 and a half months of flat-out process before you get a final decision, which isn't final, and you have no certainty that it's going to get handled in 13 and a half months. How is that even possible to get investment in this country if that's the kind of process we're going to put companies through?
So I'll start, and my Bureau colleagues may want to intervene. So one of the reasons why we introduced the joint venture provisions in C49 as they are now is that currently joint ventures in this country actually don't have any set timelines necessarily, because they're subject to the commercial collaboration provisions of the Competition Act, which the Commissioner of Competition can initiate at any time and invoke a review at any time, which does not allow for any certainty or predictability for proponents unless it's a notifiable merger. What we've actually done is taken the merger provisions that currently live under the CTA that allow for a public interest consideration and actually made those timelines more explicit and shorter. So if I take the merger timelines, for instance, it's important to think about the time that leads up to a merger notice being given, but essentially you can take that same time frame and say 42 days to inform parties whether there's public interest, another 150, and then there's a TBD on all of the steps that follow thereafter. So actually, with respect to the joint venture provisions, and one point I would want to clarify is that the 120 days for the Commissioner of Competition are parallel to the 150 days for the Minister of Transport. And really what we're trying to balance in this particular set of timeframes is to provide predictability and certainty, but also balancing the need for a robust competition consideration by the Commissioner of Competition and a robust public interest consideration by the Minister of Transport. And so we actually think that this particular measure right now allows for an international competitiveness that Canada currently can enjoy like its other comparators. To your point on the 2-year minimum immunity period, I would stress that it's a 2-year minimum period. So unless otherwise stipulated in the terms and conditions, joint ventures will not have an expiry date and will continue to operate in perpetuity while being monitored annually. And as such, we believe that the 2-year minimum is sufficient. In other jurisdictions, it's worth noting, such as the United States, antitrust immunity can be reconsidered at any point by the transportation authorities, and so there is actually no certainty to parties. And so what we've tried to do in the joint venture provisions in C49 is to provide for a balanced and thoughtful consideration of competition and public interest considerations, as much predictability and certainty to parties as possible, but also ensuring that at all times that there's due process.
Okay, I take your point on the parallel. Thank you very much for clarifying that. It does make it a little bit more palatable, but still the overriding rule, the fact that the minister can extend any time and any place. So in your experience, what is the definition of public interest considerations?
So public interest considerations can mean a number of things, and the way that C49 is laid out is that there'll be a guideline-setting process that will essentially be open for consultation to allow for parties to help inform that. But that can include things like safety, tourism, connectivity, economic benefits, and a number of other considerations that potentially provide both increased economic impact as well as connectivity for Canadian passengers.
So a government in the future, a minister in the future can probably pick anything out of the air and it becomes a public interest? Like, who tests it if it's not written down?
The guidelines will be very clear about what constitutes a public interest benefit, and there'll be the opportunity, and there will be a necessity to be able to manifest those public interest benefits with the possibility for the minister to continue to review the manifestation of those benefits as the joint venture becomes real.
But you and I both know that guidelines are never prescriptive, and there's always a catch-all at the bottom, and anything else that the Cabinet would deem to be of public interest is going to be public interest.
I would suggest that the goal of this is to try and ensure that parties on both sides of the equation, the Minister of Transport on the one, the Commissioner of Competition on the other, and the parties themselves have clarity about what the expectation is, and that can then be communicated to Canadians about how and why we are choosing to proceed with a given transaction.
Yeah. I want to ask about the ability to negotiate. I know that it's an important part of the Competition Bureau's work to negotiate. The ability to negotiate is taken away in this process. There's no negotiation because the Commissioner just provides the summary, and then after that, it's in the hands of the Minister. That's my read of the legislation. If I got it wrong, you can enlighten me.
No, I mean, and my Bureau colleagues may want to intervene, but the remedial orders rest with the Minister of Transport because ultimately those remedial orders are subject to the Minister's decision to approve or not. But the actual negotiation of those remedial orders are informed by both the Commissioner of Competition and the Minister of Transport. So the negotiation with parties to get to sufficient undertakings that would manifest itself to a good decision that satisfies both public interest considerations and competition considerations would be informed by both the Commissioner and by the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hardy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a visit from actually a couple of airlines narrows it down, doesn't it? Prior to these sessions, and they were concerned about things being vague with respect to joint ventures and what would be approved and what wasn't. I actually had some advice for them. I said, find out what the trigger points are that attract the interest of the Competition Bureau, and don't do that. But seriously, looking at it from your vantage, Ms. Fisher, what are the trigger points? At what point does behavior become predatory?
Actually, I'm going to, Mr. DeRocher will answer your question with respect to the predatory pricing provisions in the Competition Act.
Okay.
Sure. So predatory pricing is something that we take very seriously at the Competition Bureau. There's been a major court case involving Air Canada in the early 2000s dealing with that type of behavior. The starting point for us of looking at this is that it's a very fine line between what is vigorous, pro-competitive, aggressive conduct that we want to see in the economy and what crosses the line to being predatory. And predatory conduct is really aimed at the elimination of a competitor, typically on a specific route, by pricing in such a way that you're going to be able to recoup your losses once the competitor has exited the market. The jurisprudence that we have from the courts in Canada provide that there's an avoidable cost test that needs to be met to show predatory pricing in any given case. And what I can tell you is these are very fact and evidence-based exercises that require a lot of quantitative data and financial data about the companies to try and assess what their costs and revenues are on a specific route.
So briefly, you can say you really don't want the equivalent of dumping, right? So somebody takes a loss in order to drive a competitor out of business.
Well, again, I think it really depends on the facts, and it's normal for companies to react when there's competitive entry on a given route and to drop their prices. The question is, at what level does the lower price represent a predatory tactic aimed at eliminating the competitor? And that really is a case-by-case assessment.
Right. Thank you for that. We talk a lot about airlines with respect to competition. We're jumping through hoops, trying to, previous government, this government, when it comes to the railways. The competitive line rates aren't used anymore because they refuse to compete. Does the Competition Bureau have any influence, any observations on what appears to be price fixing by the railroads?
So the Competition Bureau provided a very comprehensive submission in 2015 in the context of the review panel on the Canada Transportation Act, and in doing so consulted with a number of major stakeholders to get the lay of the ground with respect to competition issues. A significant issue that came up was competitive line rates as not being an effective means for captive shippers to benefit from.
Oh. Hold that thought.
Okay.
Either that or it's the division bill.
Yeah, let's rush down to the chamber.
Well, we did want to go outside somewhere amongst these 4 days. We may have an opportunity. So I will suspend until outside. No, I don't want to. Try and make up our time. Mr. Hardy, you have about a minute. Well, the idea would be if everybody has 5 minutes here, and if the witnesses can try to be concise with your answers, we can still get everybody a chance to get their questions in. So, Mr. Hardy?
I know you may not have wanted to answer that question about price fixing by the railroads, but that's a little over the top. No, just kidding. But no, seriously though, what role has the Competition Bureau played? What work have you done on the fact that we've had to introduce extraordinary new measures in order to generate at least pseudo competition from our two railways?
Yeah. So thank you for the question. I agree somebody somewhere did not want me to answer that question. By and large, the Bureau is an advocacy function in addition to enforcement. So as I was stating before we left, that in the context of the 2015 review panel, the Competition Bureau provided a detailed submission providing advice based on its competition expertise on how to try and inject competition as much as possible in the rail system, while acknowledging that market forces, which we would typically want to rely on, may not be appropriate in all instances. With respect to our investigatory function for issues such as price fixing or abuse of dominance, the Bureau investigates matters confidentially when there is reason to believe that an offence under the Act has occurred. So price fixing is obviously a major component of any antitrust policy in any country. These in Canada are criminal offences under the Competition Act, which we take very seriously. There is an immunity program in place that may prompt people to bring, whether it be a bid rigging matter or price fixing matter, to the Bureau's attention. And these are matters that we would investigate in due course and take the appropriate action with acknowledging that we reference such matters to the PPSC for prosecution as well.
On to Monsieur Aubin. 5 minutes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll limit myself to 2 subjects in order to maintain within the limit of 5 minutes. Ms. Fisher or Mr. Durocher, I liked your presentation on the Competition Bureau, but for those who are following our work, I'd like to get things as clear as possible. In the example you give of joint ventures and the potential for this between Air Canada and United, after a series of negotiations, the Competition Bureau has blocked this agreement and it didn't take place. In the present state of C-49, with the powers which the Minister would have, do I understand correctly that the Tribunal will no longer be able to block, the Competition Tribunal will no longer be able to block things? It might want to, but if the Minister, for poorly defined reasons, decides not to block. Thank you for your question. The first thing I'd like to say is to make clear what happened in the Air Canada United file. The file was brought before the Competition Tribunal. They said there was problems with competition over 17 flight routes. So there was an agreement between the Bureau and the parties on 15 of these routes. So it was more simply, my question is, the Minister's authority has precedence over any decision of the Tribunal? Well, insofar, with C-49, insofar as the Minister deems something to be in the public interest, it is up to his or her discretion, bearing in mind the analysis by the Bureau and the Commissioner. But when we're talking about competition, citizens have a pretty good idea of what this means. It means public interest. Right now we're in a kind of a void, that's the least one could say. With respect to the Passenger Bill of Rights, we have a representative of the Chamber of Commerce of Canada. With respect to economic development, there is in Trois-Rivières a regional airport which over the years has continued to develop. In terms of leisure, traffic, and now it has several Air Canada flights. So we're developing in an airport that is growing, that's important regionally, and there are even agreements with airlines to organize chartered flights. But here's where things break down. If you want to have access to the necessary security measures to travel across the borders, you need the proper security services. Does this seem fair in terms of regional economic development, that there are 2 kinds of airports, airports that get paid services and others that they have to pay for in order to provide customer service or service to their customers?
what is one of, I think, a few different challenges with the current CATSA funding model and how CATSA as a whole operates. At its most basic level, the fact that we have an air traveler security charge, which funds general revenues of the government, and not all of which is put back into security services. It does fund other things, but the fact that not all of that is reinvested already puts CATSA on its back foot when it comes to meeting its obligations at airports. And I think that's one of the reasons why C-49 in the interim seeks to allow airports to set up these arrangements. But as I said in my remarks, I think the ability of airports to enter into these arrangements should be viewed as a stopgap at best and a Band-Aid until the CATSA funding model can be dealt with in a more reasonable manner. And it's not just airports in Quebec, it's small and medium-sized airports across the country that, especially for peak tourism season, they get demand for some very high-end travelers or charter flights that want to come and spend a lot of money in their community. But for scheduling reasons, they have trouble getting CATSA staff for funding reasons. So I think you've identified an inequity that is worth having a discussion about, but before I think that can be addressed, the overall CATSA funding model and how the air travel security charge is actually used to fund CATSA is something that needs to be dealt with, because now, as we're seeing, some of the big airports can't meet all their obligations with CATSA's current service provisions, so they're having to contract for additional provisions at Pearson and another airports.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Greer. Sorry, Mr. Aubin. Mr. Badaway, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the panelists for coming out this morning/afternoon. It's a pleasure to have you. This process, as I said earlier, has been very fruitful in terms of a lot of the information that's come out, and there's no question it's going to be a work in progress. We had an environment that we lived in yesterday, and now we're going to have a new environment that we're going to live in tomorrow. I see this bill, and in adding to the overall bigger strategy, is becoming more of an enabler, a more plan of action, being very pragmatic. And with that, once it reaches royal assent, it will be able to execute a lot of the recommendations that are contained therein. So my question, first of all, is to Mr. Greer. Speaking of yesterday's environment, a competitive air transportation environment, as you can well recognize, is a key economic driver, and of course then therefore creating economic growth, not only within relevant regions vis-a-vis those that have airports, but also the ones that they cater to that might be of some distance away. In your view, and this is again a work in progress, in your view, does this bill bring a proper direction forward in comparison to the way it was, and streamlines the process, makes it more user-friendly, therefore customer-friendly? Do you find that again we're moving in a more positive direction in comparison to what we had?
Thank you for the question. I think on air travel specifically, moving from a regime that was very unpredictable and very difficult to navigate both for consumers and for airlines to understand the penalties that could be leveled against them, moving to a clearer, more transparent system where everybody understands what is expected of them and what the consequences of potential actions are is going to be helpful moving forward. That said, the devil is in the details. So with the Air Passenger Bill of Rights, most of those provisions will be established through regulation. So if they're overly punitive, if they're perhaps penalizing airlines for things that are out of their control, then we may end up with a system that is less competitive or actually ends up resulting in additional traveler costs when airlines have to recoup some of these. So I think the framework set out is a good one, but I think it's the details, it's the regulations itself that'll tell us whether we sort of get it right or not.
Which is the reason why we're having this dialogue now, and the reason why I actually asked the question. And I think the minister was clear that we don't want to make it punitive. We want to ensure that if it's out of the control of the airlines, that of course it wouldn't apply. But the same question to the Competition Bureau, Mr. DeRocher, yourself, same question. Do you find today's environment and the direction that the minister is moving into is going to streamline the process, which of course you and your folks in your organization play a key role in? Do you find that tomorrow is going to be a lot more streamlined than it was yesterday?
Yeah, with respect, thank you for the question. With respect to the proposed legislation around joint ventures, it will certainly implement a well-defined timeline in terms of reviewing those proposed arrangements. Currently, under our current process, if we were to review an arrangement under the competitor collaboration guidelines, there's a bit less certainty in terms of timing for the Commissioner's review, although we strive to conduct our reviews as efficiently as possible, given we're certainly well aware of the business community's desire to move quickly in negotiating and implementing transactions. Under the merger regime, we have a fairly well-defined time period with statutory waiting periods and service standards relating to user fees.
And my last question is to Mr. Shan. What I've tried to do in the past week is really attach C49 to the bigger picture when it comes to the strategy, 2030 transportation strategy. That, of course, has a balance attached to it when it comes to customers, especially with air, in terms of their rights, but also with business, with industry, with really injecting this bill into that strategy, with respect to trade corridors, with respect to enhancing those trade corridors when it comes to our infrastructure investments, following those recommendations and strategies. How do you see this, as well as the bigger strategy, actually fitting into the strategy of overall bringing Canada to a better performance globally?
Please.
You bet. So we're interested in this bill both because we think it's good for competition policy, but also because it's good for innovation and science and economic development. And I think the interest is that a clear, transparent, internationally competitive joint venture process will allow for our air carriers to be able to increase connectivity, particularly connectivity to trading zones or regions for which we may not currently have access.
Thank you. Mr. Hardy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to the pricing mechanisms, it always puzzles people that you can fly from Vancouver to London for a lot less than you can fly from Vancouver to Winnipeg. And it gives rise to the suspicion that, in fact, there's cross-subsidization, that perhaps the domestic fares we're paying here in Canada are helping to offset fares or make them more competitive on those very competitive routes. Is this something that the Bureau has looked into?
Thank you for the question. So when the Bureau conducts its investigations, we look at a particular transaction or a particular merger. We don't tend to look at industries as a whole. But in the context of looking at a particular arrangement, we would look at the competition on specific origin destination city pairs. So we would be looking at the pricing on that specific route to assess whether the transaction was likely to substantially lessen or prevent competition on that route. So would prices on that route be increased, or would consumer choice decrease as a result of the proposed arrangement?
Mr. Shan, do you have anything to comment on that?
No, other than that there's considerable powers afforded in the Competition Act for the Commissioner of Competition to be able to examine the Canadian marketplace for any zones where there's potentially anti-competitive behavior, and whether that's abusive dominance, price fixing, deceptive marketing, or otherwise, there's clear processes in place for the Commissioner to investigate.
I just don't, I get the impression that nobody's really thought of that one yet. Let's talk about the Department of Industry. The legislation provides for a review of a joint venture, within 2 years. I think the airlines would say sometimes it takes, about 2 years for everything to kind of settle into place. For their benefit as well as, for the consumer, what would your department be looking for within that 2 years that might spark some kind of reopening review?
Yeah, so it won't be our department, but the Minister of Transport and the Department of Transport that will have the capacity after 2 years to be able to revisit the transaction as it was initially proposed. That's not the end of immunity. That's the potential for the reconsideration of the arrangement. So I just want to make the distinction that it's not 2 years and then a re-review. It's 2 years potentially and much, much longer. But one of the things they would be looking for is, did the public interest benefits that were promised or that were part of the overall undertakings or remedies manifest themselves? And if it wasn't realistic that those public interest benefits could have manifested themselves in the time period allotted, that would be one of the factors that the Minister of Transport would need to weigh before deciding to re-examine the transaction.
Mr. Greer, you brought up the issue of the impact of various fees on air travel, the cost of air travel, and it seems to be that never-ending balance between the user pay or if the fee is taken away, everybody pays through some form of government subsidy. So your reflections on what would be a proper balance generally, but if you can reflect on the challenges of serving the North and the enormously large airfares that it takes to get back and forth there.
Sure. Just to step back actually to one of your earlier questions about the cost of air travel in Canada, I think all of these extra taxes and fees, airport rents are one of the reasons why it is more expensive to fly in Canada. Obviously, the density of our population, but also our carriers that serve a lot of routes that aren't as profitable, including into the north, where some of their bigger haul routes actually can cross-subsidize getting flights into smaller communities that may otherwise not make commercial sense for them. So I expect that there is some cross-subsidization when it actually comes to making sure that Air Canada and WestJet and other carriers are actually getting into smaller communities where there's maybe not a lot of potential to make money. But the user fee principle built into air travel makes sense, but again, only if those fees are used for what they're determined for. So the problem with the air travel security charge is not all of that money is put back into CATSA screening. So one of the things that C49 will do in allowing airports to contract out new services from CATSA is inevitably those authorities will end up recouping those costs through their landing fees and other mechanisms, which are then built into ticket costs, which means consumers could actually end up double paying for security fees. They're paying the air traveler security charge, and then they're going to be paying whatever fees end up getting built into tickets because of these additional costs that are being contracted out. So we think it's time for a review of all of the government-imposed costs. We're not saying get rid of them all. We're not saying there shouldn't be a security charge. We're saying making sure that we're accountable for how those fees are used and that they're invested in what they're supposed to be invested in, but then looking at if there's ways that we can make the sector as a whole more competitive. So again, airport rents are an area where we impose very high costs on our airports, which then, of course, have to be recouped through the end users. Mr. Greer, on to Mr. Junk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to our witnesses for appearing. I appreciate the candor of your opening remarks and testimony. You know, in addition to failing to introduce market forces in grain handling in Canada by lifting the maximum revenue entitlements, thereby failing to address the underlying crisis that the cause of the grain shipping crises over the last 20 years, it looks like, based on your testimony, that the government's also weakening competition in another area by weakening the power of what is a law enforcement agency, the Competition Bureau. I found it really interesting that in your opening remarks, Madame Fisher, that you elaborated at length about the Bureau's 2011 case where you went after Air Canada and United Airlines and their proposed joint venture, and ultimately required that they exempt 14 transborder routes from the joint venture in order to ensure greater competition for Canadian consumers and ultimately lower prices for Canadian families. It's clear to me that the bill in front of us today weakens the Bureau, weakens law enforcement by introducing a new process that would allow the minister essentially to bypass the Bureau. Had the 2011 case been introduced under this proposed law, it's clear to me what would have happened. Air Canada and United Airlines would have applied directly to the minister for this new process, and very likely the minister would have approved the joint venture, possibly without the exemptions for the 14 routes, and that ultimately would lead to less competition, lead to higher prices for Canadian consumers. So I think it's safe to say that Bill C-49 weakens law enforcement, weakens the powers of one of our premier law enforcement agencies when it comes to competition. Would you agree with that statement?
So the Bureau is an enforcer, and we enforce our legislation as it's been enacted. And if the present legislation is enacted, we will enforce it as well. And we are strong enforcers. In terms of our substantive competition analysis, that will not change from the current legislation under the new legislation. How we conduct our review, the quality of our analysis, the rigor that we apply will not change. The proposed legislation does require the Minister of Transport to consult with the Commissioner with respect to proposed remedies related to competition. We will continue to negotiate hard for those remedies. I don't see any of that changing.
Okay. Well, thank you for that answer. I just have a comment to make, Madam Chair. I just find it really interesting that in the last 2 years, there seems to be a very kind of cozy relationship between big business and government. And, I don't think it's without coincidence that, Air Canada has purchased the C-Series jet, thereby helping a Canadian company, and at the same time, provisions concerning maintenance facilities for Air Canada in Winnipeg were watered down. And we also now have a bill in front of us that would essentially allow joint ventures like the one proposed in 2011 between Air Canada and United Airlines to proceed without a rigorous mandatory Competition Bureau review, and also would remove the ability of the Bureau to directly negotiate the terms and conditions of those joint ventures. So I think it's concerning. Ultimately, the Bureau is a world-class organization that has done very good work in the last number of years in enforcing competition, creating greater competition for Canadian consumers, and I worry that this legislation weakens the powers of the Bureau to continue that role in its world-class manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chong. On to Mr. Fraser. The stomach got in the way. You only have 5 minutes.
No, that's fine, and I thought one of my colleagues was going to jump in, but I do appreciate it. First, I'd like to start with Mr. Greer. You mentioned in terms of the absence of reciprocity when we're dealing with long-haul interswitching that this is a problem. When we spoke with some of the witnesses who testified on behalf of the railways, one of the things that came out of the testimony was that, in fact, it's a very, very small portion of their business that is subject to being lost to the United States. What's the extent of this actual threat with a lack of reciprocity with business going to American railways?
Sure. So I think as C-49 is currently drafted, both major Class 1s stand to lose some business in southern Alberta and southern Manitoba. And that's with the current exemptions that the bill provides in Ontario and in British Columbia and in Quebec. I think my remarks was regards to in the absence of those exemptions, both those railways would stand to lose a significant amount of rail business, and then Canada would lose a significant amount of port business, both in Vancouver and in Montreal. So as it currently stands, there will be a loss of traffic. The railways would have to give you a more precise description of what that loss of traffic in Alberta and Manitoba will be. But with the exemptions, which should be maintained, a massive loss of traffic in some of our major centres won't be had.
So I'm just curious, as we can't compare it not to the status quo, but before C-30 sunsetted, if we were looking at the extended interswitching as a comparison, what's the relative loss of business from your perspective that you would see under a new regime with the excluded corridors as compared to the extended interswitching regime?
Well, I think part of the challenge with LHI, and I think you've heard it from both the railways and the shippers, is there's still a lack of understanding about exactly how it will function and what the outcomes will be. So, the railways will hope that it doesn't lead to a larger loss of business. Some of the shippers have suggested that the old interswitching provisions weren't used nearly often enough, but were an important negotiating pressure point for them. It's unclear how LHI might itself include into it. Reading the bill as it is, I think LHI is probably an improvement from the old C-30 in that it's seen as a matter of last resort. But again, we'll have to wait and see till it's in action. Again, to us, the biggest concern is that the exemptions stay in place, and that without them, it would really be a free-for-all on major Canadian lines.
Now, I'm going off memory here, so forgive me if I've misinterpreted something from your testimony before the fire alarm went off. But you did speak about the importance of data, and I was unclear as to whether you were saying that the measures put in to enhance access to data were positive, or if you were saying that we need to go further and give the disaggregated data that the shippers were talking about to really influence day-to-day decision making, or maybe both. Could you perhaps just elaborate on the importance of that quality of information in terms of enhancing efficiency in the transportation system?
Sure. Yeah, the use of data and having more data for all members of the supply chain is hugely important and should be applauded. I think outside of this bill, the government is taking some actions to establish a new data and information group within the Government of Canada. To me, when you start regulating certain amounts of data, it becomes a tricky proposition because we don't always know what the burden will be on companies to provide that in a certain timely manner. But I think there's a lot of examples of industry and government working together collaboratively, often on a voluntary basis, to bring together information from all parts of the supply chain. And our view is that more of that data is needed to make decisions on infrastructure investment, to make other policy decisions, and then that data needs to look at the Canadian network as a whole and not just individual parts of it, but how all decisions and how infrastructure investments will impact supply chains from coast to coast to coast.
If I can move on to the competition folks, perhaps Ms. Fisher, you'd be best positioned to answer this. I've seen in a few recent news articles, Air Transat has frankly come out swinging against the joint venture provisions here, using phraseology like this is going to kneecap the competition regulator. Do you think that the provisions in this bill are going to prevent you from doing your work?
In terms of our substantive analysis, the proposed legislation provides that the parties to the arrangement will provide the information that we need to conduct a review. So if we can, having that information, we're going to apply the same rigorous test that we apply now. Our analysis is very well set out. It's based on international standards. So we'll continue to apply the same analysis as we have applied historically in conducting our reviews.
And if I can go to Mr. Shan quickly.
Mr. Fraser,
okay.
Time is tight.
Thank you.
Monsieur Godin.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Madam and gentlemen, for appearing. We want the legislation to be exhaustive and well drafted. My question is for Ms. Fisher from the Competition Bureau. You said earlier, in answer to one of my colleagues, we're applying the law. That is the mandate of the Competition Bureau. Now, if the legislation was ill-defined and incomplete and evasive, could you still be effective? Would you have the tools necessary, the teeth necessary to play your role?
To joint ventures, I think our role has been very well described, and it's limited to competition. To the extent that there are other public interest factors that are being considered by the Minister of Transport, those are his considerations to take into consideration. We will conduct our analysis as we have conducted our analysis, and we will prepare our report as we are required to do under the proposed legislation. So in terms of how our analysis will be conducted, the factors that we will take into consideration, those are very well defined. Industry players will know what those are. So we will continue to do that in the way we have always done it.
Mais nous, comme parlementaires, si on veut...
But we as parliamentarians, if we want to make sure the bill is more effective, and I'm putting the question to you, what would you need in the bill to allow you, the Competition Bureau, to be truly effective?
Your question. I think that the guidelines will be important. The development of the guidelines will be very important in the proposed legislation because they're going to set out the information that we need to conduct our review. And the quality, the comprehensiveness, the accuracy of any work that we do is all dependent on the information that we have access to. So we're committed to working with Transport to develop those guidelines and ensure that the information that we require to conduct an analysis of a joint venture is clearly set out in those guidelines.
En fait, moi, j'ai pas de crainte sur l'efficacité.
Well, I have no fear as to the effectiveness of the work of the Competition Bureau. But what is of concern to me is the fact that the minister has the right, after 2 years with respect to joint ventures, to intervene under the pretext of public interest. But this is not defined. What is public interest? How is it defined? Is it some sort of specific interest or a time-limited interest? I'm a little uncomfortable with giving that power to the minister. This morning, I said to the minister, I don't want to have doubts about the current minister, but as my colleague said, this is something that goes beyond individuals. We need the bill to be something that will apply over time. So what is the public interest? What is it that would justify the intervention of a political person? And thank you for your question. There are two things that are important to indicate. There are two versions of the process.
Transportation Act and for mergers as what we are now introducing for joint ventures. And so this notion about a public interest consideration has actually been in our law since 2000. And so what we are doing is really keeping up with the times about the way in which the industry internationally is moving forward, and that our competitors in other jurisdictions, the United States, Australia, and others, have access to public interest considerations in their joint venture reviews, and Canadian Airlines do not. And so that's one of the views. So the public interest considerations, though, in terms of what would mandate a minister, having heard from the Commissioner of Competition compulsorily about the considerations from a competition perspective, to then, on top of that, see that there's public interest benefit, those will be articulated and enumerated in guidelines, but they include safety, access to increased connectivity, economic viability, all sorts of important factors that both impact the Canadian economy, Canadian travelers, and the healthiness and competitiveness of our Canadian air industry. And those will be set out in guidelines, and as I say, it's predicated on a process that has already been in existence.
Thank you very much. Monsieur Aubin.
Une question.
A very simple question for the representative of the Competition Bureau. Can a lobbyist lobby the Competition Bureau? I don't think there's anything that prohibits this, but I can tell you that in practice, it would be with respect to files where we have to deal with the companies in question and their legal counsel. This happens because our competition policy resides with the department and not the Bureau, so really it's up to them. It's in our role as investigator that companies will have to deal with us. So you're saying no? Well, it's very easy to lobby the minister's office. That's even part of a lobbyist's job. And it seems to me that the measures we have in C-49, giving these new powers to the minister, is probably the result of lobbying. So I'll put the question again. The minister, with these new powers, can he circumvent the work of the Competition Bureau? Well, once again, our point of view, the point of view of the Bureau, is well defined in C-49. No, I don't doubt your objectivity, but if someone can circumvent your work, there's a problem. From the point of view of competition policy,
that we believe that there was considerations beyond those of a strict competition nature that needed to be considered in a joint venture transaction. And so that's what's being afforded by this particular opportunity. But we maintained a very strict and compulsory role for the considerations of competition law to be considered by the minister in addition to those of public interest, to come to an ultimate determination of whether or not a transaction is in the public interest for Canada and Canadians.
Est-ce qu'une piste de solution ou un amendement qui serait...
Is there any possible solution or amendment that might help? When you talk about competition, everyone knows what's meant by competition because it has to do with public interest. Do you think, since you're giving the minister a new power, do you think you could delineate what public interest means in the legislation?
Is to have public interest expelled expounded upon in the guidelines to allow for an evolutionary understanding of public interest because it changes, and to allow for a full and robust consultation on what that is.
Very much. We've finished the first round, and we've expired with our time. But does anyone have a single question that they did not get a chance to ask that's important? Everybody's Mr. Godin.
Une question très rapide, Madame la Présidente. Merci.
A very quick question, Madam Chair, and thank you for this. My question is for the Chamber of Commerce representative. If I understood what you said, your members are satisfied with Bill C-49. Did I understand what you said properly?
And our membership is very wide and has a lot of different interests within the Canadian Chamber. So there are some aspects of C-49 which we view as good and necessary, and we are still waiting to see some of the details. There are other issues on the rail side where we're not as certain, and the Chamber often, with the size and scope of our network, comes at it from a broad approach, and we have some broad concerns about the creeping regulation into the sector and what that may mean for investment, what that may mean for productivity, and what that may mean for the effectiveness of all of Canadian supply chains. So we like a lot of what's in Bill C-49. We need some parts, we still need to see what's in the regs, and there's other parts where we have some concerns.
Very much. Thank you to our witnesses very much. Sorry for the interruption, but I think everybody has gotten their questions and their answers that they needed for today. So we will suspend. We will reconvene in camera at 2 o'clock. Okay, calling our meeting back to order, our study of C49. Apologies, we're a few minutes behind schedule, but welcome to all of you that are here. If you would like to start by introducing yourself, and we would start with Mr. Levan. If you'd introduce yourself, and you have 10 minutes for your comments.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Should I start the comments?
Yes, please,
okay.
go right ahead.
Madam Chairwoman and honorable members, I appreciate the opportunity to appear before this committee as it considers Bill C-49. My name is Doug Lavin, and I'm the Vice President for Member and External Relations for North America for the International Air Transport Association, or IATA. IATA is a Canadian corporation created by a special act of the Canadian Parliament representing the interests of 275 airlines in over 117 countries around the world, including Air Canada, Air Transat, Cargojet, and WestJet. As such, IATA has a significant interest in the proceedings of this committee on Bill C-49. I've submitted my written comments on C-49 for your consideration in advance of today's hearing. I'd like to take my time this afternoon to highlight several points included in that submission. First, it is important to note that a key recommendation of the 2016 Canadian Transportation Act review was to reduce the high level of government taxes and fees on Canadian air transportation because of their significant negative impact on both airlines and passengers. Specifically, the CTA review recommended a phasing out of airport rent, a reform of the user pay policy to prevent the government from collecting taxes in excess of their investment in services and infrastructure, and a reduction in the air traveler security charge. In announcing the government's transportation policy, Minister Garneau promised a reduction of what he characterized as, quote, a litany of fees and charges on air travel. And in fact, this morning when he mentioned that he had traveled the country in preparation for C-49, the number one issue he heard about was high costs of air travel. IATA was therefore disappointed that C-49 fails to address any of these cost issues. No call for reduction in rent, taxes, or fees. Now, to be fair, Minister Garneau has promised to address these cost issues in Phase 2 of the government's vision for the future of Canadian transportation. We look forward to supporting Minister Garneau and his team in this second phase. I believe my airline and trade association colleagues that have testified before you yesterday and this afternoon are better equipped than me to address the issues of airline ownership, joint ventures, and CATSA cost recovery set forth in C-49. I'd like to focus my remarks on C-49's call for the Canadian Transportation Agency and Transport Canada to develop enhanced air passenger protection regulations. IATA is currently working with approximately 70 or so governments that have either implemented or considering implementing air passenger rights regulations. As you would expect, some governments have done a better job than others in this regard. We have seen two primary approaches to these passenger rights regimes. The first approach is that government steps in and dictates how airlines should treat their passengers. This model is best seen in the approach taken by the United States and the European Union, where regulations impose stiff fines if airlines do not meet government-imposed requirements as to how passengers should be treated in the case of delay, cancellation, or lost baggage. For the most part, these fines are punitive in nature as they go beyond the cost of the delay or cancellation to the air passenger. We see a number of challenges to this approach. First, it is difficult to define in regulatory terms exactly how to treat passengers in any given circumstance. Each irregular operation presents a different set of facts that are difficult to anticipate, much less to regulate. In Europe, for example, the courts stepped in to interpret the intent of the European passenger rights regulations, which more often than not resulted in contradictory interpretations and confusion on the part of airlines and passengers alike. Second, the most well-intentioned government regulators can sometimes do more harm than good when attempting to protect passenger interests. For example, in the United States, the rule against lengthy tarmac delays has resulted in increased flight cancellations, which often prove to be more inconvenient to passengers than the tarmac delay itself. In 1987, Canada deregulated the commercial airline industry based on the belief that the free market, rather than government regulation, will produce better results for airline passengers. There is little evidence to suggest that this assumption was incorrect then or now. We know that rare tarmac delays or lost luggage occasionally cause inconvenience for air passengers. However, the answer is not always government second-guessing of airlines when the competitive market and, more recently, social media already provide them with all the incentives they need to treat their customers as well as possible. While Europe and the U.S. passenger rights approach has been copied by some governments, other countries have taken a second approach that I believe this committee and Canadian regulators should consider. Under this approach, governments do not impose strict passenger rights rules with accompanying fines or penalties. Instead, they put measures in place to ensure that air passengers are fully aware of their rights before they purchase their ticket, leaving it up to passengers to decide what level of service they're willing to pay for. Australia is a good example of this approach. In addition to adopting a broad consumer rights law covering all industries, the government has worked with the airlines to develop customer charters that outline each passenger's service commitments and complaint handling procedures. China and Singapore have also chosen this focus on transparency rather than imposing punitive measures, and have seen positive results in terms of on-time performance, lower cancellations, and lower airfares. It is interesting to note that last year the Canadian Transportation Agency took a step in that direction when it requested and received voluntary commitments by Canadian carriers to publish their tariffs and contracts of carriage in clear language on their respective websites. Bill C-49 seeks to combine both approaches to this passenger rights issue. On the one hand, it requires airlines to make terms and conditions of carriage readily available to passenger in clear and concise language. IATA supports this transparency. C-49 goes on to direct CTA and Transport Canada to develop regulations with minimum standards and compensation for passengers during irregular operations. IATA has significant concerns regarding this approach, particularly if the fines are proscriptive in nature. If C-49 remains as is and CTA and Transport Canada follow the U.S. and EU approach, we urge these regulators to follow several principles to promote clear and fair regulation, including, first, guarding against unintended consequences and including provisions to fix them when they arise, ensuring that the benefits outweigh the costs of regulation. Compensation should be equivalent to the cost of passengers' lost time and property and not be punitive. We need to ensure that any customer service requirements apply to all parts of the air transportation ecosystem rather than just airlines, and that fines are only imposed on actions within the airline's control. And finally, that passenger rights rules not be extraterritorial in nature. Thank you for your consideration, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mann. On to Mr. Priestley, Northern Air Transport Association.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the committee. Thank you for having the Northern Air Transportation Association. My name is Glenn Priestley, and I'm proud to be the Executive Director of NATA. Our membership is representative of all aspects of northern remote air operations. Our operators are committed to the highest possible standards and cooperating with all government agencies to achieve the standard with rules and recommended practices that make sense and support the Canadian aviation industry. I'd like to start by the opportunity to thank the committee and staff for including NATA, including northern remote operations across Canada on these important discussions on the legislation contained in Bill C-49. Too often, aviation policy is formed with a focus on southern Canada air services. There's been a genuine effort by this government and various committees like TRAN to understand the unique issues associated with northern and remote aviations, and we thank you for that. Bill C-49 is a large bill that has 3 sections that concern the Canadian aviation industry. But this briefing will be focusing on the Passenger Bill of Rights legislation from the perspective of the Northern Travelling Experience. We'll be looking to ATAC as our senior association, who will be looking at all the aspects, but I'd like to focus on the Passenger Bill of Rights, if I may. The management of passenger safety and the overall positive travelling experience is a complex and daily issue for Northern operators. Long-term commitment to isolated communities with initial and ongoing investment in newer aircraft and facilities creates a special bond between the air carrier and customer. The relationship is more like a partnership. And a unique aspect of all Northern operators is significant commercial partnerships with many First Nation and Inuit governments. These relationships provide a recognition of the needs of communities and individuals. Examples of this recognition would be the reserved seating section to community elders located in most Northern airport waiting areas. Northern operators have had to find solutions to operational problems that simply do not exist in the South. Examples include long-range flight planning with limited information and support, meeting the need for contingency planning to ensure the safety of the traveling public. This committee had a substantial focus in its June 7, 2017 report on aviation safety in Canada regarding the lack of Northern aviation infrastructure that is needed to improve the travel experience and improve overall system safety and service reliability. The Northern focus concluded with the following recommendation: that Transport Canada develop a plan and timeline to address the specific operating conditions and infrastructure needs of airlines serving Northern Canada and small airports. Referring to the Canada Transportation Act amendment to include passenger rates legislation, the Northern Air Transport Association is very concerned with the generalities in the wording and the increase in regulatory authority that these amendments and others will provide the Canadian Transportation Agency. To be clear, NADA agrees that fare-paying passengers have rights. However, there are concerns because of problems that have been manifested in southern Canada and internationally. Northern air carriers are going to be burdened with one-size-fits-all. NADA members are currently very engaged on flawed regulations that were developed this way regarding flight and duty time rules for flight crew. Here's our summary. NADA agrees that the travel experience should be as transparent as possible, with expectations clearly stated. NADA does not agree with any minimum standard of compensation in the regulations, as there's just too many variables. NADA does agree with the procedures that provide passengers with essential notice for any unscheduled occurrence that causes delay. NADA agrees that every air carrier continue to maintain some form of operational control manual for these and other procedures associated with carriage of passengers and their carry-on board items as well as checked baggage. NADA is concerned with this blanket amendment that empowers the Minister to give the CTA extra regulatory authority without consultation. In summary, the Northern Air Transport Association has an excellent service record and is members of passenger management in challenging flight environments and difficult locations. Northern operators pride themselves on a tradition of providing odd meals, for instance, on many flights, including the price of the ticket. Northern operators have invested in their community in a different way than Southern operators that is easy to explain. NADA agrees passengers have rights. Our operator members have been respecting all their customers for a long time, with recognition for special needs and unique cultures. NADA is proud to be an original member of the CTA's Accessibility Committee, an important forum that provides guidance on our members to make a good system better in the movement of all passengers. Any passenger Bill of Rights needs to recognize existing industry efforts regarding passenger safety. We encourage that a new air carrier-centered conflict resolution model be developed to replace the current CTA model that inhibits the consumer's participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Priestley. On to the Canadian Federation of Musicians. It would have been lovely if you could have just had some music in here this afternoon for us to enjoy as we finish our 4th day of being here. Ms. Schutzman and Mr. Elliott, please go forward.
Sure. Before I begin, I'd just like to express our condolences for the loss of your colleague.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the opportunity to appear. Bonjour. Et merci beaucoup pour cette opportunité.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to the committee.
Representative for Canada for the American Federation of Musicians for the United States and Canada. As a professional musician over the last 40 years, I've traveled most of the world performing music. My performing career has been parallel with my work for the Canadian Federation of Musicians, initially as an executive board member and then president of the Calgary Musicians Association, Local 547 of the AFM, since 1999, and now as an international representative for Canada. I'm joined today by oboist, teacher, and my friend Francine Schutzman, who played in the National Arts Centre Orchestra for 38 years. She's the past president of the Organization of Canadian Symphony Musicians and currently the president of the Musicians Association of Ottawa-Gatineau Local 180 of the AFM. We're here today to enthusiastically applaud the Honourable Marc Garneau and Transport Canada for the inclusion of musical instruments as part of passenger rights in Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act. The Canadian Federation of Musicians is the Canadian national office of the American Federation of Musicians of the United States and Canada. We are comprised of 200 local offices across North America, collectively representing a membership of approximately 80,000 professional musicians, 17,000 of whom live and work in Canada. We've been representing the interests of musicians for 121 years. As the distinctly Canadian division of AFM and under its federal status of the artist recognition, the CFM negotiates fair agreements and working conditions covering all musical services within Canada. Our goal is to pursue harmonization with the United States FAA Modernization and Reform Act of 2012 regarding the carriage of musical instruments on commercial air carriers. We have included our original submission to the CTA Act review in January 2015. I just want to thank the Honourable Lisa Raitt. I know she was in this morning, but she's not in today, but her colleagues can pass on for encouraging us to enter that submission a few years ago. Following extensive advocacy to all the key stakeholders, we were very pleased to be included in the discussions on passenger rights and are looking forward to working together to develop regulations once royal assent has been received. We would also like to thank Air Canada for leading the way as an airline and working closely with the CFM to provide better service to musicians. This summer, at the 4th International Orchestra Conference in Montreal, Air Canada was presented with the Federation of International Musicians Airline of Choice for 2016. Merci Air Canada et félicitations. Musicians travel for business with
Congratulations, Air Canada.
Players of smaller instruments generally have no issues with stowing their instruments on board. The problems arise with larger instruments. Cellos are the ones that have the most problems. Many instruments are made of wood, are fragile, affected greatly by temperature, which in itself can damage an instrument beyond repair. Instruments belonging to professional musicians are often old and very expensive. Cellists flying with their instrument typically purchase a second seat for that instrument, but are nevertheless sometimes told they may not take the instrument on board. That equals lost job opportunities, lost work, and lost income. Some of you may be familiar with a song called United Breaks Guitars. This song was generated by an incident in which a guitarist, Dave Carroll, was forced to check his instrument, which arrived at its destination in pieces. We applaud the steps that have already been taken to ease the problems of musicians traveling with instruments, and we thank CATSA for working with us directly on some initiatives. There's still much work to be done. What we need is a well-advertised, industry-wide policy so that musicians may plan accordingly for business travel with the tools of their trade and the confidence they will make the job interview or performance on time without incident. I'd like to conclude with comments made by one of our more high-profile musicians, Dr. Buffy St. Marie, on the floor of the Senate recently of Canada, when she was given special recognition for her contribution to Canadian music. During her remarks, she asked that the government help connect the dots so that musicians could travel with their instruments. She cited an example where she was charged overage fees of $1,376 for an underweight guitar and a suitcase. Musicians have long had difficulty transporting the tools of their trade, which are often very expensive and irreplaceable. On behalf of all musicians across Canada, we thank you for this inclusion. We applaud your efforts, and we look forward to working closely with you to develop regulations that will be effective for everyone. Merci.
Thank you very much. On to the Air Transport Association of Canada, Mr. McKenna.
Good afternoon, bonjour. My name is John McKenna. I'm the president of the Air Transport Association of Canada. ATAC has represented Canada's commercial air transport industry since 1934. We have approximately 190 members engage in commercial aviation operating in every region of Canada. Nous accueillons favorablement cette occasion.
We welcome the opportunity to present our comments on Bill C-49 as it addresses important issues of commercial aviation in Canada. Passenger rights, foreign ownership, joint ventures, CATSA, and the CTA have been subjects of debate for some time.
Address the major themes of the bill, as the applicability of the proposed measures will only be determined by the accompanying regulations to ensue. These regulations, which will be developed by the Canadian Transportation Agency, are probably 1 year away. As for ownership of Canadian Airlines, the Minister claimed in his November 3rd speech before the Chamber of Commerce of Metropolitan Montreal that the increased foreign ownership will lead to more options for Canadians and allow the creation of new ultra-low-cost carriers in Canada. The presence of more airlines usually offers greater choice to travelers, but we have yet to hear convincing arguments supporting the claim that foreign investments will pave the way to ultra-low-cost carriers. Contrairement à ce que vante le gouvernement, ce n'est pas le fait de permettre aux
Contrary to what the government says, this is not the gateway to lower costs.
Traveling public. Only when the government decides to support rather than bleed the air transport industry will ultra-low-cost carriers stand a chance in Canada. Increased foreign ownership of airlines can also lead to an increase in the exports of profit generated in Canada to foreign interests rather than reinvestment in our industry. This being said, we don't oppose the government's intention to allow foreign ownership of up to 49%. However, we ask that this proposed change be accompanied by reciprocity with our foreign partners. In other words, if we allow foreign investors to own a 49% stake in our airlines, we would expect to have the same privilege in their country. Je serais curieux de savoir si notre gouvernement a amorcé un dialogue.
I would be curious to know if our government has entered into discussions with our major trading partners on reciprocity in terms of increased foreign ownership of airlines.
The government wants to ensure that passengers are protected by law. Some of the measures the Minister is keen to address include compensation standards for passengers for delays and denied boarding due to factors within the carrier's control and lost or damaged baggage. The Minister also wants clear standards allowing for children to be seated with parents at no extra charge and for the transportation of musical instruments. Nous cautionnons le fait que le gouvernement veut simplifier les règles.
We appreciate that the government wants to help the traveling public navigate through simpler rules and have easier access to support in unfortunate circumstances where these standards are not being met.
140 million people traveled by air in Canada in 2016. The number of complaints filed each year at the CTA is well below 500. The reason I raise this is to give a perspective of the size of the problem. Of course, some complaints remain at the airline level, but even then, the vast majority of travelers have a good passenger experience. We believe that major principles have to be incorporated in the passenger bill rights legislation. L'un des principes fondamentaux.
A key principle of the bill is that the go-no-go decision must remain with the pilot. The threat of severe, even unreasonable financial repercussions should not be allowed to influence the pilot's decision.
Passengers should be in line with the economic realities of air travel in Canada. Unreasonable monetary compensation out of proportion to the magnitude of the carrier's revenue in any given flight can only result in a deterioration of our environable air transport system, perhaps even including reduced services on some routes. À titre d'exemple,
for example, air passenger rights in Europe are generous to the point where a passenger could receive compensation for a delayed flight which exceeds the price paid for the ticket.
Cost to airlines and to all passengers. Shared responsibility is another major principle. You can't hold an airline accountable for events beyond its control. The Minister has stated some of the measures we are looking at include compensation standards for passengers denied boarding due to factors within the carrier's control. We need a clear definition of what falls under a carrier's control. While it may be a carrier's decision to cancel or to delay a flight, the reason for doing so may be well beyond the carrier's control. weather, ground delays as a result of de-icing pad congestion, snow clearance, congestion of the airport of destination, air traffic control, all affect an airline's decision. Also, some delays are safety related. Safety of passengers is the utmost preoccupation of pilots and airlines. Safety-related delays should not result in penalties for the airlines. How such delays are managed by the airlines is what the law should address. An additional principle is that the one-size-fits-all policy that is so widespread at Transport Canada, and Transport Canada's policy just can't apply here. You can't impose southern compensation standards as applied in Canada's largest airports to northern and remote airports. In closing, la facilité de se conformer à la loi.
Ease of compliance with the law, administration of complaints, and user-friendliness for passengers all depend on the complexity of the regulations which will accompany the proposed changes in the law.
Stakeholders in the drafting of new regulations attached to the bill. Only then will the Minister's objective of improving the passenger experience be met. I thank you. Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. McKenna. On for questions, Ms. Block.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I want to thank our witnesses for joining us today. I appreciate your testimony and look forward to all the questions and answers that we are going to hear over the next hour. My first question will be for you, Mr. Levin. I guess I think back to your opening remarks, and you referenced some of the key recommendations that were made by the Emerson panel in the CTA review to review and reduce some of the taxes in this industry. And then you went on to note that Minister Garneau had promised a reduction, but that C-49 fails to address any of these costs. You also then went to state that you are looking forward to phase 2 and being able to support the minister then in terms of when these things will come. So I guess I want to clarify, is it your understanding that we'll be going through this process once again, looking at C-49 and then including some of those changes? So am I hearing from you that we're going to be here again in a year or two?
Thank you very much for that question. I can't speak for the minister in terms of what his plans are or what the government's plan is. I can only tell you that his assurance to us when we challenged him on this issue was that that would be addressed in the second phase. And as I said, that's the #1 priority that our member airlines have who fly in and out of Canada. As you know, Canada gets incredible high ratings for their their aviation infrastructure. They're #1 in the world, and yet they're 68th in terms of taxes and charges around the world. That has a clear impact on airlines coming to this country. And as Mr. McKenna noted, you know, the idea that ownership and control will change the equation here in terms of low-cost carriers is something that we don't agree with, because the biggest issue preventing airlines from establishing operations here in Canada is the high cost of doing business here. So I'm hopeful on phase 2. I wish it was phase 1, but we'll be prepared to do it in any format that the minister proposes.
Thank you. My next question, and I would open this up to any of the witnesses to answer. In your view, does C-49 have the potential to increase or decrease the cost of air travel in Canada? And I'll open that up to anyone.
Well, if I may, John McKenna here. As I mentioned, that I should move this. That would all depend on compensations that set the format that it's set. If compensation is beyond reasonable, that can only drive up cost down the line. I can give you 2 examples. 2 of my brothers traveled back from Europe this summer, and their flight was delayed by 1 day. They both got compensation that way exceeded the price they paid for the round-trip ticket of for the trip. And I'm saying, you know, to do this, to have this kind of policy in place will only drive up costs for everyone.
Our experience is that, by definition, the government, in a sense, re-regulating the airline industry through passenger rights regimes will drive up costs. And that's why I stressed in my my opening statement that we really find it critically important that the regulators do a cost-benefit analysis. In the United States, when the regulators pursued passenger rights regulations, 3 different sets of regulations, they estimated the benefits, but they would not estimate the costs. So they said, well, I'm sorry, they estimated the cost, and then they said, but the benefits will be proven later. And that's not the way to do a cost-benefit analysis. And certainly, but it will raise costs. And again, this is a significant issue here in Canada.
Do I have any more time?
Yes, you do.
Okay. So I want to follow up on that because it has been our concern on this side of the table that this bill is ambiguous at best in the details in regards to the Passenger Bill of Rights, and we recognize that detail is going to be left up to the CTA through regulations, and I think what I've heard you say is that is not the best model to use. In fact, that it's better to use something different. And you also mentioned that you have seen 70 or more governments address this issue. So can you just reframe for us what you think would be the best way to attack creating a Passenger Bill of Rights?
Thank you for the question. Yes, as I stated in my opening remarks, the approach that we see to be most effective is to ensure that the passenger understands what he or she is buying when they purchase a ticket. One of the dangers of passenger rights regulations is one of the big competitions between airlines is their passenger service. They compete at that level. If you put a passenger rights regime as a common thread across all airlines in the marketplace, it takes away competition. We find that in Australia, Singapore, and other emerging markets, what they have done, and frankly what the CTA did last year, was to make sure that that transparency is there so that passengers can decide what they want to pay for. All surveys, all evidence suggests that any passenger, when they're any non-business passenger, when they're buying a ticket, their number one concern, number 2, 3, 4, and 5, is the cost of the ticket.
So on to Mr. Graham.
Ready. Thank you. Mr. Levin, I have a problem with one of the things you said early on. You're suggesting that in the 70 countries that have dealt with this, some have gone to legislative manner, and the others have enforced that companies clearly spell out what it is they're offering in their tickets. Now, for the government to be required to tell companies to tell us what they're selling us is an admission that the companies are not currently telling us what they're selling us. Is that correct?
It's certainly the government's position in those governments that they are not as clear as they could be. So, for example, in the United States, for anybody that's looked at a contract of carriage, you know it's a very complex and long document, and it's difficult for passengers to navigate that document. So what the U.S. did was require them to put it in plain language and put it on the websites in a way that the passengers can understand. IATA is strongly in favor of that kind of, if you would call that a passenger rights regime, we're all for it. Transparency is important.
But my point is, why should the government have to tell the airlines to tell us what they're selling us? Shouldn't they already be doing that? Why is that the level of service you're suggesting that we need to be asking for?
I'm not suggesting that government should step in it at all. If you look at, in terms of around the world, if you look at the level of cancellations, the level of delays, they've all gone down. In terms of lost luggage has gone down. In terms of, since 1996, air carriers' tickets have gone down by 64%. I don't see a reason for governments to intervene. However, governments do like to intervene at times, and I would suggest that if they do so, make it as transparent as possible for the passenger.
Okay, I proposed to you in response to Mr. McKenna's comments, and I'll leave it to both of you or anybody else wants to jump in. 500 or so complaints out of, was it 14 million trips? 140 million trips. Is it possible that people are not complaining because they're so used to the problems that they just don't see the purpose in complaining? And I put that to you from a personal example, because I flew to California for vacation in January. And on the way back, I flew in United Airlines, which is known for its customer service, really. And the flight from Los Angeles to Chicago, the crew never exited the galley at the back. They didn't pass once to offer service. They didn't respond to a single service call, and nobody complained because people are just so used to that level of customer service. So if we're saying that 500 complaints out of 140 million, maybe it's because we're used to bad service. What if you have a comment on that?
Well, yes. First of all, you should have traveled on a Canadian airline. You've gotten better service for sure. I think that I want to raise the question that was asked to the minister this morning as to why not, yes or no, why is this not in regulations rather than law? And I think the minister says it's easier to amend a regulation than it is to amend a law. Well, having dealt with Transport Canada for 15 years, I can say that nothing is easy at Transport Canada, and regulations there on a good day are very complex and difficult to follow. So I agree with Mr. Levin is saying that whatever you decide to use has to be very clear and transparent for people. I mean, we've been waiting for regulatory changes for 10 years that haven't come around. So, and I think laws changes about as quickly as that. So I don't think that's the solution. And I do think that for passengers, finding something on a bill or on a law is probably easier than navigating through Transport Canada regulations.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Another quick question for Mr. Priestley. You mentioned the long-range planning problems. Can you just give us a bit of a sense of the differences in the real-world differences between northern domestic airspace and the southern domestic airspace and what it means for you?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. As I said at my last testimony here, we own an awful lot of long, lonely routes. It's not, I mean, the flight on a daily basis from here to Iqaluit is the same as it is from Ottawa to Toronto or Montreal now. It's a beautiful new terminal, just opened up yesterday. It's good investment infrastructure has gone into Iqaluit. But we still have the problems remaining at the 115 other airports in the north. They're lacking the infrastructure that we have to go, for instance, to Pangnirtung. Pangnirtung is 1 hour and 15 minutes from Iqaluit. We can do that in an ATR 500 on a good day. That means we have 40 passengers on a bad day when the weather's low, when the wind's blowing the wrong way, because we can only go in there one way. We can go out both ways. We can only take 20 passengers. Okay, we have to reduce our load because of the local conditions. Conversely, we have situations where we take off and we fly farther north than that. You got, of course, Rankin on the other side, Resolute to the north. And again, quite often because of the weather reporting, for instance, we can't get there. And we have to turn around and come back. As I also mentioned, our passengers have a partnership with us. They understand. The average passenger in Canada south of 55 is 2 trips a year. North of 55, the average person flies 6 trips a year. So there's a better understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Monsieur Robin.
Madame la Présidente, merci à nos invités.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for being here with us today. I heard your criticisms of the elevated taxes and tariffs and the importance of reducing airport rents. The question I'd like to ask you is that under C, the government hasn't said what it's going to do in terms of the infrastructure bank for airports. So do you think that privatization of airports would result in better rents for you than with the current airport authorities?
Thank you for that question. In terms of privatization, and I know that's not the subject of C-49, but I know it's being considered, we are strongly concerned about privatization. There's easier ways to deal with rent than the privatization. Rent the government has collected so much rent that it is, that is way beyond what the price of the land that was turned over. Privatization, we have a significant concern because airports have a significant market power that they can abuse as part of any privatization. And if privatization is pursued, we would need to see very strict regulation to ensure that they don't overcharge airlines for projects in which we have no ability to provide them some direction. And we need an independent organization to appeal on those issues. So no, I don't see privatization. We're opposed to it in the United States, and we're strongly opposed to it here.
Merci.
Thank you. I was surprised during your preliminary remarks when you said that some countries that have charters where a lot of the usual problems are codified and that there are sometimes fines that go beyond the harm caused to the traveler. So I'm wondering how you assess that so that this lack seems so unreasonable to you in comparison with the problem caused to the passenger.
Question. I'm having difficulty here. If you could restate it.
Oui. Vous avez dit
Yes, you said earlier that some countries that have charters or for travelers' rights compensated them for inconveniences that goes beyond what the thing cost them in the first place. And so I was wondering how you assessed that.
Europe is a very good example of the dangers associated with compensating beyond the loss of time or property. In Europe, with the high fines for even minimal delays, we've actually seen businesses crop up to help passengers to collect fines that above and beyond what their damages were. So, for example, businesses will help a passenger identify a flight that is chronically delayed and have the passenger pay 20 euros for that flight, have it be delayed and get the 670 euros for the delay and then split it with the company. That's the kind of things we see in Europe and potentially we could see here. And I think it's, well, I'll defer to, I wanted to mention that I think it's important for everybody to note that passengers have significant protections here, but I'll respond if anybody wants any more information on that.
Merci. Non, je voudrais...
Thank you. Now, I'd like to speak to the musicians. It's rare we see musicians around the table here. Welcome. I myself am trained classically in singing, and that's an instrument that's easy to transport. It takes the same space as I do, so I understand that in the overhead bins, if there aren't suitcases above it, you might use it to do the job. But I know a musician, I have a friend whose instrument is worth more than my home. So some buy an extra seat to be able to travel with their instrument. But what about a double bass? You can't do that. So what is the component that you would really like to see included in the Passenger's Bill of Rights to protect all instruments, the biggest ones? I imagine that some, like double basses, have to go into the hold.
Thank you for asking. Double basses obviously are not going to fit on a plane as a carry-on instrument. We understand that there has to be reasonable expectations to the regulations, and we're prepared to do that. I think the biggest thing that we're looking for is consistency. Right now, consistency doesn't exist, and so it's very difficult to make any travel plans with any kind of an instrument because currently you really don't know what you're going to get until you show up at the gate, and that's the biggest issue for us right now. So double basses, of course, they're not going to go on a plane. They're going to have to go in the hold, but there have been instances where a musician shows up, and I had 2 of them this summer that I got calls on different airlines and different situations. But a musician was told that they could bring it on, and then they got to the airport, and then they were told it had to go cargo. So of course that caused a delay, and different arrangements had to be made. And again, the biggest issue is the inconsistency in the policies right now.
Can I add something? May I add something?
All right.
Mr. Fraser.
Sure, thank you very much. I'll continue with the musicians, but before I do, Monsieur Aubin, I'm a musician as well. I've been playing the bagpipes for about 25 years or so, and perhaps if you and I travel together, we can pay for one ticket and I'll store you in the overhead container. So I'm curious. One of the things that caught my attention, of course, was the fact that when musicians travel, they're not always traveling for leisure. There's an enormous economic contribution with arts and culture in Canada. Has anyone ever done an assessment on the economic impact of musicians' inability to travel when they do run into issues like this?
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh, that was easy now. Sorry, Ms. Schutzman, you were sort of in the middle of a response. If you wanted to take this opportunity
I just wanted to say, if people know in advance, if people who own large instruments know in advance that they will not be able to transport their instrument, for some instruments, you can purchase a kind of case that will let you check an instrument. If you have been told that you can carry the instrument on board, you don't have that case with you. And that's when instruments can be damaged.
So it seems like you guys might be singing the same tune as some of the, no pun intended, as some of the other witnesses, in that if there was really enhanced transparency and you knew what the deal was before you made the deal, that would solve the bulk of these problems?
I believe it would.
Okay, that's helpful. Just bouncing around here, a number of the other witnesses discussed the importance of ensuring that fines only pertain to what's within the airline's control, and I think the minister this morning was fairly clear that was his intention as well. Is there something in the language of the proposed C-49 that has you concerned that that's not going to be the case? Mr. Levin, go ahead.
Thank you. The language itself is not a concern, but as Mr. McKenna says, it's in the details as to what the regulation is going to say. So let me give you an example of a concern. What does it mean by control? We talked about some things where maybe there's a snowstorm or maybe there's no gates because of a snowstorm. That would be seen as something that I think everybody would agree would not within the airline's control. What about a mechanical issue where the airline says that they needed a part that needed to be fixed? What if a passenger or challenged that they could have fixed that part some other time, or it should be investigated as to why that part was broken in the first place? In the UK, for example, in Europe, the courts decided that they had in Europe they use the standard of extraordinary circumstances, i.e. that they don't fine an airline for delays if there's extraordinary circumstances. A court interpreting that in the UK decided that a very major thunderstorm was not an extraordinary circumstance because the airline should have anticipated thunderstorms in July. So again, whether you have with tarmac delays, with all the different things, the definition of it has to be quite subjective. As a result, we don't have certainty, which causes confusion for airlines and passengers alike.
So how can we achieve that level of certainty? I'm thinking if there's a weather delay, nobody's going to blame the weather on an airline, but if the airline has made decisions to cut costs along the way that they would not be equipped to deal with the weather we ordinarily expect, I think that rightfully falls within what the intent of the legislation is. How do we thread the needle on this one?
I'm not sure if you can, and that's the challenge I have with, for example, a 3-hour tarmac delay. I think it's important to recognize, for example, the experience of the U.S. on implementing 3-hour tarmac delays. If you say that after 3 hours it's a delay, that means that really it's a 2-hour tarmac delay because the airline will be turning back to the gate within 2 hours. So how do you explain that? And think about an international flight. You're sitting on the tarmac at 2 hours and you want to take off to go to Europe. The next flight is 24 hours later and they say, we need to turn back now because we could be subject to a tarmac delay. So what we believe is airlines are perfectly incented on tarmac delays. It's a wasted asset out on the runway. If it's within their control, they'll do whatever they possibly can to get back. And again, so I don't think there should be a hard and fast rule because of that reason, and also because of again, defining control is very difficult.
Going to Mr. McKenna, you mentioned that you're not necessarily opposed to foreign ownership, that you have some reservations, but reciprocity would be a nice feature if that were possible. What's the rest of the world doing on foreign ownership? I'm thinking the U.S., the U.K., the EU. What are the rules on foreign ownership in other countries?
I don't have the answer to all of those. I know that.
Perhaps I asked on group. But
yes, I could. I'm sure that the U.S., however, is not quite open to that. I'll let my colleague.
So the U.S. isn't open to it yet. The EU has provided for, in the U.S.-EU agreement, has provided for a relaxation on ownership.
Only as between the U.S. and the EU?
Yes, correct. Well, I'm not sure in terms of others. I'm just familiar with the U.S.-EU one. We've been in favor, IATA generally is in favor of airlines being treated just like any other companies. On this issue in particular, and I'm sure you've had this expression in your parliament, we have friends on both sides on this issue and we are voting with our friends. But generally, I would say that airlines being treated like other businesses is what we're looking for.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Hardy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned threading the needle, Mr. Lavin, and I agree that's definitely the case. Although, we do find ourselves as parliamentarians staring down issues that do come along where, let's face it, an airline hasn't behaved well, and people are demanding that something be done. And they don't look to you, they look to us. Mm-hmm. So that poor family that ended up being bumped from a flight, delayed a day, and then dinged another $4,000 to get on the plane that they had already actually booked a flight on. That's the sort of lack of judgment that brings down the wrath of the public on us, and the heat gets transferred. You can understand that piece. So, we have to look at two things here. There's two key words. There's judgment and there's expectations. You say that passengers should, have a clear expectation when, they buy a ticket. Okay, so if I look at somebody's tariff and they say, all right, we'll fly you to Toronto for $95, but your luggage will end up in Whitehorse, I'm still not going to buy that, right? So when we look at kind of the logical sequence of the transaction, I buy a ticket with the expectation that I'm going to get on the plane that I booked and that I'm going to end up in my destination with the stuff that's traveling with me. We can understand, some delays along the way because things can happen. And certainly, I mentioned the other day, sitting on the tarmac in Kelowna, waiting for them to fix a safety problem. Take your time, guys. I don't want to go up there if I can't get back down safely. Yep. No problem. But what about the person who has a connecting flight? Okay, I'm okay. I'm getting to where I live. I have no problem. But what about the connecting flight? Isn't there a reasonable expectation if somebody sequences a trip that they're going to be able to make those connections? And would you not agree that there should be some compensation for the person who has to stay over a night and incur extra expense?
Okay, you've raised a number of issues. So first of all, I'll say I don't envy the job of a politician and don't pretend to be one. And I understand that you do get hit up with on these issues. First of all, I think it's important to stress that these are very irregular operations, and they're called irregular operations for a reason, because there's less delays, there's less cancellations, the bags are being delivered where they're supposed to be delivered. And then you mentioned about the safety issue. I don't think you're suggesting that there's a safety issue and we should be overriding the safety issue to make sure somebody makes their connection. Safety is number one in our book. What I'm suggesting is, yes, there are circumstances that are unacceptable. The question is, does regulation address those circumstances?
Well, when your members don't, then regulations have to. And I am saying actually that, you're certainly not going to create an unsafe situation by taking off. But let's face it, you're responsible for the aircraft, its maintenance, et cetera, et cetera. In this case, the aircraft wasn't airworthy for a period of time. What do you do? What would you suggest in the principle of good customer service? And what should happen to that person that missed their connection?
Any airline that's a competitive airline that does its best to accommodate passengers in those situations.
How?
They accommodate passengers by putting them on a later flight. They accommodate passengers by giving them hotel accommodations when appropriate. There's all different things airlines do to accommodate their passengers, and again, the track record shows that. I'm not familiar with the fact situation, and certainly you have airlines that have testified to you before me and after me, so those issues should be directed specifically to them on specific circumstances. But my point is, in 1987, your predecessors agreed to deregulate the industry because they said that the private sector and the market mechanisms would do a better job, and there's no evidence that that's not the case.
Well, I would disagree in some cases, sir. I want to talk about service to the north because that is critical, and leaving that solely, the burden of that solely on the free enterprise system, on market forces, has led to extraordinary prices to get around there. I was pricing some of that out, and it is quite steep, and obviously those folks find it very, very difficult to get in and get out. Is there a solution to that? Does it mean some sort of government subsidy to lower that cost, or are there other things that could happen, Mr. Priestley?
Yeah, I'd say we got an area half the size, darn near half the size of Canada. If we go 55 north, which is the true north, with the population of Kingston, it is a problem. It is a concern. How do the operators handle it? All of our airplanes are Combi, so that we can move the wall, so that we can take more. There's always freight to go north. Sometimes it's not that many people. So we can move the wall within an hour to take more cargo, or if we have that day, we can move that wall. On occasion, sometimes we reach a situation where we can't do that, and some people get left behind. Your question on cost, I can't address that today. It's economics. It's just very expensive in the north. But our concern with the CTA is because of some of the other modernization initiatives, such as accessibility issues and insurance, that they're looking at being empowered under the Canada Transportation Act. That is only going to make the cost higher.
Mr. Priestley, Mr. Chong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for Mr. McKenna concerning joint ventures. I know Mr. Lavin declined to comment on it. Do you have, Mr. McKenna, do you have an opinion on these joint ventures that airlines have proposed in the past, such as the joint venture between Air Canada and United Airlines that was struck in 2011?
Actually, we're still studying that matter, and we don't have comments to make at this point. Okay. I'm sure you'll be hearing from other airlines later today that have comments on that, and I look forward to hearing their comments also.
Okay. Mr. Priestley, do you have any opinions on that? All right, Madam Chair, I don't have any more questions.
Oh, that's wonderful. Mr. Badaway, sorry, I didn't mean it disrespectfully.
I'm fine.
Mr. Badaway is fine? Okay. Mr. Godin.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question will be to Mr. Lavin. You said in your introduction that you hope that airport fees will be reduced, and that's an important component for you. You've stated that the minister did not address this in the first phase of this bill, C-49. What I find unfortunate in this bill is that it doesn't go far enough. Do you think it is achievable to integrate measures to decrease the airport fees in this bill, and also at the same time respect the passengers' Bill of Rights and the interest of passengers?
I guess I'm hesitant to second guess whether C-49 could accommodate that. I think that's more your business than mine. All I can say is that the rents in particular have been a concern of the airline industry. Any airline that flies here, that rents have been a significant barrier to, for example, Toronto or Vancouver becoming the global hubs that they would like to be. If you look at that, they've collected $12 billion. They've collected $58 billion so far and expect to collect $12 billion more in the future, we just find that not competitive with the rest of the world. So we are hopeful that if you could accommodate that, certainly on the passenger rights side, you know, I've stated our position quite clearly. I anticipate that we will work closely. We have great respect for CTA and Transport Canada and hope that whatever they come up with post C-49 is reasonable. But our number one priority of the airlines and the passengers is the high cost of traveling in Canada.
Je vais continuer sur ce.
I'll continue in the same vein. Is it realistic? You can identify some costs, and I'll go so far as to say abusive, that might be limited or eliminated. Could you identify for me in the total bill paid what the fees would be if you were in the minister's shoes that you would do away with? In fact, I'm asking you to role play here this afternoon.
Certainly the rent is a big issue. The air traveler security charge is one of the highest in the world. The fact that you have user pay plus here, whereby the government itself is not making the investment that it needs on security, and in fact putting it on the back of the passengers and even exceeding the services that are provided. The estimates in terms of as I said earlier, that air travel the baseline tickets globally are 64% lower now than they were in 1996 in real dollars. In Canada, that's not the case. I don't have that figure, but it may be 64% on the base, but the fees associated with it, which are up to 50 to 60% of that base fare, are taxes and fees, are the main barrier to a successful and vibrant commercial airline industry in Canada.
Merci. Alors, pour ce qui est...
Thank you. Let's come back to, you put us on the right track here. Let's come back to clients. You're suggesting the way of doing things, that rather than having a penalty to pay that is a severe one, that the passenger be informed. You mentioned Australia and China in terms of transparency. Do you sincerely believe that this way of doing things could be positive and in the interest of Canadian clients and passengers?
China and other places is lower ticket prices, lower delays, lower cancellations by this approach. And if I just have 1 minute, I think it's important to note here to recognize that Canadians have passenger rights now. First of all, Canada is a signatory to the Montreal Convention, which puts puts a maximum in terms of how much they are compensated for lost baggage and for cancellations. You already have those. Secondly, the CTA, as Mr. McKenna mentioned, has their process. More than 95% of those complaints are resolved between the airline and the passenger. 95%. So I think with this transparency that we're talking about in C-49, absent the fees, would make the most sense.
Madam Chair, are you as a defender of the status quo, do you think that C-49 will improve the customer experience?
Improve the customer experience because it will take away competition at the service level by harmonizing across as these standards. And I also feel that unintended consequences are very dangerous across that, and it will increase prices, and the only place that airlines can go with those increased costs is to pass them on to passengers. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Lavin. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Mr. Lavin, and thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Aubin. Madam Chair, I would like to speak with Mr. McKenna for a few minutes. You made some recommendations that are tied to regulations that unfortunately don't exist within C49. So I hope that the Department of Transport has heard you and that we'll eventually be able to have that discussion. But you also talked about foreign ownership, and you said that in your opinion there was no demonstration made that foreign ownership would bring companies to reduce costs with the companies that already exist. And there you surprised me, where you surprised me rather, is that you said there's no reciprocity that exists there at all. So I'd like you to explain that. And I think you were saying that we should have put that into the free trade agreements, for example, with the European Union, where, or should it be one-on-one? If there's a British investor, for example, who invests in a Canadian company, he could only do that insofar as Canadians could invest in the same way in Great Britain. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Reciprocity means that the right is granted equally to the other person. So if it's a foreign investor, that it works the other way as well. If Americans want to invest in Canada, would we have the right reciprocally to invest in an American airline up to 49%? Or 25% per investor, depending on the situation. Indeed, that aspect could be part of the free trade agreement at the national level and not as an intercompany exchange. Thank you. I'll come back to the musicians because I understood very well that you were looking for the best consistency and uniformity in services from one company to another. But I'd like you to point out specific aspects that would allow us to seek that kind of consistency across the board. So is it access to storage above the seats for instruments? Would it be the ability of companies to have pressurized areas where they could put instruments in the hold? So what are the minimum standards you're looking for airlines to provide?
We refer to what our colleagues in the U.S. went through in the last few years with the FAA Modernization and Reform Act of 2012, and I don't have that memorized, but the consensus of that is primarily with regard to carrying instruments on within the cabin. If it fits in the overhead bin, it can be put into the overhead bin and not asked to be removed to be replaced with luggage and not asked to be taken off the plane. And if I'm correct, I believe there's a weight limit as opposed to a size limit because, as we said earlier, musicians' briefcases are oddly shaped and they don't fit in the little compartment that is for carry-on baggage. But that's the crossover. It didn't get into storage of instruments and pressurized underneath the planes. We respect that there's lots of dollars involved in the economics of that. It hasn't gone that far. The biggest ask is a consistency with regard to specifically carrying instruments on. Do you want to add anything?
I'd like to add that the Air Canada, if I understood correctly, the current practice is that musicians will be allowed to pre-board. Because I think that we have all seen many things put in the overhead cabin, the overhead compartment that could easily be put under seats. So it's a question of balance. I mean, when you're talking about something so extremely valuable that even putting it in a pressurized cabin, like animals, we've heard of animals being harmed in pressurized cabins. It's part of your life. It's your soul, and you want to keep it as close to you as possible.
Merci.
Thank you.
All right. We have completed round one. Are there any other questions that anyone has that they would like to ask? Mr. Graham?
I'm not going to take much time. I just wanted to finish with Mr. Priestley when we got cut off. Just out of curiosity, in the north, how many of our airports have things that we take for granted in the south, like paved runways, control towers, or ILSs?
9 out of 117.
What's that?
9 out of 117, and only 5 of those have all those things you mentioned.
That puts in perspective. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Block.
Just one more. I guess I want to get back to some of the observations I made around phase 2. I cannot get away from that, knowing that this what happened as that brought about the Emerson panel report was the fact that we expedited a statutory review. That statutory review takes place every 10 years. And so if we're believing that phase 2 is going to happen anytime between now and 10 years from now, I'm interested to see how that's going to happen. And it doesn't mean that you have to wait 10 years, but there's no requirement to do it. And in fact, we've had witnesses recommend that we put back provisions in the bill that require a review of the changes that have been made, because that's missing in C49. And so I would have asked I guess the question that I have is, what measures should have been put in this bill, should have been put in C49 to address the concerns you've raised about the costs that our air travelers incur? And do you see prices going down under any circumstances in C49 as it is?
Happy to answer. Thank you. I don't see any circumstances whereby C49 by itself would reduce prices. In terms of what we would have liked to have seen, again, the number one focus was on costs. And what we would have liked to have seen is first of all, we're on record, we want an elimination of airport rent, but even a phase out of airport rent would be useful. The CATSA fee, a reduction on the CATSA fee, and a more of a government investment in security as opposed to putting it on the back of air travelers. We see a lot of evidence in the Emerson report talking about how CATSA can be reformulated to address the security lines issues, and change one size fits all. There's all those different things, and those are all impacts on, again, the competitiveness of the airline business in Canada. The minister said that ownership, if you listen to his remarks and look at C49, the only thing he points to on reducing of costs is ownership and control that would, in theory, increase competition in the marketplace. Again, Mr. McKenna and I have both stated we find that highly doubtful when the costs are so high to doing business in Canada. It is not ownership and control that's preventing airlines from coming in here to doing business.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Godin.
Oui, Madame la Présidente, merci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question will be to Mr. McKenna, a very short one. And you surprised me, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you said that the reimbursement cost will influence the fees paid by passengers. Do you mean it will increase them or decrease them? What did you say? I said that if the airlines have extra fees that they can add on because of regulations following this legislation, the only possible result will be an increase in the cost of tickets in time. Okay, that brings me to my second question. My son this summer went to Victoria, and for very specific, under very particular circumstances, they offered him to give up his spot and wait 24 hours at the airport. He's young, he didn't care, he couldn't sleep on a bench. For someone older, we seek a little more comfort, but he accepted, and his cost was $435 or something like that, but he was offered $800 in compensation. So currently, is that a practice in the industry, that it's over the actual cost of the ticket to the company? Because in this case that I saw this summer, that's what happened. So I'd like to know if in the industry at this point in time, do they offer a refund that is above the cost of the ticket? Well, you are describing a circumstance under which 2 or 3 passengers are asked to leave the aircraft and give up their seats, and that's a very particular situation. That's 2 or 3 people, not an entire plane load of people. So that practice at that time, yes, because they want to give an incentive to those people to take a different flight without any complaints being filed afterwards. That's not always the case. Thank you.
Thank you to the witnesses. It's been a bit of a long afternoon for you folks as well, so thank you very much for coming and sharing your thoughts with us as we move forward. So we will suspend for the next group to come to the table. Thank you. we could call the meeting to order. Our witnesses are in place and our staff, and we're going to, we have a very short break between this group and the next, so if we can gain 5 minutes, I think it would be appreciated. So, all right. Now, so we have with us Air Transat, Canadian Air Transport Security Authority, Canadian Automobile Association, and the National Airlines Council of Canada. So I thank you all for being here. Who would like to be the first one up? I don't see any volunteers. So how about Air Transat going up first? So please introduce yourselves and go on with your opening remarks. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, membres.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. My name is Bernard Bussière. I am the Vice President of Air Transat. I am accompanied by my colleague, Georges Petica, who is the main VP for Government Relations. We're very pleased to have been invited to appear today as part of your study of Bill C-49, the Transportation Modernization Act. Since our founding in 1987, we have consistently and proactively worked with government policymakers, legislators, and regulators to achieve a sound and growth-enabling framework for Canada's critical travel and tourism industry. And our appearance today is undertaken in that same spirit.
Of our detailed corporate brief that we filed with the clerk earlier this month. We would like to use our few minutes this afternoon to offer some supplemental thoughts and reiterate some of our key points outlined therein that we trust will add value to your deliberation. En premier lieu, nous considérons le projet de loi C-49 comme une première étape.
To begin with, we view C-49 as a first step in addressing some of the challenges facing Canada's air transport industry. Indeed, while it seeks to incorporate several of the recommendations of the Emerson Report, it is silent on some other critical aspects, including sectoral tax policy, cost competitiveness, aviation infrastructure funding, review of the user pay model, and airport governance. We call on the federal government to expeditiously follow up in this respect in order to ensure a more comprehensive and integral enhancement of applicable policy.
Consumer rights framework outlined in C-49, Transat was one of the first industry stakeholders to publicly welcome this initiative after the tabling of the bill in Parliament. As we publicly stated at the time, we are fully prepared to work with government, regulators, and our industry colleagues to achieve a fair and balanced compensatory and duty of care framework that ultimately enhances the consumer experience. We refer to our further caveats outlined in our brief and reiterate support for the input that will be provided by our ANACC colleague today. Aujourd'hui, nous aimerions mettre l'accent sur nos principales préoccupations concernant le
We'd like to focus our input today on the concerns outlined in our brief resulting from the proposed airline joint venture provisions in C-49. They are quite complex provisions. At first glance, they may seem harmless, but they are not. We have attempted to explain in our brief why they are in fact potentially a very problematic and long-term problem for ensuring fair competition in our industry and ultimately for protecting the consumer interest while ensuring a proper balance with broader public interest objectives. We therefore invite honourable members to keep the following in mind when considering our proposed amendments.
To be obstructionist with its approach in this case. There are indeed many reasons why airline joint ventures may result in more services, destinations, and other additional benefit for Canadian travelers, communities, and for the economy as a whole. This, of course, is good, but we do not believe it should be achieved at any cost or risk to the consumer interests. Put simply, stated efforts by the government to rebalance the public versus consumer interest consideration in this case have resulted in the pendulum being shifted to the other extreme and to the ultimate detriment of fair competition. La norme omniprésente de l'intérêt public.
The ubiquitous public interest standard, which is a common feature of legislation seeking to provide residual powers for ministerial authority to address a broad range of undefined matters and circumstances, is simply not sufficient, as drafted here, to justify the preempting of critical competition law oversight to these potentially anti-competitive agreements between competitors.
The consolidation and coordination of critical functions such as route development, capacity deployment, fare setting, etc., among GV partners should be considered as a de facto merger of these respective commercial entities. Existing law is sufficient to establish whether these types of agreements between competitors are in the public interest. Indeed, we believe it is incumbent on those stakeholders who are advocating for joint venture-specific provision to justify why they are in fact needed and why their commercial corporate objectives are impossible to achieve without saying. Il faut toujours se rappeler que les
It must always be remembered that past commissioners of competition have already expressed serious concerns regarding potential anti-competitive behavior by airline joint ventures, especially in environments where they control high concentrations of market share. This is not just transit waving the caution here.
Recognize that there has often been a legislative and policy balance to be struck between the concept of the public and or national interest versus the narrower consumer interest that competition law primarily oversees. This balance has already been achieved in the transport sector through the merger provisions incorporated into the Canada Transportation Act, which were crafted at that time jointly by the Commissioner of Competition and the then Minister of Transport. Par conséquent, au lieu de réinventer la roue,
Therefore, instead of reinventing the wheel, we propose for greater clarity and consistency that these merger provisions be largely adopted for the review and approval of joint ventures. The process that we propose would result in the following. It would be more transparent, as the report of the Commissioner of Competition would be made public.
Input from all relevant departments instead of granting the Minister of Transport sole responsibility for immunizing joint ventures in a decision that requires no publication. Cela entraînerait une décision exécutoire aussi.
It would result in a decision enforceable by both the Commissioner of Competition and the Minister of Transport, who have different knowledge and responsibilities with respect to the joint venture.
Periodic review process to ensure that the consequences of the joint venture continue to justify immunity. En conclusion, la nécessité d'un processus équitable, transparent et public.
In closing, the need for a fair, transparent, and public process regarding the immunization of airline joint ventures from competition is particularly important in the Canadian context, where the industry is dominated by one major carrier. We believe our proposal, which mirrors the current process for mergers in the transportation sector, meets these objectives. Thank you for your attention, and we look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much. On to Mr. Perry for the Canadian Air Transport Security.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. My name is Neil Perry, Vice President, Service Delivery at the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority. We're also known as CATSA. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. As many of you know, CATSA is an agent Crown corporation funded by parliamentary appropriations and accountable to Parliament through the Minister of Transport. CATSA is responsible for taking actions either directly or through a screening contractor for the effective and efficient screening of persons who access aircraft or restricted areas through screening points. Also the property in their possession or control and the belongings or baggage that they give to an air carrier for transportation. CATSA, as the Civil Aviation Security Screening Authority for Canada, is regulated by Transport Canada, Canada's designated National Civil Aviation Security Authority. CATSA is subject to domestic legislation, regulations, and procedures in the way that it conducts its business in screening. In this context, CATSA's mandate outlines 4 core responsibilities within the realm of aviation security: pre-board screening of passengers, the screening of hold baggage or checked baggage, the screening of non-passengers, and the restricted area identity card program. Given the nature of today's meeting examining Bill C-49, the Transportation Modernization Act, my remarks will focus on the amendment associated to the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority Act. And specifically, this relates to the cost recovery of security screening operations in airports across Canada. Bill C-49 contains two changes to the CATS Act. These changes would formalize policy authority for cost recovery initiatives for designated airports that strive for expedited passenger screening and cost recovery for non-designated airports. And these such services would normally be beyond CATS's mandate and would require authorization from the Minister of Transport. Under the direction of Transport Canada, CATS has undertaken 2 trials on cost recovery to date. In 2014, the Greater Toronto Airport Authority sought the approval of the Minister of Transport to purchase additional screening capacity directly from CATSA for pre-board screening operations. CATSA and the GTA subsequently entered into an agreement following authorization from the Minister of Transport, which allowed us to effectively sell them additional screening hours. A similar trial agreement was entered into in June of 2017, this year, between CATSA and Vancouver Airport Authority for the same thing. In 2015, Transport Canada amended regulations to allow non-designated airports to enter into cost recovery agreements with CATSA for the purpose of attracting new commercial routes and potentially enhancing economic development. These airports must meet the same requirements as a Class 3 airport within Canada. To date, CATSA has entered into discussions with 12 non-designated airports, and while the discussions have been productive, no agreements have been signed to date. So with those introductory remarks, I thank the committee, and I'm happy to answer any questions related to the subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perry. On to the Canadian Automobile Association, Mr. Walker.
Thank you very much. My name is Jeff Walker, and I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at the Canadian Automobile Association, or CAA, as most people know us. Thank you very much for having us here today. We're looking forward to speaking today on Bill C-49, specifically as it relates to air passenger rights. I'm going to begin my remarks by providing a little bit of background on our role in air passenger rights issues. As many of you probably know, CAA has been around for over 100 years. We were founded in 1913, and our major mandate at the beginning was road and driver safety, an advocate for the consumer and the consumer interests around road and driving. But today we have 6.2 million members from coast to coast, and we offer a wide range of services that go far beyond that today. In fact, CAA is Canada's largest leisure travel provider, and we have a large network of 137 stores across the country and online that we provide services to members. We remain a not-for-profit, member-driven organization that is at its heart an advocate for the Canadian traveler. Our agents at CAA work with air passengers every day, and we understand this business very well. This allows us to take strong and informed position in favor of air passenger rights, while at the same time recognizing that the consumer interest is best served by healthy, competing airlines. The passenger protection regime we have in Canada has been untouched for many years, leading to a widening discrepancy between how U.S. and European air travelers are treated on one side and Canadians on the other. It's time we can do better when it comes to protecting Canadian air travelers. We do a lot of polling, a lot of member research, and the work we've done talking to members and non-members alike has found that over 90%, in fact 91% of Canadians agree that it's time that Canada has its own national airline consumer code. We welcome and support Bill C-49 as it contains many of the improvements that we've been calling for over the last several years, and we believe it's going to be better for the traveling public. At the same time, the bill will only take us part way to where we need to be. The bill leaves the all-important details on treatment and compensation, for example, when and how much, for instance, to a future regulatory process, and we urge this committee to pay close attention to that process. A good sounding bill will end up not meeting expectations if the end result is a coffee coupon in compensation for being bumped somewhere someday. We got to all work to make sure that doesn't happen. Bill C-49 addresses some important areas such as covering all airlines, both domestic and foreign, as well as all passengers, non-Canadian or Canadian, to avoid situations where there's an unlevel playing field. It sets out minimum standards of treatment and compensation for key categories such as delays, cancellations, overbooking, and lost bags. It addresses family seating with children at no extra fee. It provides the CTA's ability to collect and monitor airline performance data as it relates to passenger handling, and it gives the agency the ability to extend decisions to other passengers on the same flight as affected by the same incident. However, the bill relies on a complaint from a passenger in order to trigger any action. We agree with Scott Striner, who's the CEO of the CTA, and David Emerson, both of whom have said in testimony earlier this week that the regime would be more effective if the agency could initiate its own investigations when it deems necessary and make industry-wide rulings on minimum treatment rather than restrict its findings to passengers on one specific flight. It's worth noting that the CTA was able to initiate hearings into the Transat situation a few weeks ago only because it concerned an international flight. It just happened to fall into that space, and otherwise it wouldn't have been able to been even dealt with, unfortunately, in that context. The CTA wouldn't have had the authority, even under C-49, to decide itself to hold a hearing into the similar situation if the flight occurred within Canada. Nor will the CTA be able to examine any broader systemic issues that the CTA might note that don't come from a specific complainant. It might have to ask the minister for permission to investigate them. Another matter worth noting is that in some circumstances, regulations are likely to set out clear rules. For instance, that for a delay of X hours within an airline's control, passengers might receive Y in compensation. The current system would require a complaint from a passenger in order to initiate that payment. Airlines have this information, though, and they know when they're offside, so why does this system have to wait for a complaint? Why not compensate proactively in these cases? This is an important consideration in light of recent findings from the EU Consumer Association, which reports that only 1 in 4 EU flyers are getting the compensation they're due for lengthy delays because airlines are not required to proactively offer it. This would allow CTA to focus on more complex complaints. The International Air Transport Association says 60 countries have some form of passenger rights legislation already in place. For too long, Canada has relied on airlines' own policy and a needlessly complex complaint process through the CTA. While the vast majority of air travel goes off without a hitch, a clear set of standards would benefit everyone, from passengers to the industry, which will be able to compete on a level playing field. However, as noted earlier, whether this new regime is effective will be dependent on the regulatory process. As a consumer watchdog, here's some of what CAA is looking for in this process. Clear, simple, and understandable terms and conditions that the average traveler can understand. 2, levels of compensation and minimum treatment that ensure travelers are well treated. That for the airlines, in the word of Parliamentary Secretary McCrimmon, it is not worth your while to treat people this way. Proactive disclosure by airlines of a consumer's right to compensation and minimum treatment. Regular reviews to ensure that regulations and compensation levels remain appropriate. And finally, airline performance reporting with respect to the handling of passengers and luggage should be made public regularly. Someone once said, sunshine is the best disinfectant, and we agree. We will be participating in the regulation-making process to be sure the consumer interest continues to be heard loud and clear. In order for Canadians to judge the new system a success, we need to make this right. We urge this committee to stay engaged even beyond these hearings to make sure the eventual system is one that works well for all Canadian air passengers. Thank you, and I'd be pleased to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walker. On to the National Airlines Council of Canada, Mr. Bergamini. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee, membres du comité. Je m'appelle Massimo Bergamini.
My name is Massimo Bergamini, and I am the President and CEO of the National Airlines Council of Canada. I want to thank you for the opportunity to appear today to provide my organization's perspective on Bill C-49. But before I begin, allow me to say a few words about our organization and our industry. The National Airlines Council of Canada was created in 2008 by Canada's 4 largest airlines: Air Canada, Air Transat, WestJet, and Jazz. The goal was to advocate for policies, regulations, and legislation that would foster a safe and competitive air transportation system.
carry over 92% of Canada's domestic air traffic and 65% of its international air traffic. They employ over 50,000 Canadians directly and contribute to an additional 400,000 plus jobs in related sectors such as aerospace and tourism. According to the Conference Board of Canada, in 2012, our industry contributed almost $35 billion to Canada's GDP. Those are significant statistics that speak to the role that a strong, competitive aviation industry plays in ensuring Canada's economic prosperity. But more to the point of our discussion, commercial aviation has become the only practical way for millions of Canadians to travel, to be with family, for work, or simply to explore our vast country. And travel they do. According to Stats Canada, the total number of passengers enplaned and deplaned in Canada increased by some 30% between 2008 and 2016. There's no doubt that the era of elite jet setters is long past. Our members alone were involved in over 71 million passenger movements last year. As people now book flights as readily as they drive cars, air travel is becoming the domain of the middle class, not the 1%. For Canadians, flying is now part of daily life, the lifeblood of an open, diverse, and geographically dispersed society. In our country, the freedom to travel is considered a given, and air transport has become an essential link between people and communities. To quote the Emerson Report, not only does air travel provide access and labor mobility to urban, rural, and remote locations in Canada, but airports and air carriers act as economic engines for communities and for the country as a whole. Now, this is why a competitive commercial air industry is so important. That is why this bill is so important. And that is why getting it right is also so important. Unfortunately, we think the government's approach falls somewhat short of that mark. The Emerson Report recognized the complex interconnections that make up the travel experience and that contribute to our industry's global competitiveness. It proposed a three-pronged approach to address the major components of a competitive airline industry: cost, access, and the user experience. Bill C-49 addresses only one: the user experience. Now, for the government to lead with Bill C-49, absent economic measures to address the public cost structure issue, from our perspective, risks creating further economic imbalances that may eventually hurt those the bill is meant to protect. Pour être clair, même si nous trouvons que certains aspects du projet...
To be clear, while we find that some aspects of the bill require clarification, and you will find our recommendations in the technical annex, we do not take issue with the bill or in any way oppose its adoption. We are, however, concerned that the government's approach amounts to putting the cart before the horse. Putting in place an economic penalty system as the framework for dealing with service issues, without addressing public cost structure at the same time, runs the risk of negatively affecting the industry and ultimately passengers.
Pointed out earlier, the international experience on this matter is instructive and should be noted. As I said at the time of the bill's tabling last May, and I quote, "Our organization and members share and support Minister Garneau's commitment to ensuring that all air passengers have the best air travel experience possible, and we look forward to working with him and with the Canadian Transportation Agency to this end. However, we also recognize that the air travel experience doesn't start at check-in and doesn't end with baggage pickup, and it doesn't happen in an economic or a systems vacuum. There are a lot of moving parts in getting a passenger to destination. It involves the coordinated efforts of hundreds of dedicated people working in airlines, in airports, air traffic control, air security, and border services. Every trip takes place within a complex web of systems, regulations, and costs. Each piece contributes to the outcome, and each must be considered when trying to improve service to passengers. There is no doubt that sometimes in this complex system, capacity is stretched by unforeseen circumstances, mistakes are made, and flights are delayed, luggage is lost, and connections are missed. In 2016, there were some 2,800 passenger complaints made to the Canadian Transportation Agency, or about 8 per day. Of these, 560 were either withdrawn or were outside the agency's mandate. Of the remaining complaints, 97% were resolved through facilitation. That is to say, the airline was informed of the complaint and reached a mutually satisfactory agreement with their guests without further agency involvement. Less than 1% went to adjudication. Now, not to minimize the significance of these complaints or the inconvenience that passengers experience, but it is important to place these numbers in the context of a system that moves over 350,000 passengers per day, every day. Loin de moi de vouloir minimiser les inconvénients que connaissent parfois nos passagers.
I certainly wouldn't want to minimize the inconveniences that our passengers experience, but it is important to place these numbers in the context of a system that moves over 350,000 passengers every single day.
As Bill C-49 does, is a positive measure, and it will lead to more certainty in the marketplace. Of that, there is no doubt. We are disappointed, however, that this measure was not introduced in conjunction with concrete steps to address the uncompetitive public cost structure faced by our industry or the system's bottlenecks caused by underfunding of air security and border screening. The Emerson report recognized how mounting fees and charges as well as delays in security screening affect travelers and the efficiency of the industry. It recommended phasing out airport rents, reforming the user pay policy for air transport, and putting in place regulated performance standards for security screening. Unfortunately, absent any provisions in the government's 5-year fiscal framework for additional spending in this area, Bill C-49 alone will do nothing to address the cost pressures on our airline industry or the system's bottlenecks outside of its control. September is when the leaves start changing in Ottawa and when Parliament resumes sitting. It is also when budget deliberations get underway in earnest within government. It is our hope that when your committee has completed its study of this bill and is ready to return it to the House, you include a recommendation that the government begin taking immediate steps to implement the competitiveness provisions of the Emerson report in next year's federal fiscal framework. Implementing the Emerson's report recommendations on the air industry's public cost structure, as well as on eliminating passenger screening bottlenecks in parallel with the provisions of Bill C-49, would be a true game changer for airlines, for airports, for travelers, and ultimately for the country. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you very much, sir. On for questions, and Ms. Block.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I want to thank all of you for joining us today. I'll get right to my questions since 6 minutes goes by pretty quick. We know that C-49 is the result of consultations in response to the Emerson panel's review on the Canadian Transportation Act, which was actually expedited by the previous government back in 2014. And, you know, it has been referred to by many, many of our witnesses that while they appreciate some of the things that are in C-49, it misses the mark in many, many ways. And one of the things that I would like to pick up on would be the measures that you've just identified that were in the Emerson report that are missing here. And so I guess I would ask you to further comment on that. Were you consulted during the time that this bill was being contemplated, and were there measures that you had recommended be included in C-49 to Minister Garneau?
Thank you. With respect to consultations, yes, on Bill C-49, but also on the industry cost structure. We've had discussions with the government, and not only with the current government, with previous governments. This has been a long-standing issue, of course. The basic problem is not so much with a willingness and a general commitment on the part of Minister Garneau. Minister Garneau has told us, as I believe he has indicated to this committee, that he is looking at a phased approach. We note, however, that the minister in November, when he unveiled his Vision 2030, indicated that he was working towards a set of regulated standard performance standards for CATSA. I can tell you that on budget day we were waiting very impatiently for the budget to be tabled so we could see what what changes were actually introduced with respect to performance standards, which is a key element of the solution. Of course, performance standards without funding is meaningless. And so you can imagine we were disappointed. The budget was silent in that area, right? So the issue is not so much that there hasn't been consultation or there haven't been commitments. The issue is that there are competing political priorities that require the allocation of scarce dollars by this government, by all governments. And so this is really fundamentally what we're saying, is that to go with this as your first step, we run the risk of people saying, check, done, we can move on to something else. We believe it is fundamentally important to look at the complexity of the system and take a ecosystem or a holistic approach to deal with it. And that requires funding. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to add anything to that?
That's fine.
Okay, then we'll move from the holistic approach that you were hoping for or asking for to drill down into some of the measures that have been raised that are problematic. So in your view, is it in the consumer's best interest to have the Minister of Transport determine whether joint ventures should be approved or blocked rather than the Competition Bureau? I'll throw that out to any one of you.
Well, why don't we start, since we've made it pretty clear that that's something that concerns us, and thanks for the question. You know, as we indicated in our opening statement, we're trying to be realists here. We know how the world is evolving, and you know, these joint ventures are out there, not only in Canada, but in the United States, in Europe, and they offer a lot of potential advantages for travelers in terms of enhanced connectivity, more destinations, etc. But when we look at it in the Canadian context, we have to look at our specific circumstances here. We are a small market in Canada. We have one airline in particular that is interested in these sorts of joint ventures and in these provisions which would effectively indemnify that joint venture from the protected from the scrutiny, if you will, or active enforcement of competition law by transferring that power to the minister. And we know that the airline is. And they're a member of a joint venture right now, which according to our numbers, out of 30 transatlantic markets in 2016, controlled over 35% market share, those three major members, Air Canada, Lufthansa, and United. This is in and out of Canada. In several of those markets, that figure exceeded 40%, and in two of them, over 80%, 90%, Switzerland. These are extraordinary market shares. And as such, when you take that reality and all of a sudden you propose to curtail the ability of the Commissioner of Competition to look at the ultimate consumer interest here and how this is being deployed and whether or not it may not be in the long-term interests of the Canadian consumer. Well, that's why we're ringing the bell here and we're saying, hold on. Yes, the minister has a role to play. Yes, there are public interest considerations that must be looked at. Job creation, connectivity, trade and commerce. This is all good. And I think our colleagues from WestJet talked about connectivity yesterday. Absolutely. However, not at any cost. And what's happened here is that the pendulum, as we said in our opening remarks, has swung too much towards the ability of the minister in terms of a politicized process to make this decision without necessarily having a meaningful input on the part of the Competition Commissioner and a transparent input at that.
Thank you very much. On to Mr. Sican.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is going to be directed towards Air Transat. I was on a flight once from California that had to declare an emergency landing in Arizona because the air conditioning stopped working. It got so hot in there that the pilots actually couldn't operate the plane anymore. So I can actually attest to how unbearable that situation is. So when I hear passengers stuck on a plane for over 6 hours, I can tell you unequivocally that that's not acceptable, especially if they have to call 911 to get water. This isn't a forum to do an investigation or talk about tariffs, so I'm actually going to just ask you the same question I asked the other air carriers. and that's whether you understand why passengers are frustrated with the level of service they sometimes receive from your airline, and why they may feel powerless or lacking rights.
Thank you, Mr. Sakan, for that question. First and foremost, we'll state the obvious. This was an extremely unfortunate incident. We obviously regretted what happened here. We are a proud airline with 30 years of service to Canada and Canadians. We've won numerous international awards for our service. This is not the way we wanted things to turn out. We've apologized to our passengers. We are working actively and transparently with the CTA public inquiry into this matter. As you know, they held public hearings a few weeks ago, and we told our version of events there. So I don't want to repeat that right now because obviously it's all on the record, and I don't think it adds anything more to the discussion here. What I can say is this. If we are to look at anything in terms of a silver lining from this awful situation that took place, is that it's a cautionary tale. And you've heard, I believe, from our colleagues at Air Canada and WestJet yesterday talk about a holistic, system-wide approach to ensuring that these sorts of things are avoided in the future. I mean, one thing that you have to understand is this. Just putting out an obligation or a penalty or a fine and saying, if you don't disembark your passengers after certain hours, you're going to pay this amount of money. That would not have helped those passengers that evening. I can assure you that, because we don't need a financial incentive or threat to do what we're doing. Our crews want to get those people where they're going as quickly and as safely as possible. What happened here was a system that broke down in terms of communications, in terms of central coordination. When an airplane is at 35,000 feet going 600 miles an hour, well, the captain and his crew are basically in control of the situation, with air traffic control, of course. Once that airplane full of people lands on a piece of pavement at an airport, it's a whole different ecosphere. Now we're talking about all sorts of intermediaries and service providers running all over the place. Usually that works well in normal circumstances. I call it the symphony, when the plane pulls up to the gate and, the trucks come in, the fuelers and the baggage handlers. But when things go wrong, like they did in Toronto, and the whole thing is in complete meltdown, well, then we need a plan. We need somebody to conduct that symphony right now, and we respectfully suggest that should be the airport. And
I'm going to just jump in because I'm short on time. Just having heard you say you need a plan. Now, I can recognize that's not the norm. I actually used to take Air Transat to England when I was studying there all the time. So we have, because of situations like that, introduced amendments and C-49, and I'd like to know how Air Transat is actually going to move in regards of implementation of C-49.
Well, we're going to work with yourselves. We're going to work with the CTA in the regulatory process. And, we will abide by what the ultimate verdict is in terms of the regulation. The devil is in the details, if you don't mind that expression, but clearly we're working with enabling legislation here. And as long as the high-level principles are agreed, well, we'll work with the CTA to come up with a balanced framework that improves the customer experience.
Okay, and I think I'm going to give you an opportunity to discuss. I know you were mentioning joint ventures. Mm-hmm. If you can just reiterate some of your remarks that you mentioned.
Cool. Okay. Well, as I mentioned in response to Ms. Bloch's question, we have to understand that, I was with a bunch of American lawyers this morning at the American Bar Association and Zara Space Law Forum in Montreal before I drove over here. And they were talking, they had a panel on competition law and aviation and concentration, in their market in the U.S. And in the U.S., it is absolutely a given that if anybody asks for immunity from the application of antitrust laws in the U.S., airline joint ventures, as they've done there, well, at a minimum, the government has to ensure that they have a comprehensive open skies policy to make sure that that joint venture is being disciplined, if you will, through market forces, competition, and thus the consumer is provided another level of protection. Well, that's not necessarily the case here in Canada. Canada has some great open agreements with many countries, but we also have restricted agreements with many network competitors that can compete with the JV here in Canada, Atlantic Plus Plus. So I tell you this, if you get immunity from competition law, And at the same time, you get protection from vigorous competition that's supposed to protect the consumer. Well, you just had your cake and your chocolate chip cookies and your ice cream, and you got to eat it. And we're suggesting that's not what public policy should be about here.
Thank you very much. On to Monsieur Robin.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Bienvenue.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome to all of you. Thank you for being here. My first questions will also be for Air Transat. I'm not sure if you had concluded your last response, but I was going to sort of follow up on the same theme. We know that in the U.S., there is this immunization process for certain companies. I don't know if they're talking about harmonization in C-49, but what I'd like to get a clear answer on, if possible, is what are the similarities and the differences between their immunization process and the ones proposed in C-49? Thank you. I'll try to give you a practical answer to that. We said earlier that when joint ventures work together to set routes and prices, for me that's an effective merger. So today that is effectively a merger. There is a process that exists currently under the law. We have added to our brief the opinion of a former commissioner to the Competition Bureau. His name is Conrad von Finkenstein. He's a well-known, well-respected figure. And he took the time to analyze the provisions that are proposed here and to compare them with the merger regulations. So I think that if we simply subjected joint ventures to those provisions, that would solve the concerns that have been raised. We would have a transparent process. That process would be rational and everyone would be able to comment on it. And that would allow companies like ours and others, and it would also allow consumers, for example, to speak out and to say whether they think there would be a negative impact. And that's what we're trying to get, and we're trying to get your opinions on modifications that are already proposed in the law. Thank you. So I think that's much clearer. Now, one aspect that's very clear to all consumers and to all air passengers is the notion of competition. Now, we may all have our own definition, but we know that the idea, the fundamental thing we're looking for is to save as much money as possible. Now, do you think that consumers should be worried about the measures as they currently stand? As I said earlier, Mr. Robin, in the Canadian context, we have one dominant player. One player that's essentially like a fortress that owns most of the market share. And that player is substantially helped by what is proposed in the bill. The minister has agreed to immunize them from the Competition Act. So we would end up in a situation where we would have one dominant player who would be able to exert perhaps undue influence over players in a market, which is supposed to be a competitive market. Now, we at Air Transat are a competitor of this company, which I'm discussing, Air Canada. So you may say, well, it would be in your interest to be critical of this and to build your network, but that's not it at all. We are interested in continuing to do what we've done for 30 years, to provide service and good prices to consumers. We want to give the consumers choice, particularly those who are going on holiday, and we want to ensure that the market is structurally competitive. And if you give one already dominant player the power to become even more dominant and to sort of break away from its possible competitors like us, and to prevent us from giving better prices to consumers and better choices, that's not good. If you want a market to be competitive and effective, well, what's contained here is a threat to that. And I think that everyone wants a competitive market. Thank you. Do I still have a minute or not? I'd like to speak to CAA. When I first saw your name on the witness list, I thought of my CAA card. And then I remembered that you are one of the biggest travel agencies in the country. Now, you said that the bill concerning passengers' rights could fail or be a failure if it doesn't effectively address the particular regulations. And I believe you also said that there was a lack of provisions in the charter as currently drafted. I think it's important when we look at a bill to see what's not in a bill, not just what is in it. So could you perhaps comment on what is missing from this bill?
To us, the key piece that's missing from this bill are the implementation measures that'll be provided for people in different circumstances when they run into a problem with an airline. We're not necessarily convinced that those pieces have to be put into the bill. We want to make sure, though, that the Canadian Transportation Authority has enough, if you will, license or latitude to be able to put appropriate measures in place and adjust them over time. I mean, some of the points made down the table here, some of the provisions might be put in place, might end up being too onerous, so they don't work properly. I think any of us at this table understand. You try and change legislation because one small light item about baggage handling is not properly written, you could be looking at 10 years. Whereas if you let the CTA have the license to do that, make necessary adjustments over the time, with the ministerial oversight, obviously, we're going to be a lot more able to put a system in place that's consistent for everyone and adjustable as we need it to be over time to make it right. So that's what's missing, but I'm not necessarily suggesting to make a change other than to make sure the CTA has the right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walker. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
On to Mr. Hardy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Walker, you may be aware of the situation with the Savakin family from Toronto. They were the ones that showed up at an airport, were denied entry with their family, even though there was space on the plane, told to come back the following day, and then they were charged again for tickets because they had booked through a travel agency instead of directly with the airline. This, to me, is a symptom of the old, point the other direction. Your comments on this?
Yeah, I don't know that case in detail. What I understand about it is that it wasn't just any travel agency. It was a travel agency that was out of country, and there was some murkiness about what the pricing behind that ticket was within that. So I don't want to comment on that particular case. But there is one sub-element to it that I think we really have to understand. And again, other people at this table already talked about it. What we're trying to do is put some system practices in that are for ordinary Canadians, people who travel once or twice a year, like that family. They don't know their way around an airport. They don't know who to call. They don't know what desk to go to. We need some provisions in place so that it's easy for those people that go to an airport twice a year, not 25 times a year, to know what they're getting and that they're getting the same thing as the people that go 25 times a year.
Mr. Bussière, you were mentioning, I think, or perhaps it was you, Mr. Petzikas, that when you had your situation, on the ground, that there were people who were running around all over the place, trying to figure out what happens next. A meltdown, I think, was the term that you used. And I guess the question is, as it would have been in the situation I mentioned with Mr. Walker, where was the person that just basically said, my God, we've got to look after those passengers? They were in your plane. Where were they? Where were they?
Merci, Monsieur le député, pour votre question.
Thank you for your question, Honourable Member. Perhaps I'd just like to give you a bit more context about what happened, because these are very unusual and exceptional situations. Now, Toronto was shut down, and Montreal and Toronto were shut down because it was so hot. 20 airplanes were rerouted to Ottawa. There was a 320 Airbus among them. There were 787s as well. And out of those 20 airplanes, there were more than 5,000 people who suddenly ended up, unexpectedly, in Ottawa. There were refuelers, but there were no staff. There were maintenance workers. Everyone was there. So it was a really exceptional situation.
But we didn't get complaints from those other aircrafts, not that I'm aware of. So again, you know, if you become aware that you've got people in your custody, they're in your plane, you know, I mean, it's kind of a rhetorical question at this point, and I understand that. But you could save yourself a world of pain and a world of grief from a government that's asked to do something about the problem that's created when people don't think, when they don't use their head, and they don't ask the simple question, what are we going to do for our passengers? Johnson & Johnson set the bar pretty well in the Tylenol tampering. We don't care what the problem is, let's just fix it. Lloyd's of London did exactly the same thing following the San Francisco earthquake. Forget it, let's deal with it, let's pay the claims. See, that's the value statement that needs to be nailed to a wall in every airline, every business in fact. You know, number one is the customer, you know, and we failed, and that's why government is doing what it's doing right now. Mr. Bergamini? Thank you. The balance between user pay and everybody pay. It was interesting that one of our earlier witnesses mentioned that, you know, we're first in the world when it comes to our airports. Great facilities, great everything, but we're 61st when it comes to, you know, the cost. And he didn't really seem to get the connection between the two. The fact that we do pay a lot is the reason why we have really good facilities. So what is the appropriate balance between the user pay through all of the fees, et cetera, that we talk about, and everybody pay, which turns into a government subsidy? Yeah. What's the proper balance here?
Yeah, I'm not sure I have a simple answer to that question, but let me just say that there's no doubt that from 1994 to today, with the devolution of the airports to local not-for-profit authorities, we've seen massive user-funded investments that have given us enviable infrastructure. And that's the good news. The bad news is that the governance system and the policy framework has not kept up. And this is fundamentally what we're talking about here, is that as this committee and this government embarks on a quest to improve the air traveler experience, it really is important to look at the entire picture. All of the players, all of the elements that are at play that involve whether a passenger movement is successful or it turns into a nightmare. And so with respect to user pay, I mean, all we have to do is look at other modes of transport that are heavily subsidized. I mean, there's a modal equity debate that we should be having. I can tell you one thing, that if we embrace the Emerson Report recommendations and reversed some of these historic policies and turned some of that money that is currently being collected by governments and or through users and put it back into the system, I think we'd have a much healthier, much more competitive and much stronger air transportation system. And I would even argue that it would be a lot easier to find solutions to some of the issues that we are trying to address through regulation and Bill C-49.
Thank you, Mr. Bergman. Mr. Pasteur, I'm going to just hold your response here, and if it doesn't you didn't get a chance to get your point in by the end of the meeting, I'll make sure to give you that opportunity. Mr. Badaway.
I appreciate it. Madam Chair, I just want to preface my comments by saying this. You know, this whole process and what we're trying to contribute to the overall bigger strategy is, quite frankly, about people. Passenger rights, we're trying to balance passenger rights with value, and as well recognizing the returns that you expect to do business. Business person myself, I recognize the challenges that you have, that we all have. The way I was brought up in the business world was you deal with it, period. Easier, not easy, you deal with it. And while you deal with it, you put plans in place, you put contingencies in place that are and best prepare for those situations on an ongoing basis, because we all recognize that business is not always run smoothly, but at the same time we have to also respect the people that we're actually trying to make it run smoothly for, which is once again people. Having said that, my first question is to Mr. Walker. Mr. Walker, with the organization that you represent, it seems the Minister of Transport has moved fairly quickly on this bill. That's why we're here this week, a week before the House is scheduled to sit. And with regards to air passenger rights, which is our priority, having embarked on this process, in the span of a year and a half, he has put forward a very comprehensive set of goals and a regulatory plan to ensure the necessary safeguards of Canadian air passengers. My question to you, sir, is how long has CAA been pushing for such a regulatory track?
Informally for more than a decade, and probably since I took over this role, which was 7 years ago. So since 7 years, we've been lobbying for this, talking to people.
So obviously, with that said, we've been aware of the challenges for the past decade, if not longer.
Yes.
When I say we, I mean all of us, regardless of government. This is not partisan. This is business, regardless of sector or actually interest. We've recognized this challenge for the past decade. So my question now is to the industry. Recognizing the challenges that are in front of us, was there in fact a strategic plan that identified objectives put forward, and as part of that strategic plan and the objectives that are recognized, an action attached to each and every objective that recognizes for over a decade the challenges of, yes, yourself with respect to what you're talking about and expectations of government, but I think most importantly, expectations of the passenger. Was there a strategic plan, objectives identified, and actions attached to those objectives?
Are you referring to coordinated industry action and objectives here, or are you talking about on a carrier-by-carrier basis?
To deal with the challenges that passengers are recognizing on I won't say a regular basis, but a basis that sometimes is more frequent than not. So in situations as Mr. Hardy was speaking of, and others were speaking of, when situations like that happen, in your strategy and the objectives that you identify on behalf of the people that you're actually servicing, the passenger, what are those actions over the past decade?
In 2010, I, as former head of the National Airlines Council of Canada, we coordinated with our member airlines the filing of tariff commitments in our tariffs, which are contractually binding. This is one thing that, unfortunately, we've sort of messed up in terms of the public debate, because we say, well, there's nothing in Canada to protect the consumer of air travel. That's incorrect. The largest airlines in this country, represented by the NACC, over 75% of the market, benefit from contractually enforceable tariff provisions regarding overbooking and procedures to be followed in that respect, including calling of volunteers, compensation to be offered, etc. Management of cancellations and delays with respect to duty of care, with respect to refunding of fares in the event that the delay exceeds a certain number of hours. That's in there. Commitments with respect to baggage delivery. We already have internationally very clear framework on baggage compensation. Now, I realize what we're trying to do in C-49 is to try to establish a clear framework for domestic compensation. We have no problem with that. But my point is, these provisions have been in place since 2010. They're not widely reported, unfortunately, but what we're saying for the record here is that they are there and that they provide very real rights for our customers and our consumers. And as such, I have always said myself, we've got a basis to work with. And if the minister and the government now wants to codify what we've already had in place, at least the four major airlines since 2010, I'm there. We can do that. But it was wrong to say that there was nothing to protect consumers, airline consumers in this country compared to the U.S. and Europe, etc. That is wrong.
Mr. Walker. If you can comment on that.
Yeah, I think the challenge really is that those things are there in some cases. Some airlines, good luck finding them on the website. Really tough. I mean, we actually had our team go and look for them, and it was a hell of a time to find that stuff. But the other thing is that it's case by case. So if, like I said, go back to my 2 people a year versus 25 a year, the 25-year people, they know where to find, they know who to call, they know what to do. But the families like the one that was just discussed a few minutes, they haven't got the foggiest idea that anything could be available to them.
And hence the reason why we're here.
Okay.
So I'm not here to talk about the past. I'm here to talk about the future.
Okay, thank
so
you,
let's
Mr.
work toward
Baddeley.
that future to ensure that that strategic plan and the objectives and the actions that are attached to it, we can move forward on,
Okay, thank you very
including
much.
Bill C-49.
Mr. Chong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a general point because I've been hearing this on this panel and the previous panel too, and that's about the high cost of air travel in Canada, and that the government's airport rents and the fees are always blamed for that as if it's exclusively the only problem. But the reality is that it's not the major area where why there's a cost differential. There's a conference board report from 2012 that did an analysis of why tickets are more expensive than Canada, airline tickets are more expensive in Canada than in the United States. It found that we do indeed pay about 30% more for air travel in this country than they do south of the border, but that only 40% of that cost is NAV Canada fees and airport fees, and that 60% of that cost is attributable to utilization rates, attributable to labor costs, fuel costs, and other things that have nothing to do with airport landing fees and other fees that are charged in the system. So I just want to put that on the record because while 40% is a significant component of the 30% price differential, it's not the only thing that's causing that price differential. Now I have a question that's about joint ventures. In the 2011 case where Air Canada proposed the joint venture with United Airlines, the Competition Bureau disallowed 14 transborder routes from that agreement. Did Air Transit do a cost analysis of what would have happened had the Competition Bureau not imposed those conditions on that agreement?
No, not at the time. We had not done that.
Do you have any information or data for the committee here that would inform us as to how much a ticket would rise in price if these joint ventures were allowed to proceed under the new legislation without any conditions imposed by the Competition Bureau?
We don't have empirical evidence that would point to that necessarily. What we do have is the analysis in terms of the trend in terms of ticket prices in Canada. I mean, that's something that the NACC has worked on and showed that actually mean prices have dropped domestically. But internationally, we look at that, but we don't have anything that points to necessarily prices going up if these joint ventures are authorized, at least in the short term. What we do know is that we have evidence that they already hold dominant or fortress market shares in 20 of 30 transatlantic markets. This is the joint venture we're talking about that's of relevance, Atlantic Plus. And as such, we're saying the chances are pretty good that if this operation is immunized or protected or exempted from competition law enforcement, there's a risk in terms of abusing that dominant position. We're not accusing these companies of going to do that or doing that right now. Absolutely not. What we're saying, though, is that you are more at risk for that sort of behavior in terms of higher prices, because any economist will tell you, once you control a certain amount of market share in a defined market, you have an inordinate ability and power to drive pricing to your interest in that market, not necessarily the consumer interest. That's not me talking, that's any economist in any competitive market will tell you that. And what we're doing here, I think, goes against that it basically confirms that wisdom.
Are there any other joint ventures that you're aware of that are in the works?
In Canada?
Yeah.
No, we're not aware. Obviously, WestJet is the second largest airline in Canada, and I'm sure they would be able to tell you on their own if they have any interest in that. But speaking from Transat, we are always looking at ways of evolving our business model. We don't preclude the possibility in the future, but certainly we have no plans now.
And it's safe to say, is it, correct me if I'm wrong, that border routes are more profitable than domestic routes?
Well, I'll look at my colleague Massimo here. Maybe he can say, but we haven't really done an analysis on that, but I don't know if Massimo-
I don't have any data.
Okay. I have no further questions, Madam Chair.
Sorry.
No further questions. Thank you.
No further questions. Mr. Graham.
I start with Mr. Walker, but I'll open it up to the rest of the panel after that. I don't know if you heard the last panel, but the IATA told us a few minutes ago that there's two main approaches to passenger rights. One is legislative, regulatory, as we're proposing here, and the other is to tell airlines to please disclose what they are offering when you buy a ticket. And I took that comment as an admission that airlines don't currently do that. They don't currently say what it is you're buying when you buy a ticket. I wonder if you have a reaction to that.
I'd be speculating. I mean, I think there is some level of disclosure, at least to the people who get compensation. I don't know about public disclosure.
Well, I'm talking not at that point, but at the point when you buy a ticket, what exactly are you buying? And if you buy a ticket on an overbooked flight, what you're really buying is a standby ticket, and you're hoping to get a flight, and you don't find that out till you get to the airport. And if you're not an experienced traveler, you find that out really the hard way. And so, what they're recommending is that we have a system where we tell airlines they have to be upfront about that fact, which, if they're telling us we have to do that as a government, that's admitting that they're not doing it themselves. I wonder if you agree with that.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I think it's fair to say that there's probably more that can be done to inform, but I still think there's utility in having some commonality, not just in terms of that one example, but there's a range of issues, and you can get pretty complicated if you start putting all of that information on every single possible scenario in the original communication.
Right. Well, it's just a matter of making sure that everybody knows what they're getting. And I wonder if the airlines have a comment on this, Mr. Bergamini or Air Transat.
Yeah. Look. I mean, I think to your point, more transparency and a greater, the old saying, of course, buyer beware. A better educated, better informed consumer will lead to a more competitive environment. There's no doubt about it. At the end of the day, what is important to also keep in mind is that. And I think some of our member airlines spoke to this in terms of the wafer-thin margins in which our airlines operate. I think it was WestJet that talked about they clear in terms of profit about $8 or $9 per passenger. I mean that puts into context what we're talking about. And so in terms of viewing the industry, I think it's useful to look at it like going to dinner for a all-you-can-eat buffet, right, as opposed to a fancy 5-star Michelin restaurant, right? You go for the all-you-can-eat buffet, you might need some medication afterwards. You might be a little indigestion, right? That's the reality. Unfortunately, when you operate with those margins, where you need volume, that's the reality in which we operate. And this is why, as we said, we have to change the economic foundations in which our system operates. Do that, the picture changes dramatically.
Come on.
If I may add to this, Transat is a peculiar in a sense. It's not only an airline company. We have travel agents. We're also a tour operator. So we do inform our client. And one of the peculiarity of being a travel agent, it's your duty to inform your client. Comme agent de voyage, c'est une des particularités.
That's why it's good to go through a travel agent, because one of the benefits that they have is they can explain that to you. Of course, we can always do better, but we at least try to be diligent and to keep our clients informed so that they're aware of their rights and what they can do.
Back to you very quickly. You keep talking about changing the financial plans. Do you have a specific submission to give to us on that? Like a specific, this is what needs to change and how?
In terms of changing the system, well, if you look at the Emerson report, if you look at the Emerson report, I think we endorse those recommendations. So let's phase out the airport rents. Let's deal with proper funding for this agency so that we eliminate some of the system's bottlenecks that have cascading impacts on performance right across the system. Let's look at the level of taxation on aviation fuel, both federally and provincially. Those are all things that would change the dynamics and bring us more in line with our international competitors.
Thank you. Mr. Perry, I think you've been out of luck for questions for the last 2 minutes. I've got one that I've really been wanting to ask you. On a cost recovery basis for airports, I come from a large rural riding. I have Mont Tremblant International in my riding. It's closer to the cities than most of the small rural airports. How would a cost recovery basis actually look for an airport like mine, which has the flights seasonally once a day or a couple of times a week? And then you go further north where you have very, very rare flights, but you still have to provide CATSA service for those. So what would a cost recovery cost look like in those circumstances?
Thank you for the question. So first, it would depend on what the business objectives of that airport are. So specifically, in the case of Mont Tremblant, they're already a designated airport, and so we provide a level of screening commensurate with the flight volumes and activity they have. For a non-designated airport seeking to have screening services, it can range depending on what level of commercial activity they're striving for or they achieve. So in all likelihood, and I'll speculate here, but in all likelihood, because these are smaller airports, smaller non-designated airports, the level of screening they would require would probably be between, to quantify it, 1 or 2 screening lines, operating several times a week in some cases, maybe 5 days a week in others, depending on the flight activity. Could range from anywhere from $500,000 to $2 million a year.
Good time. Thank you.
Mr. Godin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question is for Mr. Bussière. But first, straight off, I'd like to provide some information to committee members. I did a quick search on my iPad. And now, the minister said this morning that over the last 10 years, nothing was done, even though they've only been in power for 2 years, but that's a whole other story. But I think it's important to understand that the aviation industry has changed a lot. The statistics that I want to share with you is that from 2010 to 2016, so over 6 years, there was an increase of 31 million flights. So the industry has to adapt and evolve, and that's probably why the government decided to work on a bill that would improve the situation. So just wanted to clarify that. I think it's important that we understand that context so that we can really answer people's questions. My first question is for Mr. Bussière from Transat. I want to take sort of the opposite perspective here. Now, this is not a court. We don't want to accuse Transat of having mishandled what happened here in Ottawa. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to be constructive, and I want to ask you a question. Now, following the situation which occurred, and of course, other companies have had this type of issue as well. And occasionally you have to deal with such issues. That's perfectly normal. And I hope that you would get into the habit of putting in measures to minimize the occurrence of such things, because I'm sure you don't like having these situations. What would you say today to ensure that the passengers' Bill of Rights would be able to minimize the occurrence of such situations and mitigate the impacts on Canadians? Well, so the situation in Ottawa is an extremely rare situation, fortunately. Otherwise, of course, it would be in the news much more often. As my colleague George said, it's a very complex ecosystem. Staff on the airplane have a decision to make, and they need information to be able to make that decision. So the better the information, the better the decision. If you can tell the flight attendant that it will take 2 or 3 hours or 30 minutes or whatever time it is before refueling can happen, well, then people will be able to make better decisions. In the Ottawa case, unfortunately, well, I mean, it's something that we regret very much, but there's no company that was able to get its passengers off the plane. Everyone was told that they would be refueled within 30 or 40 minutes, and so people had a certain mindset, they had certain expectations, and they tried to make a reasonable decision under the circumstances. But if the staff were informed quickly and told how much time it would take, they would be able to make better decisions. So when it comes to the Passengers' Bill of Rights, we need to factor that in. And as my colleagues have said, and I'll say it again, this is a very complex ecosystem, which includes the airline, the airport, the people working within this whole system. It's amazing how this system works. You mentioned 31 million additional flights between 2010 and 2016. That's incredible. You need a huge number of moving parts to make that happen. And, knock on wood, we have an extraordinary system. Imagine the risks that are taken by the companies in this sector to save, $8. But, Mr. Bussière, we're parliamentarians, we're not aviation specialists, so I want to know, what advice would you give us? What would you suggest that we tell the minister to include in the Passengers' Bill of Rights? If you'll allow me, if you want us to be specific, I think that we need to start with an obligation for our airports so that they have contingency plans for such events. That's important. We need to know who is coordinating what are the chains of communication, and who needs to be contacted when this happens. You need somebody who's in charge orchestrating things when such situations occur. And that burden needs to be placed on the airports. Why? Because they're the ones who are in contact with all of the service providers. Now, we only work with one service provider in Ottawa, but there are several of them. So if they're telling us it's going to be 10 minutes, the other one might be saying something else. And then confusion reigns. So the airport needs to be in contact with people. They need to have communication plans. They need to have open channels of communication. They need to know who to contact. So if the captain wants to know where he can get new fuel, he can have the information, the phone number for the airport, and the airport will say it's going to be, 2 more hours. And then the correct decision can be made. But that didn't happen in this case. The channels of communication weren't there.
Ben. And then if we have any time, we will go back to any members who would have any.
Merci. Allons-y avec.
Thank you. So let's start with a few brief questions. If I've understood correctly, it's not your responsibility, it's the airport's responsibility. Is that what you meant when you said at the beginning of your speech that governance measures for airports were missing from C-49? Is that what you were referring to? Well, I don't want to say that we're not responsible. We have no responsibility. But I'm saying that airlines are part of the ecosystem. We all have a shared responsibility. Well, my question is, when you said at the beginning of your speech, Mr. Bussière, that C-49 was silent in terms of governance measures for airports, is that what you were referring to? Oh, okay. Well, if you'll allow me. No, what we were referring to was the governance system. In other words, how they're managed. How the boards are established, who has the right to name members of the board, and so on. Because, of course, these are organizations that are very important, and we think that that's something that needs to be dealt with and which is not included in C-49. Mr. Perry, a quick question for you. I'd like to get information that can help me corroborate previous testimony. Does the funding that you receive allow you to carry out your mission effectively?
Merci pour la question.
Thank you for the question.
Yes, as you know, CATSA receives its funding through parliamentary appropriations. I would answer yes, that we are able to carry out our mandate with a focus on the highest levels of security for the traveling public effectively. And while CATSA does not have a mandated service level, we have been able to achieve a service level of 85% of the passengers screened in 15 minutes or less consistently for the last 4 years, based on the appropriations we've received.
Merci. Une question pour...
Thank you. Question for Mr. Walker. Yesterday, we heard a proposal to an amendment for the Passengers' Bill of Rights, and the witness suggested that flights leaving Canada should be taken into account. So if you have transfers between two different airlines on the same flight, is it the company that I buy my flight from who should be ensuring the quality of service from the beginning to the end of that trip? Or should they pass the hot potato to the next company which is working with them?
I heard about this actually earlier today. Our impression or our take on this is that it has to be the company that the person's purchased the ticket through that has to be the, if you will, the shepherd of that. No, it may not be reasonable for let's say it's an Air Canada and a Lufthansa, for Air Canada to carry the ball if a connection with Lufthansa doesn't work, but it has to be somebody's job at Air Canada to be able to shepherd the person to the appropriate process at Lufthansa so they know what their rights are. So are they responsible, not necessarily for the costs, but certainly I think for the shepherding of the person to the right place? That would be our take.
Merci.
We have completed our first full round. I have Mr. Fraser, Mr. Badaway, Mr. Godin, and Mr. Hardy with additional questions. So please try to be punctual to your point. We'll start with Mr. Fraser.
Thank you, and I don't think this will take a full 6-minute round, and I'll pose the question to CAA,
one question.
or as much as an
And
observation.
Mr. Fraser, it's just one question.
Perfect,
Thank
perfect. Right now, I think we're in an area where the number of passengers is exploding. I expect that trend is going to continue to grow. I think we're in a situation where, with increased knowledge, there will be more people making complaints. We're already starting to see that. I've been through exercises where it seemed too troublesome for me to claim it, where the payoff was limited to $100 on the terms of carriage. I'm hearing the airlines on the flip side of this saying, look, if compensation levels get too high under this new regime, it's going to drive up costs. I'm wondering if you have any comments when we're looking at this explosion of passengers and the allegation that, or assertion rather, that this is going to drive up costs. Is the answer not to say, look, if we establish standards, you got to meet them, even though you have razor-thin margins? If you could comment, that would be great.
You know, you'd have to unpack the whole puzzle of the extent to which the margins are exactly as they've been described, et cetera. But again, from our point of view, the case is the U.S. has this kind of system. The Europeans have this kind of system. I'm not seeing their systems collapse and all the airlines going out of business in those places. And passengers are exploding on those routes just as they are in Canada. So that's my answer to that question.
Thank you.
Can I make a comment about the European system? May I?
Go ahead.
Madam Chair? The European regulation right now is under enormous pressure from all groups as being a very poor piece of legislation. The European Council is trying desperately to amend it. They are not able to do it because of a problem they're having, a political problem. But the European regulation is certainly not what I would call a success right now. It is understood that it has imposed destructive costs on industry, and it goes above and beyond compensating passengers proportionately to what they have experienced in terms of loss and inconvenience. And in our view, and even in cases where safety delays are incurred to ensure that the aircraft is able to operate safely, where airlines have been penalized under the system in Europe, which is roundly criticized as undercutting a comprehensive safety culture in aviation. I would definitely take exception with people saying that the European model is working.
Okay. Mr. Badaway.
Madam Chair, I just want to make a comment because, you know, we've been in this process for quite some time now, especially this past week. And again, this is, as was mentioned earlier, is not something that's going to be over tomorrow or next week or next month. This is an evolution of collaboration and, of course, partnership with all 338 members of the House, as well as the industry itself. You know, there was an assumptions report that was completed, and it leads up to 2022. Within that report, it recognizes the socio-economic, supply, and strategic factors. With that, it influences the forecasts of demand for air transportation. For example, gross domestic product, personal disposable income, adult population, economic outlet, airline yield, fleet route structure, average aircraft size, passenger load factors, labor cost and productivity, fuel cost, fuel efficiency, airline costs, other than fuel and labor, passenger traffic allocation assumptions, new technology. That's the basis of a strategic plan. That's the basis of next steps. So may I suggest this? This committee is not going anywhere, at least for the next 2 years with the people around this table, and beyond that, there'll probably be new people. But the bottom line is that we have an opportunity here. C-49 is the foundation that's going to be injected into the overall strategic plan as it relates to transportation. Let's all go back to our respective organizations and come up with tangible, pragmatic objectives attached to strategy. Let's attach actions to that, actions that are doable, actions that we can execute in the short and long term based on the socioeconomic, supply, and strategic factors that I just outlined. This is not done, gentlemen. Mr. Walker outlined 10 years ago this was a challenge. I'm surprised it wasn't dealt with within that 10-year span. Unfortunately, it wasn't. But again, I don't want to talk about the past. I want to talk about the future. We have an opportunity here. Let's seize it and move forward with new recommendations based on what you give us in terms of that input that we're looking for. Again, C-49's here, but we have many days after that we can help, again, strike that balance for people when it comes to performance, when it comes to passenger rights, when it comes to value, when it comes to return, because we want you to do good just as much as you want to do good.
By the way, can we go on to Mr. Godin?
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Un commentaire.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a brief comment, and then I'll conclude with a question. Now, I would agree with your introductory comment where you said that, unfortunately, you feel that the government has missed the mark. So you identified the problem. I think really they're missing the mark. And with all the respect that I have for the Minister of Transport, in my opinion, the bill is hollow. So could you tell me, in the Emerson report, it's mentioned that the higher delays in security lines has an impact on all passengers in terms of efficiency and on the efficiency of the industry. So how can you be sure that the Emerson report is telling the truth?
Oui, merci pour la question. Écoutez, c'est...
Thank you for the question. I think it's just the day-to-day experience of our carriers that shows us that, well, you'll have to excuse me, I'm going to switch over to the language of Shakespeare.
It's at the front end, and this is the point that we were making. You know, the travel experience doesn't start with check-in. I mean, there's all of those steps. And when you have a delay, and we appreciate what our colleagues at CATSA have done, and in very difficult conditions from a financial perspective and a planning perspective. But our organization, along with the Airport Council, have been pushing for regulated performance standards that eliminate those bottlenecks that have an incidence not only on the passengers affected at that airport, but if there are delays, these delays cascade across the system domestically and internationally, right? So it really is important, and in this sense, I echo what has been said by my colleagues at Air Transat. We have to look at this issue, cette question, comme une question de.
We have to look at this issue as an issue of complex ecosystems. And it's essential that we look at the funding model of the system. It is not sufficient to look at this question purely from a regulatory point of view. I'm sure you all remember the Walkerton tragedy, right? I remember, and I worked in the municipal sector at the time, there were many provincial governments who adopted regulations
to deal with the Walkerton situation right across the country. And provincial environment ministers were heroes. They signed this. Tough new regulations. But they passed the bill on to municipalities that didn't have the resources or the capacity to implement those regulations in the first place. So you've got to look at these things from a holistic perspective. This is a regulatory exercise. In general, we agree with it. But we absolutely have got to look at the economic foundations of this industry if this is going to work.
I have to ask Mr. Pasekas, did you get, you were trying to make a point earlier on. You've made quite a few, but you had a particular one you wanted to add it on. Did you get a chance to get that point done?
Well, not really, if I may, just add on maybe to Mr. Badaway what he was saying before, because in fact, I agree with you. For years, again, before Massimo's time, before he joined us, as head of the NACC, I begged government for a strategic, top-down, integrated plan to help a strategic industry help this country succeed. And that means a holistic, as Massimo said, approach. And the minister, unfortunately, minister said today it's a first step. C-49 is not the basis for that holistic approach, and that's our problem, because there are a lot of issues that are on the table, especially infrastructure financing. And I'd just like to address that point before when we talked about how, are we asking for a subsidy by the taxpayer to the industry to help us pay for those airports? Well, I would argue over the last 20 years, there has been subsidization, absolutely, by the user towards the taxpayer. We are talking about airports that were transferred in the early 90s that had nominal book value of about $1.5 billion. Today, we're talking about well over $7 billion paid in airport rents up until now into the federal treasury. It's not a bad return. And secondly, airports that are worth or have had $18 billion in capital investments put into the ground. And that's been jobs, construction workers, downstream economic benefits, and billions in terms of economic activity that's enabled by this infrastructure. All paid for by the consumer, not the taxpayer. And this is an almost unique model in the industrialized world. And all we're saying is, it's time to have a look at that again, guys, because we don't think it's helping us achieve what we can achieve or we could achieve, which is even greater things in terms of supporting Canada in terms of economic growth, connectivity, trade and commerce, and competing with those global tigers out there who actually do get it when it comes to our aviation sectors. That's all we're saying. So let's go. I'm with you.
No,
Just quickly.
I have Mr. Hardy next, and that will be the end of this panel. We have worn them out, I think, with all of the enthusiasm and questions on this side as well. Mr. Hardy.
Well, I do take Mr. Petsikis' point, because there are more than just the dollars and cents involved. There are the ripple effects, the social, environmental, a lot of beneficial effects exactly of any sector of business, and that is a key one. I had just a spare question for Mr. Perry. When we talk about, development at airports, they've made the investments, as Mr. Petsikis has said. They're in many cases, the Vancouver Airport is a wonderful facility. The one area where I don't see much additional capital investment in is in the capacity of CATSA to do its job. So I'm just wondering if, A, you are involved in planning with the airports to make sure that, as they look at volume increases, that you will actually have the floor space to do your job. And then, more importantly, what about the future of your business? What is technology leading us to? Are you going to have some significant capital, commitments or requirements going forward to actually, use technology and smarter operations to meet the performance standards that people expect?
Thank you. To your first part of your question, in terms of capacity planning with the airports, you've hit on a really key driver behind our screening checkpoint operations, and that is CATSA operates in the airport's space. So it's not our space, it is the airport space. They provide the space, and we operate in it. In some cases, we have, I would argue, adequate space. In other cases, due to significant growth in the industry, which you've heard today as well, we're butting up against the wall. We do work very closely with the airports. We recognize the challenges for the airports. They have to make capital investment decisions, and that's not free, and that ultimately somebody has to pay for that. But it's an ongoing dialogue with airports. In some cases, in terms of affecting an improvement in what's defined as performance standard, I think we're talking about service level, Massimo, yeah, in terms of wait times. In some cases, we're kind of maxed out within the checkpoint space, and so we're having those dialogues. In other cases, there's more space to grow. That brings to the second part of your question, if I may, which is it requires capital. And so in terms of long term, we're engaged right now in dialogue, consultation with Transport Canada officials to look at a forward-looking long-term plan for our organization in terms of capital investment.
And speaking of dialogue, just one last point. The minister's committed to dialogue, the kind of dialogue that everybody's been talking about here. This is an iterative step, and the dialogue will be going forward, even in the creation of regulations that will, backstop some of the things that are positioned in C49. But also, as we look forward and look ahead, and move to a system that is working even better than one that is, we all have to admit, working very well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all very much. I know sometimes some of the things were a little bit tough, but this is the forum. We all need to learn, and we're all working as parliamentarians to do the very best we can on behalf of everyone. So thank you all very, very much for coming. Everyone can get themselves something to eat, and I'll get the next panel up as soon as we can so we can continue while we eat. Thank you. Resuming our study on C49. Thank you to our witnesses who are coming late in the afternoon of our fourth day of witnesses in all of these hearings. And we apologize for having our dinner at the same time that you're giving your witness statement, but it was the only way we could fit it all in. So thank you very much for coming. Flight Claim Canada Incorporated. Mr. Charbonneau, President and Chief Executive Officer, would you like to introduce yourself and take your 10 minutes for your presentation?
Oui, merci, Madame.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Jacob Charbonneau, CEO of Late Flight Claim Canada, Inc. My colleague here is also with me, Miriam Amir. Late Claim Canada is a multidisciplinary company that is registered with the Quebec Bar. We include several professionals. We provide legal services for the air travel industry through our lawyers. The mission of our industry is to defend the rights of passengers by informing consumers of their rights and by helping passengers who have been to obtain compensation quickly. We provide turnkey service to our clients who are seeking compensation for passengers who have suffered a late flight or have been bumped. We are proud to be invited to these public consultations. We have tabled a brief that was co-written by Mr. Pelletier, the former Commissioner of Transport Canada, and myself. In the brief, we shed light on the current state of the airline industry. In recent months, there were many critical discussions about the air transport industry. There were several incidents that made headlines. For example, cases of overbooking, cancellations of flights, lack of passenger compensation, long waits on the tarmac, suspicious business practices, and a lack of information about where airlines did not sufficiently inform passengers of their rights. All of this is happening in a context where airlines are making record profits. We have the feeling that short-term profits and the stakeholders' interests are taking precedence over passengers' rights. Passengers are being treated like a commodity. Airlines do not have many guidelines in terms of the way that passengers are treated, which is creating a general backlash to the current system. In our brief, first of all, we talk about a survey that we did with passengers who suffered problems over the last few years. We had more than 333 respondents. And here are the notable facts of the survey. And by the way, our survey is available online. First of all, we were surprised to notice that more than 35% of our clients were not aware of the compensation that they may be entitled to before they had heard of our services. Nearly all passengers, in other words, more than 99%, feel that Canada should adopt rules to guarantee financial compensation for passengers whose flight was late or cancelled. We also analyzed the late flights and flight cancellations and trends over the last few years. Here are the notable facts from the study. In terms of late flights, we saw an increase in the number of late flights from 12% in 2014 to 15% in 2016. And these are all flights that had some form of delay for all flight itineraries. In terms of cancellations for Canadian flights, cancellations increased from 1.2% in 2014 to 1.4% of flights in 2016. So that's an increase of 16%. While in Europe, the rate is 0.4%, in other words, 4 times less. It seems clear that we need laws and rules that will set minimum quality standards to protect passengers. This will introduce an important civic element into the aviation industry. This should be a standardized norm that is written in a passenger's Bill of Rights. Passengers are often left to their own devices and don't know whom to turn to for help. They appreciate that there's now an organization that can help them get compensation. Many of our clients have actually already tried approaching the airline directly and were turned away. The Canada Transportation Board does provide some services, but many clients prefer to use us because we provide a turnkey service. The new laws proposed in C-49 should include clear and unequivocal provisions to limit the divergence of interpretation about gray zones. This will make it easier for passengers to exert their personal rights, and it will also allow them to rebuild confidence. We've followed current and international trends, and we have made recommendations to make Canada better for its passengers. The changes proposed also take into account the financial impacts on the aviation sector and aim to limit costs. Here are a few of the 15 recommendations contained in our brief. Make Bill C-49 aligned with the Montreal Convention. Modify Article 67.3 to talk about an individual or someone who represents them rather than simply an individual. Modify Section 18.2 of the bill regarding subparagraph 86(1)(h)(3) to allow adversely affect persons to be represented by counsel consistent with our constitutional rights. Enact clear rules on posting the rights and remedies of air passengers in Canadian airports. And in particular, allow companies and associations that defend passengers' rights to advertise in Canadian airports. Require airlines that deny boarding or cancel a flight to provide each affected passenger with written notice of the reason for the denial of boarding or cancellation. Carriers should also make an effort to inform passengers who reach their final destination with a delay of 3 hours or more of the reason for the delay. Establish more public monitoring of the management of Canadian airports. Apply or follow the European legislation regarding the minimum compensation to be paid in the event of a long delay, cancellation, or denial of boarding. For example, the committee should give clear guidelines to Transport Canada, which would then write the specific rules. Define a long delay as being 2 hours for domestic flights and 3 hours for international ones. Establish minimum compensation equivalent to that for a cancelled flight for passengers whose flight is delayed on the tarmac for more than 3 hours. Require carriers to allow passengers to deplane after 90 minutes in accordance with the carrier's tariff conditions, regardless of whether or not there are extraordinary circumstances. Expand denied boarding to cover overbooking. And apply the same right to care found in Regulation EC 261 for cases of denied boarding, cancellations, or long delays. This care should even apply under situations that are beyond the control of the airline. Define extraordinary circumstances as an event that is not inherent in the normal exercise of the activity of the air carrier concerned and that is beyond the actual control of that carrier on account of its nature or origin. We also propose declaring that the burden of proving the extraordinary circumstances is on the carrier. Declare that the limitation of action is equivalent to the 3-year time limit applicable under common law in Canada, and make Canadian airports liable in the event of strikes, major renovations, or technical failures that cause long flight delays or cancellations. This would entitle passengers to the same compensation and rights as passengers who have suffered damage caused by air carriers. In conclusion, we firmly believe that the agency and the government should adopt legislation that is as generous and transparent as that existing at the international level. More than anything, the law should be human and protective and should facilitate access to compensation. It should be a clear and unequivocal law that reduces gray areas as much as possible and leaves little room for interpretation. This legislation is essential for restoring travelers' confidence in air carriers. These measures will provide for following best international practices and trends in consumer protection. They will enable Canada to become a leader in the protection of air passengers.
Charbonneau. Mr. Gooch from the Canadian Airports Council.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the invitation to appear before you as part of this committee's study of Bill C-49. My name is Daniel Robert Gooch, and I am President of the Canadian Airports Council. Le CAC compte 51 membres qui exploitent.
We have 51 members representing more than 100 airports in Canada, including private ones, and our members manage more than 90% of commercial air traffic in Canada and an even higher proportion of international traffic.
Strong local airports, improving the traveler experience, value for money in government services, and growing by air a globally connected Canada. We've been listening to the testimony over the last few days here on this committee study of the Transportation Modernization Act. Certainly, air transport is a complex industry involving interaction with several different partners on the airport grounds, including airport authorities and airlines, of course, but also NAV Canada, service providers, and government entities such as the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority and the Canada Border Services Agency. In terms of the role of airport authorities, they provide the infrastructure needed to facilitate air carrier movement and the processing of passengers. They enforce airport safety regulations, employ airport emergency response services in response to aircraft emergencies, and provide central command to respond to operational safety and infrastructure and security matters. Major airports have passenger care response plans in place to support passenger needs during irregular operations. These plans involve the deployment of certain assets as needed, such as airfield buses, water bottles, snacks, and baby supplies. Airports are empowered to activate their passenger care plans when needed and can call in extra resources to assist to ensure passengers have the basics they need on a short-term basis. During irregular and regular operations, the goal is always to get passengers to where they need to go in a timely, safe, and secure manner. Airports strive to improve passenger experience on an ongoing basis. This is becoming increasingly important for airports that have seen tremendous growth in air traffic over the past decade. In the first 7 months of this year so far, for example, there's been a 6.3% increase in passenger traffic. This traffic is boosting international visitor numbers, which is contributing to Canada's economy and providing extra tax revenues for government. It's a good news story. But while this is good for business and the Canadian economy, fuller airports can create logistical challenges to delivering the high level of passenger experience that the industry strives for. Canada's airports have made strategic investments in infrastructure when needed to accommodate growth and respond to the needs of passengers. In fact, they have spent $22 billion since 1992 on infrastructure with improvements to safety, security, comfort, and the flow of passengers. This growth has put a particular strain on government services at airports, in particular on screening provided by CATSA and on border services provided by CBSA. Travelers are faced with long lineups at security screening checkpoints and at our air borders during peak times. This has a negative impact on passenger experience. In fact, it's the complaint that we hear about most from travelers. You may recall that I've spoken about these issues before at your committee earlier this year as part of your study on aviation safety. I'm pleased to say the file is progressing, but we're not where we need to be yet. Transport Minister Marc Garneau has begun important work in this area. The launch of Transportation 2030 almost a year ago commits to look at CATSA's governance, making it more accountable to a service standard and its funding more responsive and sustainable. Bill C-49 provides a framework for CATSA to administer new or additional screening services on a cost recovery basis. This will provide added flexibility for airports to supplement security screening services for business reasons, such as giving a higher level of service for connecting travelers or a separate check-in area for premium travelers. However, this should be accompanied by a full allocation of air travel security charge revenue from passengers to funding screening by next year's budget. Otherwise, airports have a real concern that the cost recovery mechanisms in C-49 would become the mechanism used to prop up funding for screening. In other words, passengers today pay an air traveler security charge for service at screening. Not all that money is going to the airports. If airports are having to also pay up to get an acceptable level of service, then they will have to raise additional revenue that would then have to be recovered from air carriers and passengers. In other words, travelers would have to pay twice, and travelers should not have to pay twice for this service. Canada's airports are pleased that the government recently has begun additional work on a long-term structural fix for the problem. Our shared goal should not only be to improve screening wait times, but to also deliver a professional, facilitative customer experience while continuing to provide a high degree of security. Some airports believe the best approach would be to allow airports a greater role in the delivery of screening at airports, as is the case in Europe and many other parts of the globe. But the important message is that when it comes to a permanent solution, one size does not fit all. It is important that a fulsome exploration of all options occur before a final decision is made by government. Finding a long-term solution for screening is essential for passengers who deserve predictability and value for money. But we also can't be complacent in the meantime. CATSA needs to be sufficiently funded next year to support demand. Government also should restart its stalled investments in CATSA Plus lanes, which is a new approach that is improving traveler experience in the limited sites where it has been deployed, but CATSA isn't able to proceed any further until funding is restarted. Improving air traveler experience also means improving air service in communities through more air links and lower airfares. The proposed amendment to the Canadian Transportation Act to increase foreign ownership limits on Canadian air carriers from 25% to 49% is intended to stimulate traffic and domestic competition, and these are worthy goals. Les aéroports du Canada se réjouissent des progrès.
Canada's airports are happy about all the progress that's been made on these important files, and we hope that this trend will continue and that the work undertaken in the Transport 2030 strategy and in your committee hearings will result in concrete reforms. Once again, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
To be here.
Thank you very much. On to air passenger rights. Gabor Lucas, welcome.
Madam Chair, honourable members, thank you for inviting me to this meeting. It is an exceptional privilege to have the opportunity to present the perspective of air travellers today. Air Passenger Rights is an independent, non-profit network of volunteers devoted to empowering travellers through education, advocacy, investigation, and litigation. Our Air Passenger Rights Canada group on Facebook has over 5,000 members. My name is Dr. Gabor Lukács, and I am the founder and coordinator of Air Passenger Rights, which grew out of my advocacy for the rights of Canadian travelers. Since 2008, I've filed 26 successful regulatory complaints against airlines relating to issues such as liability for baggage damage, delay, and loss, flight delay, flight cancellation, and compensation for involuntarily denied boarding. I'm here today to deliver a cautionary message. BLC 49 does not address the key issue of lack of enforcement of the rights of passengers in Canada. It does not adequately protect Canadian passengers, and it falls short of the rights provided by the European Union's regime. I will be expanding on each of these issues in turn. The lack of adequate legislation is often blamed for the woes of passengers. This is a myth. The Montreal Convention is an international treaty that protects passengers traveling on international itineraries. It covers a wealth of areas: damage, delay, and loss of baggage, up to almost $2,000, delay of passengers over $8,000, and even provides coverage in the event of injury or death. The Montreal Convention is part of the Carriage by Air Act, and it has the force of law in Canada. Canada also requires airlines to set out the terms and conditions of travel in clear language in a so-called tariff. Failure of an airline to apply the terms and conditions of the tariff is punishable by a fine of up to $10,000 and is an offence punishable also on summary conviction. Thus, the existing laws, regulations, and regulatory decisions could provide substantial protection for Canadian passengers, if only they were enforced by the regulator, the Canadian Transportation Agency. The trouble is that the agency has abdicated its duty to enforce the law. As you see in this diagram, which shows the statistics for the past 4 years, the number of complaints has soared, had nearly quadrupled over the past 4 years, while the number of enforcement actions have dropped by an equal factor of 4. The agency has also been criticized by the Federal Court of Appeal. In a recent judgment, Justice de Montagny found that the agency erred by ignoring not only the wording of the Act, we are talking here about the Canada Transportation Act, but also its purpose and intent. Justice de Montagny went on to remind the agency that it has a role to also ensure that the policies pursued by the legislator, you parliamentarians, are carried out. There is no doubt that laws can and, in our position, should be improved. However, without enforcement, the law will remain dead letter. Bill C-49, as it reads now, does nothing to remedy this state of affairs. Bill C-49 suffers from numerous major shortcomings. It misses important areas of passenger protection altogether and undermines existing rights in other areas. First, the bill does not create an enforcement mechanism or any financial consequences for airlines that break the rules, that disobey the rules that would be laid down. Thus, breaking the rules remains the most profitable course of action for airlines. Second, the bill offers no protection for the most vulnerable passengers, children traveling alone, and persons with disabilities. Third, the bill hinders advocacy groups, such as Air Passenger Rights, in protecting the rights of passengers by barring most preventive complaints that seek intervention before anyone would suffer damages. All but one of the 26 complaints that I mentioned earlier, which were all successful, that I brought, were of this preventive nature. I was not personally adversely affected, but the practices that I challenged were clearly harmful and were recognized as such. We recommend that the committee remove the proposed section 67.3 from the bill, found in section 17 of the bill. Fourth, contrary to the testimony of Transport Canada officials that you heard on Monday, Bill C-49 does not provide protection that is comparable to the European Union's regime. For the all-too-common event of mechanical malfunction, the bill proposes to actually relieve airlines from the obligation to compensate passengers for inconvenience. This is cleverly hidden in the proposed subparagraph 86.11 sub 1 sub b sub Roman 2. In sharp contrast, the European Union's regime recognizes that it is the responsibility of the airlines to adequately maintain its fleet and requires airlines to compensate passengers for inconvenience in the event that a flight is delayed or canceled due to mechanical malfunctions. We recommend that the committee amend paragraph 86.11 sub 1 sub b to clarify that in the event of mechanical malfunctions, airlines are liable to compensate passengers for their inconvenience. Fifth, the bill is a step backwards with respect to long tarmac delays by doubling the acceptable tarmac delay from the current Canadian standard of 90 minutes to 3 hours. This is a step back. It's actually clawing back on our existing rights as passengers. We recommend that the committee amend paragraph 86.11 sub 1 sub f by replacing 3 hours with 90 minutes and therefore restore the status quo. In closing, we would also like to draw attention to some troubling facts that deepen our concerns about the impartiality and integrity of the Canadian Transportation Agency. Before this bill would be passed by Parliament and before any public consultation would take place about the regulations to be developed, the agency has already sought IATA's input with regards to the regulations that the agency would draft. IATA is the International Air Transport Association. It represents the private interests of the airline industry. In our view, this was a disregard of the parliamentary process and of the rule of law. Evidence showing this, for the record, is found in an affidavit submitted by IATA in Supreme Court of Canada file number 37276. We have also received reports from passengers about agency staff turning them away, unceremoniously advising them that their complaint filed with the agency would be closed. The agency did not make a decision or order dismissing these complaints, yet complainants were made to understand that their complaint had been dismissed. Complainants were either not informed about their right to ask for formal adjudication or were discouraged from exercising that right by agency staff. In our view, the agency has lost its independence and the integrity of its consumer protection activities has been compromised. The agency's actions and failure to act to enforce the law, as you see right on the statistics, have undermined public confidence in the agency's impartiality. We recommend that the committee amend the bill to transfer regulation-making power from the agency to the minister and transfer other responsibilities relating to air passenger rights to a separate consumer protection body. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present the concerns of air travelers to the committee. A brief outlining these concerns and also providing detailed recommendations on how to salvage the bill has already been submitted and delivered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On to our first questioner, Mr. Chong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd first like to ask a question of the first panelist, who gave us a very informative slide deck about the number of delays that we could expect that would receive compensation if the government were to implement the same guidelines as is currently the practice in the United States. And I noticed that in the slide deck, it says on one of the slides that you estimate that an average of 13,353 flights per year would be delayed, and beyond 2 hours or more for domestic flights and 3 hours or more for international flights, triggering compensation. Maybe you could tell the committee what cost that would be for the airlines. If there are about 13,500 flights delayed, what sort of cost would be the airlines be looking at in terms of compensation?
Okay. Sorry, there's a slight delay.
Pas de problème.
We have to take the number into consideration. When we look at the number, it represents less than 1%, so it's 0.061% of the flight, of the total flight. We also have to take into consideration that when there's regulation in place, the number of flight delays and number of flight cancel will be less, because obviously the industry will adapt.
In Europe, what is the compensation for flights that are delayed?
It will depend on the number of kilometer and number of hour delay. So it will go from 250 euro to 600 euro.
We're talking about some pretty big numbers here. You know, if let's say there's an average of 100 passengers per flight, 13,500 flights is some 1.3 million passengers. And if they're all going to be compensated, let's say an average of $300, that's approximately $400 million, over $400 million Canadian a year in compensation that the airlines would have to pay out, if that in fact is the model that would be implemented under this bill. So I just make that as a point on the record. Interested to hear what air passenger rights had to say about enforcement. do you have any insight as to why the number of complaints that have been investigated and enforced has dropped significantly in the last 3-4 years?
My understanding is that the Canadian Transportation Agency suffers from regulatory capture. We have a manager of enforcement who admitted under oath on cross-examination that she's on first-name basis with executives of the industry against whom she's supposed to take enforcement actions. The vice chairman of the Canadian Transportation Agency is a former lobbyist for the airlines. The chief complaint officer is a lawyer who was suspended for misconduct and was never reinstated. Should I go on? Is there any surprise? It is a broken system, and that system needs to be fixed before anything else can actually be done to improve Canadians' rights.
So how should the agency be fixed? I know you said that the passage of new legislation isn't going to address the fundamental problem, which is lack of enforcement. So in your view, having been on this file for a number of years, what would you suggest would be the solution to greater enforcement? Is it a restructuring of the agency? Is it, a brand new model, maybe a non-agency model? Like, what is it?
We have several recommendations. First, we would propose to transfer those responsibilities to a body which has the single mandate of consumer protection. The second point is to have mandatory compensation and fines for each violation. 1 hour on tarmac over what is allowed, a fixed amount of penalty and fixed amount of compensation. Airline that fails to pay compensation and a fixed amount of penalty. No discretion about penalties, simply the mere fact of breaking the rules automatically should trigger a penalty. The goal is not to punish airlines for their normal business. The goal is to punish airlines that fail to abide by the rules. We also propose to have mandatory cost awards in courts on a solicitor and client basis when passengers are successful in enforcing their rights. Currently, it is almost impossible from an economic point of view for a passenger to enforce their rights because it would cost way too much to retain counsel, way more than what the passenger can recover.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Fraser.
Thank you very much. Interesting discussion with all three witnesses. I hope I have time to touch on something with each of you. Dr. Lukac, I think I've got the pronunciation right, I hope. You served up the EU as a model for something that we could be striving to do more to try to mimic what they do. Why is the EU a good model? And we had testimony just in the last panel that's saying, for God's sakes, don't do what the EU's doing. They're crippling the system. The European Council's trying to roll it back. I'm seeing two different stories here. I can't I do want to protect consumers' rights first and foremost, but I also want to encourage an efficient system that doesn't bring transportation in Canada to its knees.
Thank you for the question. The point that we are making on first is that the testimony of Transport Canada officials requires some rectification. They were claiming that they are taking the best of the European rules, and that's actually factually not true. One area where I believe that one should not follow the European rules necessarily is with respect to genuine weather delays. I'm not talking about having rain in Vancouver and therefore flight being cancelled in Halifax. I'm talking about genuine snowstorms, which Canada has a unique climate. But in other aspects, the European system has worked. It has resulted in significant improvement in the rights of passengers. Just a couple of weeks ago, I was flying back to Budapest to visit my grandmother. We were in Frankfurt Airport. There was a small delay which would have required the crew to time out. Lufthansa had a backup crew that was available in 30 minutes to take their positions. The reason is, if it had taken them longer, they would have been liable to pay compensation. So the place where we see a difference is with respect to safety issues. And airlines do have to maintain their fleet, and it is possible to maintain fleet. We see that this works in the European Union. It's a system which is the oldest, and it works.
So just moving on to on a similar theme, but to our other panelists from Flight Claim Canada. The sort of structure that Dr. Lukacs has suggested, to me sounds less like a Bill of Rights for passengers and more like a bill of penalties against airline providers in terms of the compensatory model. If we adopted his approach to say we're going to make mandatory payment, once you break the rule, you make the payment, rather than assessing the situation of the customer, it might lead to a circumstance, let's say, I think you said 2-hour delay should be appropriate for domestic flight, 3-hour delay for an international flight. In an instance where that doesn't cause a passenger to meet a connection, for example, is it your opinion that the same penalty should still apply? Or should we take an individual approach, as was suggested by the testimony by Air Canada earlier this week?
What's interesting is that in this globalizing world, having the same rights as a passenger who comes to Canada today, well, there's actually a double standard. There's 2 levels of different laws. If you take a flight from Canada to Europe with a European company, you're eligible for a certain amount of compensation under European rules. But if you take a Canada to Europe flight with a Canadian airline, you don't have that right. So 2 passengers flying from the same origin to the same destination don't have the same rights. And the same is true of people going from Europe to Canada and who experience a delay or a cancellation. They don't get any compensation. Or rather, when they're going to Europe, they don't, but when they're coming back, they do. So what would be viable today would be to provide the same rights to people so that all passengers can have equal rights regardless of the airline that they choose or the destination that they're going to.
Something interesting. I know in Europe they're sort of in a world of ultra low-cost carriers. I would love to see more low-cost carriers come here. We had earlier testimony describe a situation where the penalty, if we adopted a European fee model, for example, could be so extreme that the penalties paid out on a habitually late flight could outstrip the cost of the fare itself. Is that something that you foresee happening, and do you even think that's a problem?
Well, yeah, that is possible depending on the ticket. There are often websites selling extremely discounted seats, $99 for a certain number of seats. So yes, it is possible. But when the delays affect a very small percentage of the flights, we want to give compensation to the people who are affected. So you can't compensate every flight that is even slightly delayed, because that's 14% of flights in Canada. But for the passengers who experience the longest delays, they should be compensated.
Am I out of time?
35 seconds.
Can you just elaborate on the CATSA Plus screening that you touched on, Mr. Gooch?
Yes. CATSA Plus is a different way it's a different process that incorporates some technological elements. So there's a centralized screening, and then actually as you approach the lane, there's 4 parallel divest stations. So it gets travelers going through the lane a lot more quickly, and it's a much better traveler experience. CATSA had plans to roll that out at the 8 large airports. There was a plan for that, and some money requested, we understand. But unfortunately, all that was funded was what had previously been approved for a very limited implementation at the 4 largest airports. So, for example, it's in Toronto at US Transborder, but it's not at the domestic check-in point in T1, which is the biggest. So we really would like to see that that investment get restarted.
Thank you.
It was put on hold in the budget.
Okay,
Thank you very much. On to Mr. Urban.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being with us this evening. I'll start the discussion with the representatives of Late Flights Canada. First of all, I want to thank you for the courage of your testimony, because if all of your recommendations were adopted, I think, or rather all of the recommendations that the government made, I think you would go out of business, right? Well, we want to provide additional help to passengers because a lot of the passengers we help today are European. Now, something in your opening remarks caught my attention. We've been talking about the Bill of Rights for a long time. We've talked about loss of baggage, overbooking, late flights, the usual problems. And you have talked about suspicious business practices as well. And so I'd like to have some examples of what you might call suspicious business practices, and what impacts would those practices have on passengers, and what are the solutions that you propose? Well, when I mentioned that, I was trying to give some context about the current system and the way that passengers feel toward airlines. So I'm not proposing compensation for specific things. I was just referring to a group claim for the Mexican Games where tickets were sold directly, or they were sold as direct flights, but in the end the passengers did not get direct flights. Thank you. Mr. Gooch, I'm not sure if you were with us when the previous panel was here. Maybe you were, maybe not. But clearly, they talked about some of the recent events involving Air Transat, and they seemed to want to share their responsibility for that with the airports. They said that many of the things that led to the fact that the passengers were in that situation were actually due to the airport's inability to deal with this unexpected rerouting. Is that a real situation where airports are more or less able to deal with unexpected events? And when it comes to compensation, is it true that we should be thinking about sharing responsibility between the airline and the airport? Thank you for the question. Now, I was listening to some hearings about Transat last week, and it's clear that it's a very complex situation. It wasn't even clear to me after watching 2 days of hearings who was responsible.
Passenger doesn't really want to see a lot of finger pointing, that the passenger wants people to take responsibility. My sense is our members from coast to coast, they strive to positively influence and control to the best ability they can the experience of passengers traveling through their airports. Even though they don't necessarily have direct control or influence over a lot of those areas. Certainly what happened was out of the ordinary. I think it's fair to expect airports to have plans. Major airports do have plans on how they handle irregular operations. I think it's also fair to expect that everybody will communicate and coordinate with each other and strive to do better at that on an ongoing basis. Certainly when I heard, I'm not going to speak for Ottawa Airport, I'll let them speak for themselves, but when I heard my colleagues there speak to what they had in terms of the buses and the water bottles and the snacks that were available, a lot of that came from learnings from previous experiences. So it's, airports, airlines, NAV Canada, ground handlers, refuelers, we don't need government to tell us to talk to each other to work better. We do that all of the time. And when there's an incident like this, everybody gets together and says, what happened here? Where did we drop the ball? How can we do it better next time? So, very unfortunate incident. Certainly aviation is very complex. There are a lot of players involved.
Aux deux organismes qui soutiennent.
There are two organizations supporting passengers who were adversely affected. Now, in the cases that you've dealt with, have you seen airlines withdrawing and trying to pass the responsibility on to the airport and refusing to compensate passengers? Well, speaking for the organization, I would say that no. We try to apply the rules that are in place, and that's why I said earlier this should give us additional leverage. So we use the rules that are in place, like the European rules, which clearly define what is unacceptable and what's acceptable for airlines, and what constitutes an extraordinary circumstance, and what is a necessary standard in terms of service provision. Mr. Lucas, earlier you were talking about mechanical breakdowns, which should also be compensated. Now, is that for everything? Or, for example, if the airline could demonstrate that they had really followed their scheduling, their scheduled updates and so on, and they had done their responsibilities, we all know that even if you keep your car maintained, things can still go wrong. So if the airline can demonstrate that they really did keep up with their maintenance, should they still be responsible for mechanical problems that they couldn't foresee?
Short answer, please.
Thank you for the question. The answer is yes. The only exception are mechanical issues where a whole model of aircraft is grounded. If a particular model affecting all models across the airlines is grounded, that would be extraordinary. But other than that, it is the airline's responsibility to ensure that they have spare aircraft if needed. That has been the case law already in the context of Montreal Convention, actually.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Lucas. Mr. Badaway.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have a few questions actually for Mr. Charbonneau with respect to where we're going, how we're getting there. Your organization has been pushing for more accountability and more clarity for the traveler for quite some time. You wanted uniform, or you've advocated for uniform compensation regime. How far do you think C-49 has gone? How far are we, and how much more do you think we should do? Or do you think C-49 sits nice now? It's a good bill, it's a good piece of legislation? Or do you think that we have some more work to do?
Je pense que c'est une bonne base, donc on a une bonne.
I think that we already have a good basis to work with. What remains to be done is defining when compensation should apply and when it shouldn't, and what the extent of the compensation should be. So I think the committee will have to think about that, and we'll have to submit clear rules so that the regulation that comes out of that will be clear as well.
The time you've been at this for a while, you've been advocating for and lobbying for air passenger rights regime for quite some time. In that time frame, and first off, why do you think it's taken so long? But with that said, what did you gather in terms of information throughout that time, and does it exist now, and or is it part of the information that you're speaking of?
I'm not sure I'm getting the question.
Well, you've been advocating for a passenger rights regime for quite some time. It's been a while since you've been doing this. So over that course of time, I'm sure that you've been communicating with people to sort of gather information and what those needs actually are. So again, going back to my first question, did we capture it? Do we have more to do? What specifics haven't we captured? What specifics can we actually take the next step toward? And I go back to the panel that was before you. I'm just trying to sort of get down in the weeds a bit and be a bit more pragmatic beyond the introduction of this bill.
Je pense que ce qui est important.
I think that what's important is figuring out how we're going to inform passengers afterwards. We can have the most beautiful laws in the world, but if people don't know their rights and the options that they have, they're not good for much. So what we're realizing now is that while the European rules, which have been there since 2004-2005, well, not a lot of Canadians are aware of them. Less than 2% of North Americans have actually made any claims following late or canceled flights because they didn't know what their rights were or because they didn't feel like picking a fight with the airlines. So on the one hand, they need to know their rights, and on the other side, we need the airlines to respect the rules that are there. We have clients who come to see us who have tried to see the airlines directly, and it didn't work out. They don't really understand their rights, and they don't think they can go any further with their claims. But in fact, there are provisions that allow them to get compensation.
Next steps. We all know what happened in the past, and like the last panel, and the message I was trying to get across is, let's move forward. So let's work together to ensure that we can deal with this. And it is an ongoing process. There's no question. Problems aren't going to stop tomorrow. They're going to continue. So with that, and with your comments just now, what do you think a fair metric is going to be? We recognize what outcomes we want to recognize. Performance measures is a key part of that, so that we can continue to challenge these problems head on. So what metric, what performance measure do you think would be appropriate? Where's the benchmark?
En fait, il y a plusieurs mesures.
Well, there are several benchmarks and measurements that could be implemented. If we look at the impact of the rules on the incidence of late and canceled flights, for example. Then we can look at the clients. We can do surveys with people who suffered late or canceled flights, and we can do surveys with all passengers to see if they understand their rights. Next, we can also see what people are aware of. I was surprised recently, in this case of the delays on the tarmac, that flight attendants were not actually trained and staff were not trained to know what the compensation rates were because they weren't able to convey that information.
Mr. Graham.
Merci, Ms. Charbonneau. J'ai eu l'impression...
Thank you. I got the impression that there are a lot of people who would like to make a complaint, but they don't know who to turn to. So if everyone understood their rights, how many complaints do you think we would be seeing? Could you repeat the question again a little more loudly? Yes, if everyone was aware of their rights, how many plaints would we be seeing? Probably as many plaints as passengers who were adversely affected. But if people are aware of their rights and there is a process in place, then they won't need to file a complaint because they would have a solution presented to them. And that's where we want C49 to go. We want to allow it to give people the tools they need so that they don't even need to file a complaint, that they will just... There will be provisions in place that will allow them to get the compensation without having to file an official complaint or go and fight for it.
Montreal Convention earlier. Are there any enforcement mechanisms in the Montreal Convention itself?
Question for me?
Yes. Well, anybody can answer, but I'm asking you.
The Montreal Convention allows enforcement through the courts. It is also incorporated in the airline's tariff, so it is currently the option that offers the most tools for enforcement. It does not carry penalties. It does not have specific enforcement mechanisms in there, and certainly what we do see in claims relating to Montreal Convention is that a passenger makes a claim for delay in their flight, and they get back an email from Air Canada, for example, thank you for your email, here's 25% off from your next flight, completely ignoring the substance of the complaint. So overall, the picture that we see, both with the Montreal Convention and with the tariff system, is that the rules are written down there, but airlines are actually training their lower level staff to ignore complaints of this nature and provide template answers that essentially are evasive.
Fair enough. On your chart that you've put up here, you said that the complaints have quadrupled over 4 years, but we can see fairly clearly that the complaints quadrupled this year. And can you speak to what caused the spike after many years of relative stability?
The spike this year was caused by a massive campaign by the Canadian Transportation Agency, as I understand, to draw attention to itself. However, unfortunately, that massive campaign was not coupled with actual structural changes. Passengers are still being sent away without their complaints being resolved. And just last year, it happened that when CBC got on the story that a passenger was being sent away, then all of a sudden, people from the agency were very apologetic, and it got solved very quickly. However, I don't think that Canadian passengers should be walking with a lawyer on their left and a journalist on the right to ensure that their rights are respected.
That's fair. You've indicated you're not happy with the CTA itself. How would you restructure it? How would you change it?
To me, the CTA as an organization is beyond redemption. I would like to see the responsibilities partially transferred to the Transport Canada in terms of the regulation-making powers and the enforcement and the consumer protection to a separate agency which has a single mandate of consumer protection and which has stronger mechanisms in place to prevent conflict of interest and regulatory capture.
You talked about having filed 32, I think, preventive complaints that succeeded.
26.
26, right. A good number for an individual. What were these complaints?
These complaints were relating, for example, to Air Canada's refusal to compensate passengers for damage to baggage where they rip off the handle or damage the wheels, or more known issues are the liability of WestJet for baggage in domestic flights, which used to be $250 and was raised to over $1,800 as a result of my complaint, or the amount of denied boarding compensation payable by Air Canada, which was raised from $100 to up to $800, depending on the length of the delay, as a result of my complaint. So it was a wide range of issues relating to matters that affect passengers in their daily dealings with airlines.
Thank you. Mr. Gooch, just a very quick question for you. I know you said you weren't closely involved in any way with the Ottawa airport, but the air transit incident is obviously one that's on our minds. And you talked about the, what was it, the airport passenger care plan. What's the mechanics of an airport passenger care program for an emergency like the one that happened at Ottawa?
I'm not as familiar with the technical details, but I mean, it would be something that would be created by the airport authority in conjunction with the air carrier partners in that airport. Airports vary quite significantly from one side, one part of the country to another in terms of complexity. And airports have plans for all kinds of contingencies, from security incidents, safety incidents to regular operations. But they try to think of the needs of travelers in that type of a situation and to predict what might be needed. In some cases, it may be buses to get travelers off an aircraft, snacks and food that can be portable brought out, maybe cots, that sort of thing. But it would vary, and I'm not personally familiar with the details of that particular airport's plan.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Yurdiga.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the witnesses for presenting today. And my biggest concern right now is the northern communities, the isolated communities, where air travel is very expensive, and they have different realities than people that are in the south. So my concern is this legislation, or this piece of legislation that we're studying right now, is going to significantly impact the north, because a lot of times, regulations in the south make sense, and they make absolutely no sense in the north, because two different realities. So do you think that there should be exceptions for northern communities and isolated communities? Or do you think that we just suck it up and maybe we won't have any industry in the north? And my question is to anyone who wants to answer it, because it's multifaceted.
Je veux bien vous donner une réponse.
I can try to answer that. I think that when you set up compensation systems, they need to take those realities into consideration. So if there are reasons that airlines should be accountable in certain cases and not accountable in others, and we need to take all of this into consideration when we draw up our rules. If, because of its geographical location, the airline has to make different decisions, of course, there could be exceptional circumstances, and it could be exempted from having to pay out compensation in some cases.
Également, si je peux compléter la...
If you'll allow me to finish the answer, in the European Union, there are many countries with very different geographies and climates and airports that are subject to very different circumstances, and yet they're all subject to the same regulation, and things seem to work. As my colleague Mr. Charbonneau said, they are sometimes exempted for extraordinary circumstances which are out of their control. So I don't see why here in Canada, for those few flights going to the north, and now I'm not an expert in air transport, but I would imagine that those airlines or aircraft might be equipped differently with pilots who are trained differently. So perhaps a 2-hour delay where the plane is properly equipped, well, that might be the equivalent to a flight in the south with a different delay. So I think that we need to have a framework that is broad enough and clear enough to accommodate that, as in the European Union. And I think that the exemption for exceptional circumstances could be useful there.
Well, thank you for the answer, but I'm just looking at the north. I mean, the only other country that experienced the same sort of climate we have is Russia. We do have the Nunavut, and they, they're in a unique situation. There are small, isolated communities, and there's so many things outside their control. And we got to remember, Canada is a very large country, and you know, fuel delivery is a big issue, which can be affected for various reasons. By saying that we'll make provisions, it means nothing absolutely if it's not in the legislation. Rules after the fact never happens. So I think we got to be very cautious on how we move forward. And you know, and also I was just looking at your chart up there, and it seems like complaints and enforcement go hand in hand. Less enforcement, more complaints. So I don't know if it's the airline industry is getting worse, or the enforcement is the problem. You know, I do a lot of traveling, and I haven't really experienced a lot of delays. There is delays, but I expect that because we do have the airlines have situations under control, and I expect that. But I think we got to do a better job in enforcement, and also with this bill C-49, we have to ensure that we have exclude or make provisions for northern communities. So my question is, enforcement has to go hand in hand. Do you think you know, changing the rules is going to make a difference if enforcement stays the way it is, or do you think that just setting up rules and just moving on will make a difference?
Thank you for the question. With respect to northern communities, part and parcel of the problem is lack of sufficient competition. But even as Bill C-49 reads currently, with respect to the challenges for the industry and the delays that are experienced in the north are often caused by not simply, quote, circumstances beyond the airline's control, but purely weather. In Canada, no person would want to hold an airline responsible for a genuine weather issue. That is a no-brainer. I'm not advocating for holding airlines responsible for what is genuinely weather. The trouble is that airlines often abuse the claims for weather and claim that a flight from Toronto to Halifax was canceled due to weather when the weather was happening in Vancouver, which is unacceptable. Insofar as enforcement is concerned, the greatest problem is that many of those enforcement actions are discretionary. They are up to someone to decide whether they will or will not take an enforcement action, and that has changed. To be clear, I'm not proposing to punish airlines for delays. What I'm proposing is that if a flight is delayed and if an amount of compensation is owed, even if it's a small amount, but that amount of compensation is not paid out, then there should be a hefty penalty. So the penalty should be attached to not complying with the rules, not to the delay itself.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Uddy, your time is up. Thank you for participating today. Mr. Hardy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Charbonneau, how do you get paid? Do you work on a contingent basis for the files that you take on?
Well, we provide a risk-free service for the client, so we are paid 100% by commission, and if we don't win the case, we charge nothing, and if we do win the case, we charge a percentage.
And in Canada, that percentage, a contingent fee, could be as high as 33% of the award?
For us, currently, it's 25%.
5%. Mr. Lucas, you've also undertaken action on behalf of some clients. Do you charge a fee?
Absolutely not. Our activities are completely pro bono, and actually our website has even been set up from purely donations received from the community.
Mr. Charbonneau, I apologize for asking Mr. Lucas that question.
He's got to make a living.
Yeah. Because, you know, we have an interesting situation. Our previous panels indicated that the profit margin, you know, per passenger is very low. And in fact, you made the comment that passengers are treated as a commodity. And in a sense, I guess they are, because the airlines deal with a volume basis. Gone are the days where you had, the elite, only the elite would fly, and therefore everything, was crystal and silverware. So on the one hand, we have a migration to opening up air travel to more people, but on the other, it seems to have been a trade-off. And one of the principles that they've been trying to weave through this bill, C-49, is the principle of balance. So what does reflect a balance? Because, Mr. Lucas, with respect, you sound a little bloodthirsty, but at the same time, obviously we have had some outrageous incidents. So what does the balance really look like? Mr. Charbonneau, I'll ask you.
C'est trouver un équilibre.
Trying to find a balance where we can provide a service where clients don't feel like they've been taken hostage. In a lot of these events in the last few months, passengers have said that they feel like they've been taken hostage, they don't have options, they don't have information, and they're not helped at all. So we want to have rules in place that allow for compensation to happen, but we also want airlines to adjust so that they can take better care of their clients, so that there will be fewer delays, fewer cancellations. And then when there are, because of course there will always be some delays and cancellations for many reasons, that passengers are taken care of. There's a real backlash these days, and that's why this bill is being formulated, because there are many, many people who are dissatisfied with the current system. So the goal is to find solutions to help those people with the inconveniences that they have to face.
One would want to be cautious, because if you're advocating, for instance, for higher penalties, you have a material interest in those higher penalties. And if it was discovered that you were chasing people looking for clients, that's called champerty, and there's some problems with that. Mr. Gooch, is it recognized that the airports themselves also should have some accountability for the passenger experience, particularly where delays aren't as a result of, of force of nature or whatever? The ramp people don't show up on time, and the airline is stuck out on the tarmac. That's not the airplane's fault. But I don't see anything anywhere that suggests that the airport authority itself would owe some compensation to the passenger.
Thank you for the question. Certainly, like as I said earlier, the interaction at an airport is quite complex. There are many different parties involved, and it's not always visible where the issue is. The ramp employee you spoke to actually is usually an airline employee, and there's a lot of misunderstanding about who does what at an airport. I think I know travelers want people to take responsibility, and certainly airports strive to take responsibility for the experience that passengers receive on their airport. But if someone comes up to me and yells at me for my lawn being too long, tells me that lawn is really long, you need to mow that lawn. I look at that lawn and I see it's really long, it really needs to be mowed. But if my house is the one down the street, there's only so much I can do to help that guy get his lawn mowed. It's not a great analogy, but there are many different players in an incident, and even in some of the biggest ones, it's kind of hard to know who's at fault. Take a tarmac delay, for example.
If I could, I think what we're dealing with here then is that the lines of accountability aren't terribly clear, because it is such a complex situation. With respect to incidents that do happen, those weird ones, the one that hits the news, right? Is there a process by which the airport authorities and the airlines collaborate on contingency plans? Or at the very least, somebody knows who's got the lead on this thing?
Yeah, that's an ongoing thing. That happens all the time. When there are major incidents, everybody gets together and says, "What do we do wrong here? How do we drop the ball? How can we do this better?"
Yeah, I'm not talking about after the fact. I'm talking about when the you-know-what hits the fan.
That's what I'm talking about as well.
Is there a situation room where all of the players come in and say, "Here's what's happening right now. What are we going to do?"
There are. Each airport is set up differently, but there are situation rooms. Some of these things happen very quickly, and when situations like this occur, it's a mess. and everybody's just trying to do their best job. They're trying to get the travelers to where they're going safely, securely, and to get together afterwards to help ensure that it doesn't happen again. And when there are really big incidents that are high profile, of course they get together after the fact and say, okay, what did we do wrong? How can we do this better? And they don't just share it amongst themselves, they'll share it with each other. We talk about it at conferences.
I do understand that, but okay.
You're over your time limit. On to Mr. Godin.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, thank you for being here. I know you're people who work in this area of passenger experience every day, and you're certainly giving us information that will help us do our work. Thank you for being here despite the late hour. My first question is for the representative of Late Flight Clean Canada. You said that passengers don't have enough information and that your goal is for information to be more readily available, more transparent, and clearer. That's what you said in your presentation. So I'm going to ask you a very direct question. In your opinion, does Bill C-49 meet that criteria? Does it solve that problem? Not as it's currently drafted. I think that we need much clearer benchmarks. That's why I said that we need to set clear benchmarks for the people who are writing the rules. So currently, as currently drafted, the bill does not meet that objective. And do you believe that this bill could meet your objectives? Yes, I think that if some of the recommendations that we made, some of the 15 recommendations, that would help align with what exists in Europe, and it would help better protect Canadian passengers. A similar question. You talked constantly about the situation in Europe, the rules there, and it seems to me that you're saying that European passengers are better protected and that airlines there have greater responsibility and greater respect for the passengers flying with them. In your opinion, why isn't the government taking its cue from the European model? Well, I wouldn't say that's not being done. I think that we are proposing a solution here, and I think that we need to think through our solutions so that they can be appropriately equitable and also human and focused on the passenger. You mentioned that currently European rules are being considered, but what shows you that the government is actually taking European rules into consideration in C-49? Well, there's the fact that we're starting to talk about compensation systems, but I mean, here we are working on Canadian law, so we'll have to see which regulations will be associated with the law to see if things are properly aligned. But our goal is to have two systems that are basically equal for passengers. If you'll allow me, I think that we are looking at the general regulations that exist in Europe, and we're trying to copy those a little bit. For example, C-49 mentions the minimum compensation. It also talks about the right of passengers to be informed. So that really is taken from the European principles, where there are clear minimum standards, and they even clearly say that every airline needs to give a notice if there is a cancellation. So the principles are there, and when you look at them side by side, the only difference is that the European rules have clear benchmarks where things are still a bit vague on our side. So you're saying the benchmarks aren't clear, and if we want to be able to meet your objectives that you've described, we need to be clear about defining the benchmarks. Okay. Now, I don't have a lot of time. Question for air passenger rights. You said that the transport agency is not effective. And today we learned that it is effective and it is enforcing the rules. So we've heard both opinions. So I'd like to know why do you say it's not effective?
Thank you for the question. With respect to Canadian Transportation Agency, this is a question of fact shown by the statistics and shown by the decisions, the number of decisions, the nature of decisions issued by the Canadian Transportation Agency. When you have a regulator which claims to have expertise in airline industry, which accepts that a jumbo jet can be fully boarded by over 200 passengers in 5 or 10 minutes, then you know that something is really wrong at that body. And these are some of the nature of decisions that I have seen coming out.
Sorry, the time is out. Mr. Rabin.
Madame Amir, lors de ma...
Ms. Amir, I believe you wanted to add something when I was asking my last question. I don't know if you remember what you wanted to say, but I'll give you the time to say it if you want. Yes, don't worry, I have a good memory. So you had asked me a question about whether sometimes airlines would try to place the blame on the airports, and I wanted to just say, well, you know, having dealt with several of these claims myself, I remember that there was an example of Vueling in Barcelona. The airline had experienced a delay of more than 3 hours, so under the European rules, they invoked Section 3. They said that it wasn't their fault, and they blamed the airport because their registration system was down. And in the end, it was ruled that this was not an exceptional circumstance because this was a normal part of Vueling's activities. They were used to dealing with the airports. They were used to dealing with registration systems. But again, the line of whose responsibility it is not clear. Is it 50-50 airline and airport or something different? It's not really clear. So I think it would be interesting to clarify that with a number. Thank you very much. You've shown that Canadians do have rights that they're not always aware of, and that you are helping them have their rights respected. Now, are there big differences in the compensations provided to passengers? You mean in other industries, or what do you mean? No, I mean if there's a similar problem, say loss of baggage, is there a big discrepancy in terms of the compensation offered from airline to airline? Well, the Montreal Convention allows us to look up compensation or to get compensation for lost baggage and other things. And I can tell you there are big discrepancies because often people have to go to small claims court, and it's actually a judge who ends up settling how much compensation will be awarded to the passenger. And often the time and effort involved in going through that whole process is not worth it for the passenger in terms of what they actually get in the end. But when you deal with the claim, you don't go to small claims court, right? Well, no. We are setting up benchmarks, and there's not a lot of discrepancy for us because all of our cases are inventoried. So if there's a delay of more than 4 hours, and it's more than a 3,500-kilometer flight, the compensation will always be 600 euros. I often do flights that involve transfers, and now should I be dealing with each airline if I'm dealing with two different airlines on the same route, or should I go to the local airline or the airline that I booked with? Well, normally it's the first airline that will pass things on to the second airline, but if both segments were, it will depend on whether both segments were bought under from the same airline, and then it will depend where the inconvenience happened, and it will depend which jurisdiction you're in and which law applies. And will C-49 solve this problem? Is it like, okay, the company from whom I bought my ticket is responsible for my whole trip? Is that what you think? Yes, I think that should be the case. Thank you.
All right, we've completed our first round. Does anyone have a question that they have not been able to get sufficient answers to on this side of the House? No. Anybody on this side? Mr. Sican has indicated he had a question. Just one question?
It was various questions, but I think they've all been answered.
They've all been answered. Mr. Fraser?
Just one question to wrap up, and perhaps it's a good time to say thank you to our witnesses and to my colleagues on both sides of the table. This has been a valuable and interesting few days, and I really do appreciate everyone's work and look forward to our further deliberations. Dr. Lukacs, chief amongst your complaints seems to be the fact, in essence, that a lot of people are experiencing irritants and not having a remedy. If I could sort of say there's one overarching theme. Do you think Bill C-49, particularly the requirement that would have airlines adopt clear and concise descriptions of how someone can enforce remedies, is going to improve the situation over the status quo?
Unfortunately not. Thank you for the question. The way I would articulate is that Bill C-49 is going to double the amount of compensation that passengers are not going to receive.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you to Mr. Chong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, so I can plan out my week. So we're going to meet next week, Tuesday, for future committee business.
Yes.
How much time should we budget for that? Are we meeting for an hour, 2 hours?
Well,
you're just going to book 2 hours.
you can book 2 hours,
Okay.
and hopefully we're finished
Sure.
in 15 minutes would be the preferable
Perfect.
one, but it may take a little bit longer than that.
Okay, great. And the other question I had is, what is the practice? This is the first time I've been on a committee in this Parliament, so I don't know what the practice is about committee business. I know when I first started as a parliamentarian 13 years ago, nothing was in camera except for the discussion of potential witnesses in order to ensure that nobody besmirched the reputation of witness. And then in the last Parliament, I think all committee business went in camera for most of the committees. So what are we going to do next
Why
week,
don't you
Tuesday?
answer that as the clerk officially? Technically, you're automatically in camera, but it's up to the committee. So it depends on the issues that we're dealing with. Quite often we try
Sure.
to do the things in public, otherwise it's in camera. But it's totally up to the committee how they decide to do it.
Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Badaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And by the way, Michael, welcome. It's great to have you on board. But rule of thumb is we try to stay in public session, stay out of in camera. But there's obviously a lot of sensitivity, whether it's a negotiation, whether it's an issue of sensitivity that it can affect an individual, things of that nature will go into closed session. But it's very rare. I know from our side, and even your side in the past, we've always preferred to stay in open session.
All right. Okay. To our witnesses, thank you so much. You should feel good. We managed to get all of the witnesses who pretty much wanted to appear before us have been before us, and that included the 4 of you. So thank you very much for the information today. We will now adjourn the meeting. That's the end of 4 days. I got to say thank you to all our support staff, our clerk, and all of this that have done it, and to our members. Thank you all very much. Meeting adjourned.